Over 70 years, the Government Housing Bank has helped enhance the quality of Thai people's lives. More than 4.3 million families have their own homes, and the bank is more than ready to become the best bank for supporting home ownership to enable Thai people to have stable and sustainable homes. Over 70 years, the Government Housing Bank has helped enhance the quality of Thai people's lives. More than 4.3 million families have their own homes, and the bank is more than ready to become the best bank for supporting home ownership to enable Thai people to have stable and sustainable homes. over 70 years, the Government Housing Bank has helped enhance the quality of Thai people's lives. More than 4.3 million families have their own homes, and the bank is more than ready to become the best bank for supporting home ownership to enable Thai people to have stable and sustainable homes. Over 70 years, the government housing bank has helped enhance the quality of Thai people's lives. More than 4.3 million families have their own homes, and the bank is more than ready to become the best bank for supporting home ownership to enable Thai people to have stable and sustainable homes. Over 70 years, the government housing bank has helped enhance the quality of Thai people's lives. More than 4.3 million families have their own homes, and the bank is more than ready to become the best bank for supporting home ownership to enable Thai people to have stable and sustainable homes. over 70 years, the Government Housing Bank has helped enhance the quality of Thai people's lives. More than 4.3 million families have their own homes, and the bank is more than ready to become the best bank for supporting home ownership to enable Thai people to have stable and sustainable homes.
Guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and welcome to the Asia Pacific Economic Forum 2023. It's great for me to, at this juncture, acknowledge our very important guests, our distinguished guests who are seated before me. Dr. Fong Chan-on, Chairman of Enterprise Asia. Can we give him a big warm welcome, please? Here is our President of Enterprise Asia, Mr. Richard Chang. Richard, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. Lieutenant General Sudhir Sharma, Advisor to Enterprise Asia. General, good morning, sir. Thank you so much. To all our distinguished delegates from near and far, a good morning to all of you, especially for our virtual audience also joining us here as well. My name is Harjit, and I'll be your Master of Ceremonies for today's Asia Economic Forum, and we hope you are ready for today's exciting program. Firstly, on behalf of Enterprise Asia, we'd like to thank everyone for joining us. We have delegates from all over the region, from Hong Kong, Indonesia, Myanmar, Malaysia, the Philippines, Thailand, Vietnam, last but not least, also delegates from Singapore. We have our distinguished guests also catching our live stream for this entire event. Now, before we begin, may I take the opportunity to share the theme for this year's forum, Capturing Opportunities in a Resurgent Asia, where it focused primarily objective is to explore the potential synergies and tackle the most urgent challenges and opportunities that Asian region offers. This also promises to foster deeper collaboration to shape its economic system. As the influence of the recent global event recedes, businesses should shift their attention towards recognizing and seizing emerging opportunities to foster expansion in the area. Consequently, the forum will also delve into diverse opportunities within current markets and establish strategies for effectively capturing and leveraging them for sustained growth, with a particular emphasis on sustainability, talent, and digitalization. I'm here to tell you that the entire 2 weeks of all the events that have been happening here in Singapore especially, we are covering 3 of these key items as well. This event also features our influential speakers and the interactive panel discussion that you shouldn't miss. It provides thought-provoking insights, enabling participants to chart a course towards a prosperous and resilient future for Asia. Some of the key topics of the forum today will include sustainable branding through collaboration and partnerships in empowering growth, ESG and sustainability in Asia, unlocking potential, nurturing and maximizing talent, competing in new talent market, acceleration of digital transformation in Asia, where we seize the opportunity of digitalization in Asia competitiveness, innovation and transformation. A bit about the forum and the organizers. The Asia Economic Forum, or AEF in short, is organized by Enterprise Asia, the region's leading non-governmental organization for entrepreneurship. Started in 2012, the forum was first held in Macau, thereafter Malaysia. 2 years of virtual forum due to the pandemic, and the Asia Economic Forum serves as a platform for business leaders, policymakers, and experts to engage in constructive dialogue, share insights, and collaborate on critical economic and geopolitical issues affecting the Asian region and the global economy. Over 16 years, thousands of entrepreneurs and business leaders have connected through many of our programs, from entrepreneurship to sustainability to innovation. From entrepreneurship, everyone in Enterprise Asia will continue to lead the way in entrepreneurship, institutionalizing sustainability, empowering innovation, and accelerating growth. To illustrate this more a bit further, may I invite you to sit back, relax, and enjoy this video.
At Enterprise Asia, our 4 points of focus are entrepreneurship, sustainability, growth, and innovation. The past 15 years has been a wonderful journey of empowering entrepreneurs, matching them with opportunities and seeing them grow. We work together with governments and other organizations to democratize entrepreneurship by promoting competition and choice. We believe that the true foundation of any nation's economy lies in its entrepreneurial resources, which, if nurtured effectively, be the most efficacious asset for sustainable economic development. Together, we aim to uplift the economic status of people across the region to ensure a legacy of hope and innovation for our children. Our network of more than 8,000 entrepreneurs and enterprises across the world represents a combined revenue of over $50 billion. Our analysts regularly monitors close to 200,000 businesses across 19 countries and 24 different industries. We aim to identify and recognize outstanding entrepreneurial achievements and innovative enterprises as a means to reward and encourage innovative businesses and responsible enterprises to rise up to a standard of business that prioritizes innovation and sustainability. Our global summits, such as the Asia Economic Forum, the International CSR and Sustainability Summit, and the International Innovation Summit, sets a global agenda based on our 4 pillars of purpose, namely democratizing entrepreneurship, institutionalizing sustainability, accelerating growth, and empowering innovation. The next 10 years will be about connecting businesses to the innovation ecosystem and ensuring that sustainability is ingrained into everything they do. Join us as we strive towards building a world that is rich in sustainable entrepreneurship and innovation.
Giving Enterprise Asia a big round of applause, please. Thank you very, very much. Well, delegates, without further ado, we'd like to please welcome Tan Sri Dr. Fong Chan On, Chairman of Enterprise Asia, to deliver his welcome address. A little bit about our speaker. Previously held the position of Minister of Human Resources in Malaysia, served as Deputy Minister in Education in the country. He was also Chairman of the Star Publications Malaysia Berhad, the largest media group in Malaysia, and Chairman of Sustainable Energy Development Authority, or SEDA in short. Join me in giving Tan Sri Dr. Fong Chan On a big welcome, please. Tan Sri.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Enterprise Asia, I would like to welcome you all to the Asia Economic Forum 2023. It is a profound pleasure and honor to be with you all today in Singapore, a dynamic and thriving epicenter that exemplifies the very essence of innovation and growth. Enterprise Asia was founded 16 years ago in 2007 and is today among the largest associations made up of entrepreneurs and business leaders from across Asia. In partnership with governments and trade associations across the region, we have introduced programs ranging from business awards, entrepreneurship forums, CSR, and innovation summits, and certifications such as Carbon Champion and InnoMark. This is part of our 4-pronged agenda of institutionalizing sustainability, democratizing entrepreneurship, empowering innovation, and accelerating growth. Under the theme of capturing opportunities in a resurgent Asia, this forum has been designed to be a melting pot of innovation and inspiration. It is our honor to convene some of the brightest minds in business, poised to address the pressing challenges and harness the limitless prospects that this dynamic region presents. In a world marked by uncertainty and upheaval, Asia has risen to be as a beacon of resilience and recovery. The challenges we have faced in recent years have only served to strengthen our determination and catalyze our creativity. Asia, once again, is emerging as a vital force in the global economic landscape. We find ourselves at a pivotal juncture in history as we collectively navigate the post-pandemic world, ongoing trade war, and rising costs of doing business. This is not just a turning point. It It is an opportune moment for growth and transformation. The Asia Economic Forum 2023 is your platform to engage, exchange ideas, and envisage a future where businesses boldly harness Asia's resurgence as a catalyst for their own success. Our mission today is clear: to explore synergies that transcend borders, to address the most pressing challenges with innovative solutions, and to identify and seize the boundless opportunities that Asia offers. We are here to foster deeper collaboration that will not only shape Asia's economic ecosystem, but also redefine the contour of global commerce. As we embark on this exciting journey, let us not forget the power that resides within the collective minds and hearts of those present in this room. It is our collective wisdom, our shared aspirations, our collaborative spirit that will steer us towards a brighter and more prosperous future. So I invite all of you to embrace this forum as an opportunity to learn, to network, and to be inspired. Let us engage in open dialogue, share insights, and forge connections that will transcend the boundaries of these walls throughout the region and the world. In the words of Mahatma Gandhi, you must be the change you want to see in the world. Let us, in the spirit of unity, seize the opportunities that lie before us and together become the architects of a brighter and more prosperous Asia and a more interconnected world. In closing, I want to express my gratitude to our distinguished speakers and to each and every one of you, our esteemed attendees. Your presence here is a testament to your shared commitment to a resurgent Asia. Your insights, your passions, and your dedication will be the driving force behind the transformative discussions that lie ahead. We are truly honored to have you with us, and we look forward to the remarkable contributions and inspirations that will shape today's forum. Now, it is with great honor and enthusiasm I hereby announce the Asia Economic Forum 2023 officially begins. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Our first topic, ladies and gentlemen, a reminder for everyone, should you have questions for our speakers on the panel, which will be forthcoming shortly, please invite you to scan the QR code, which happens to be at the back of the delegate pass, also on the screen as well. The other alternative would be to raise your hands. We'll be handing you a microphone for you to pose your questions. And just a gentle reminder, or request rather, if you're taking any photos and sharing them on socials, we please invite you to use our handle, which is #AEF. Time for us to bring in our first session keynote speaker, Sustainable Branding through Collaboration and Partnerships in Empowering Growth, which is presented by Ms. Melvinder Singh. Without further ado, today's event, it is the Chief Operating Officer for Asia Pacific from Spice Group. And in this session, Mr. Singh shares with us on what the opportunities for business growth through collaborations and partnerships are. A little bit about our speaker. Mel is a public affairs and communication leader with over 18 years of experience and is the Chief Operating Officer, Regional Director of Spice Group, which oversees the Asia Pacific business. He has worked on strategic communications, issues management, crisis communication, media relations, public policy, government relation campaigns for large MNCs and startups in various sectors. He's also been a speechwriter and advised political and industry leaders on political and policy communication. Join me in giving Dr. Singh a big warm welcome, please. Good morning, sir.
Thanks. Good morning, everyone. Can everyone hear me loud and clear? Yeah. Thanks for joining us this early morning. The crowd's a little bit thin right now, but I'm sure people will be coming in, as the morning goes by. So it's always a challenge being the first speaker of the morning. So I'll try my best. No promises, but I'll try my best to make sure that you don't fall asleep. Today's topic is about sustainable branding through collaborations and partnership, and how that can perhaps lead to growth. So it's a very broad topic. When this topic was given to me, I was got a lot of very powerful terms in it, right? But I thought it's important to focus on a few things here. Really, the point here is about, firstly, what is sustainable branding? What does that mean to everyone? Secondly, how can that be enhanced through collaborations and partnerships? And why collaborations and partnerships are important in the first place. So before we start, how many of you have heard the word sustainable branding before or understand what it means? Anyone? No? This is okay. There you go. So just go back a little bit. Yes. So what is sustainable branding? So sustainable branding is actually about the creation, and maintaining of an identity of a service, a product, or business, as long as it projects or has environmental and social benefits. Right? So if the coffee cup that you had this morning was made of recyclable material, if the coffee beans were sourced in a socially responsible manner, then that cup of coffee that you had this morning was perhaps a product of sustainable branding, right? That company that made the coffee or served that coffee should have invested some time or resources in sustainable branding so that that coffee cup, as a consumer, you're aware that you're consuming a product that's sustainable. So why is this important? I mean, sustainable branding, a lot of people say, and quite often when we talk to people, it's like, sustainable branding is just another buzzword of the 21st century, right? Why is it important to me? These days there are a lot of buzzwords, DEI, sustainable, AI, right? All these systems flying around. Why is this important at all? Right? Why should it matter to you, to me? Why should it matter to the average person on the street? And why should it matter to businesses as well as all organizations? But in the NGO space, in the non-for-profit space, in the for-profit space, or even for governments and policymakers, right? So sustainable branding is important because there is integrated consumer awareness about where our products that we consume, products and services we consume come from. What is it made of? What are the processes they go into it? And why is that important? Because today there's a greater awareness and a greater desire amongst society at large to say that businesses should be more than just for profit, right? So today, being a profit maximizing business alone is not enough. In fact, if you're just a profit maximizing business today, there's an evil tag placed on you as an evil, big evil corporate that is out to, erode the world or make the world a less better place. So today, it's very important for businesses to also include sustainability and talk about sustainability and make it a part of your offerings. Not just a part of your branding, but part of the offerings as well. And of course, it's very important because today the world has got a lot of environmental and social issues. Despite great progress in the last century or so, we still live in a world where, in fact, environmental issues are issues that are going to be plaguing the world in the future. But social issues, including money laundering to child labor to poor working standards, to monopoly issues. These are all social issues that still plague many countries around the world and many societies around the world. So sustainable branding is one effective way in trying to plug that gap by bringing businesses into the fore and allowing businesses to channel resources and making sure that money flows to the right place so that the environmental and social issues are addressed. And last but not least, consumption patterns themselves are changing, right? So what this means, today, there are people who much rather buy an EV car than say buy a flashy sports car, right? That's a consumption pattern, right? Today, there are people who much rather drink a more expensive cup of coffee if they know that it's more sustainably sourced and packaged, rather than a cheaper cup of coffee that they would normally go for, right? So people don't mind paying a premium today, as long as they know that their products and services that they are consuming and purchasing are sustainable. Okay, so what's important is, these are four things that I think are very important to a sustainable brand. First is customers. So if you want to be a successful brand, you must be able to convince to your customers that your brand has got sustainable benefits. If not, then your sustainability as a whole has failed. There's no point in being sustainable as a company if you're not able to convince customers or consumers that that is what you have incorporated in your business, because then they're not able to make a sustainable choice. So that's important thing. Convincing the customers, making them feel that your sustainable benefits are noticeable, but also relevant to them. I think that's important. The second point is market gap. Today, there are many market gaps or market needs as there are before. But sustainability is able to address some of these issues. So sustainable branding is able to address some of these issues. And the third is culture. So a sustainable brand must have integrated culture for success. So that's very important because it's not just in your PR or marketing, it also has to be in your operations, it has to be in your entire DNA of your organization. That's very, very important because otherwise you'll be caught. And I'll share some examples of companies or organizations who fail to do that effectively. And because they fail to do that effectively, their sustainable branding strategies backfire, and sometimes it could actually be counterproductive. And fourth, of course, is trust. What's very, very important is to build the trust between the consumer and the brand so that the customer is able to generate the value of the brand and reap the benefits of the sustainable brand. So for organizations that are looking at building a sustainable brand, these are four key sectors or areas that are very important to think about. What's important though, besides the segments that I spoke about in the previous slide, is also the principles of what we should be looking at in terms of sustainable branding. So if you are going to be, there's actually 7 principles to think about. If you look at most sustainable branding literature out there, they talk about 7 key principles, but for the benefit of this session, I've distilled that down to 4 very simple takeaways. And one is that the roadmap. A good roadmap will help businesses create what is the kind of sustainability strategies that we want to incorporate in your organizations, so there's long-term impact and there's greater market relevance as well. That's important because, as I mentioned in the previous slide, if you don't integrate it into your organization, then it becomes a standalone, a nice to have. It becomes a marketing or PR gimmick, and then therefore you will get caught up at some point in time. That's one. Secondly, you are then unable to reap the full benefits or dividends of sustainability if you don't internalize it completely in your organization. Second, of course, is purpose equals to profit. It's important that as an organization you understand that you are driven by purpose more than profit. And I do believe that if you do follow purpose, profits will come along as well. But that's something that's very important in the principles of sustainable branding. You cannot pursue sustainable branding with the goal of profit and profit alone, without purpose in mind. You will be caught out. Your strategies will not be sustainable in the long run, and it could erode consumer confidence and consumer value in the long term, which is not great for any brand. So it's very important, if you are going to do sustainable branding, to look at purpose as your North Star, as your guiding light, rather than just profits alone. And then transparency and integrity are just as important. And this is not just for you and your organization alone, but for the entire value chain, right? So suppliers, vendors, partners, whoever you work with in your businesses, they all need to be able to understand that transparency and integrity is important. If that doesn't happen, then no matter what your best efforts of sustainability or sustainable branding, you will get caught out. How many of you here remember early this year an issue with Sports SG and some running shoes? Anyone remember that case? Anyone at all? Okay, well, Sports SG had this big campaign, Sports Singapore, where it partnered chemical company Dow to say that they were going to have some recycled shoes. So they sourced them out from people here, took those shoes, touched them up, and then we're going to give them to people who couldn't afford those shoes, right? And then a few months later, Reuters did an expose in February this year, which said that they actually placed a tracker in those shoes, and they found that those shoes were being sold in a night market in Jakarta, right? So what does that tell you? It was because that the partner that Sport SG and Dow was working with was not transparent or didn't have integrity in place in terms of making sure that the product source, the shoe source, were going to its rightful intended recipients. The whole strategy backfired. And where they went out and started out to do good, both Sport SG and Dow, instead they were fighting fires because of that, right? It became a crisis situation for them. They took a reputational hit, right? So that must tell you that transparency and integrity is important, not just for you, but for the entire value chain, everyone you work with. And last but not least, engagements and partnerships. Now, the example I just gave for this actually shows that engagements and partnerships can be a double-edged sword. It could work both ways. It could be good for you. If you don't check it right and it's not done well, it can also work counterproductively for you as well. But I think what's important is that to understand that you need to engage your stakeholders, you need to engage all your people in your supply chain that you work with to talk about your vision for sustainability. They must be able to say, look, I can or cannot support you in this vision, right? And that's an honest conversation that everyone must have, because it's not an, you can hear me, right? It's not an area that you can say that, you know, if you go forge on your own and your vendors are still sticking to older principles or values and that will work. No, it won't. You'll get caught out, and I'll show you some examples as to why that's the case. Now, everyone recognize these brands, right? How do you think they fare in terms of sustainable branding? Anybody at all? I notice it's a very quiet crowd today, but I know it's still very early in the morning. But anyone? I don't have any freebies to give away. I don't have Taylor Swift tickets or anything like that. But if anyone wants to answer, I'm sure there's good coffee after this outside there. Anyone at all? How do you think they fare? How many of you think all of these 9 companies here are sustainable brands? Anyone? Any guesses which ones are sustainable brands? H&M and Unilever, right, okay. Anyone else? Okay, how many are going to say that, well, firstly, anyone here from any of these companies at all in this room? Just to check. How many are going to say that any of these brands are not sustainable, or that you think that from your own perception and your own understanding that they are unsustainable or they engage in unsustainable practices? Anyone? McDonald's? Okay, thanks for your responses. What's interesting in this list, and I carefully curated this list of brands, is because all of these organizations have engaged in sustainable branding, or at least have marketed or invested a lot of money in their communications and PR to try and convince people that they are a sustainable brand, right? Some of them have worked well, and I'll tell you which ones have worked well. Unilever has worked well, Adidas has worked well, and Levi's has worked well, right? And Levi's and Adidas is quite rare because usually fashion companies and garment companies are deemed to be very unsustainable practices because also of the S in the ESG framework, the social part, where a lot of the labor that goes into manufacturing is often, done in a unethical manner, as people will say. The rest of these organizations have all invested as well in sustainable branding, but at some point in time in their sustainable brand journey, they've all been caught out, all face a PR or communications crisis, some more than the other. And that's because of the few things we spoke about earlier, which is that they weren't very transparent or had integrity in their value chain. They valued profit over purpose. They probably didn't have a very honest conversations in engaging their stakeholders. And they also didn't have a very carefully articulated roadmap. Now, let me tell you what these are. Okay, so McDonald's, 2015, I think, or was it 2019, decided to do away with straws altogether, right? Decided to do away with plastic straws. So you remember, McDonald's used to have those yellow, red striped plastic straws, right? So they did that away, and then decided to do with paper straws, okay? So, and then they invested in this huge PR campaign to say, oh, look, McDonald's is so sustainable. We are going to get rid of straws because, plastic straws are what moves the needle, in environmental practices and things like that, right? I said that with a tinge of sarcasm, by the way. But what actually happened was that they didn't realize, or actually they didn't think too much about it. They just thought about it more from a PR point of view and like, no, we're going to go out and do, milk this for what it's worth. But people started questioning them, and environmental activists and groups started questioning them as to why their paper straws were not recyclable, right? And then McDonald's said, okay, fine, let's look at those lids which you can sip from, those sip lids, I don't know what you call them, right? But those are also made of plastic. In fact, they have more plastic than straws do, right? So McDonald's initial strategy to want to go and go out there and portray itself as a sustainable brand failed because the consumers who are discerning, and there's a lot of literature on this out there as well. Today, consumers who bother to find out more are going to very quickly, at the click of a finger on a Google search, know that McDonald's is not a sustainable brand. It's very clear that their alternatives to plastic straws didn't work. In fact, they were just as bad or worse than the plastic straws themselves. The other example is H&M, right? So Starbucks had a similar straw example as well, where Starbucks did away with straws, similar thing as well. They face a similar issue with plastic in terms of the lead, in terms of the lids. H&M another issue as well. So H&M started this, I can't remember what it's called now, but it's I think it was called conservative clothing or something like that. It's a brand of clothes that they started out in 2017. Initially went out full force on their PR and marketing to say, look, this is game-changing. H&M is a sustainable brand, a sustainable company. But soon, people realized actually that was not true, that the clothes they were using, although they said it was sustainable, it was not recyclable. It was not made from material that was environmentally friendly. So there was a lot. In fact, the Norwegian Customs Authority took H&M to task on this, and they were given stiff penalties on this as well because they felt that the marketing plan or the marketing slogan that H&M went out with was misleading, was inaccurate, and it was untruthful. So the consumer watchdog, the Norwegian consumer watchdog, took them to task on that. Now, what that tells you is that often people say things like greenwash, or things like sustainability, things like environmentally friendly. You see a lot of brands, very eager to convince people that they are these things, putting these very loaded terms into their slogans and in their media statements. But what does that tell you? It tells you that there's no one standard universal decision or universal definition for what is sustainable or what is environmentally friendly. For H&M, they thought that, okay, I'm dumping my very, very extremely unfriendly practices and sourcing and moving closer down towards this path, right? And that they thought that's a good move, right? It's progress in the right direction. But they shouldn't have gone out and said that, look, we are an environment friendly company or we are a sustainable brand and things like that, because people will catch you up. People will say, hang on, no, you're not. You're still a long way from that vision or that what you are saying you are, right? So you're still a long way from that target. Now, in all of this, perhaps the biggest culprit, perhaps the most well-known case is Volkswagen. Everyone knows about the Volkswagen case? Or anyone doesn't know about that, rather? So in 2015, Volkswagen was taken to task because they were found to have defect devices installed in their cars, which allowed them to cheat emissions tests. So cars, especially in Europe, if you are a car manufacturer, you have to undergo stringent emissions tests. And Volkswagen was telling everyone that, look, our cars are more sustainable, more environmentally friendly, we have done this, this, and this. We've installed this kind of new devices and new technology in it. But in fact, the devices and technology they were using were found to be just as polluting, and worse still, they even cheated on the tests. They even installed defect devices in their vehicles, which then, when put through the test, showed that they were less polluting. But that was caught out eventually, and they were sued billions of dollars. There's still some cases, some lawsuits going on against Volkswagen on that, I think. So these are examples to tell you that sustainable brand is not just a PR gimmick. Don't just jump on the bandwagon because you think that it's the right thing to say, or you think it's the right thing to tell consumers, because you will get caught out. Now, these are just some examples. There are many, many more out there. But yeah, just wanted to illustrate some of them. So what I spoke to you before, what I shared with you before, the previous slide, is an example of greenwashing. And greenwashing actually means, very simple layman terms, means that when you invest more resources in the PR and the marketing of building a sustainable brand than actually being a sustainable brand. So you're just being, making or trying to convince everyone that you are a lot more sustainable than you are. So here's a short video I will share for everyone about greenwashing. And if you are looking at building a sustainable brand out there, what steps you should take or what are the pitfalls you should look out for, avoid greenwashing, because this could be a huge damage to your reputation. Could I have the video played, please? Thank you.
Sustainable, eco-conscious, made from recycled materials. Companies are using phrases like these more and more frequently today. Sales of consumer packaged goods advertising sustainability in North America rose by over 30% in just 5 years, reaching an estimated $268.9 billion in 2022. And more than 60% of consumers say they'd pay more for a product with sustainable packaging. But underneath the flashy buzzwords, companies can fall short of their eco-friendly promises. Environmental activists say an ongoing legal battle with H&M might highlight a big company's alleged greenwashing. That's when companies mislead consumers with promises of being more eco-friendly than they actually are. In 2022, a class action lawsuit claimed that the clothing retailer's Conscious Choice collection advertised itself as sustainable, but it was actually not made from sustainable and environmentally friendly materials. The case is still ongoing, and H&M says it's taking these allegations very seriously, is looking into them thoroughly, and that its sustainability work has never been about greenwashing. Here's how a lack of transparency with consumers, long timelines, and weak environmental goals can all be signals of greenwashing. Greenwashing is when a company or organization uses misleading advertising to market itself as more environmentally friendly than it really is. Sustainable ESG funds, or investments that consider environmental, social, and corporate governance factors, have exploded over the past decade, exceeding $350 billion in net assets in 2021.
It's becoming increasingly profitable for companies to be seen as being beneficial to the environment. Consumers are increasingly demanding sustainable products. Investors want to invest in companies that have lower carbon footprints.
So, why do people criticize greenwashing?
When you buy from a company that is engaging in greenwashing practices, you are encouraging that behavior to continue. Other companies will take note.
Some companies say their sustainability efforts are better than doing nothing. But critics would argue greenwashing involves weak goals, lack of transparency with consumers, and long timelines. Take one common corporate environmental promise: reducing carbon emissions. One way companies say they reduce their emissions is by purchasing carbon offsets. A carbon offset is an action or activity that balances the emission of carbon dioxide or other greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. It's a buyable, sellable, and tradable commodity. In theory, when a company buys a carbon offset, it finances an action that removes greenhouse gas emissions from the air, like planting trees or building renewable energy projects. This is supposed to balance the overall amount of carbon dioxide a company puts into the atmosphere.
Carbon offsets and carbon credits have become an incredibly controversial mechanism in the fight against climate change. And activists and environmentalists claim, and our reporting shows, many of these projects are generating credits, too many credits, and not really reducing or removing emissions that companies are paying for.
Critics say carbon offset goals are weak and that companies aren't transparent with consumers about how they'll achieve them. While companies can claim they're putting money towards carbon offsets, the offset's environmental impact isn't always clear to consumers. Plus, activists say companies have decades-long timelines to reach their goals. A company can promise to achieve zero emissions by 2050, but if it doesn't have intermediary goals, it's unclear when it will actually start reducing emissions. And time is essential for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. That's because the United Nations Paris Agreement calls for global emissions to be reduced by 45% by 2030, in order to keep global temperatures from rising by no more than 1.5 degrees Celsius. So who is policing greenwashing companies?
When a company does engage in greenwashing, the negative outcomes for them are quite limited. In the worst case, it might be a fine at this point.
In 2022, Goldman Sachs' asset management arm paid millions after violating SEC compliance rules with ESG fund marketing. Goldman neither admitted nor denied the SEC's allegations. But there's increased efforts by governments to start cracking down on greenwashing companies. In March, the European Union rolled out a series of proposals which would require companies to back up their products' environmental claims with scientific evidence. These claims would then need to be independently verified. This is part of a larger effort to make it easier for consumers to choose sustainable products. There are roughly 450 million people in the European Union. Regulations adopted there often lead to larger changes globally, since multinational companies prefer not to work with different sets of rules around the world. And there's movement in the US as well. The Federal Trade Commission is discussing rules that would regulate environmental marketing claims. It also wants to penalize companies for each time a product uses deceptive language. And the SEC is proposing new disclosure and naming requirements for ESG funds.
Thank you. So that tells you why greenwashing is a pitfall to avoid and how you can take some necessary but concrete steps to avoid ensuring that your sustainable branding efforts don't end up being labeled as greenwashing as well. We get the slides back up. Okay. So the question then remains, can companies do it alone? You've seen and we've spoken about how when companies go in with other partners and vendors, as I mentioned before, it could be a double-edged sword. It could work very well for you, or it could go absolutely horribly wrong as well. So what should you do? But the questions, I guess, and these are pertinent questions to ask yourself, is that if you truly want to be a sustainable brand, then can you take responsibility for all the upstream and downstream environmental, social impacts that are in your system? that some of which, or many of which rather, you have no control over. I mean, that example earlier about Sport Singapore and Dow with the shoes, it shows that if one of your vendors or your partners doesn't have the same intentions as you do, things can go absolutely wrong, and that's not within your control. Although you could exercise more due diligence, and you could do a lot more necessary checks to make sure that the person you're partnering, the organization you're partnering, is a legit one, it's a credible one, and one that has got similar values and principles that you do when it comes to sustainable branding. But still, a lot of it's beyond your own control. A lot of it's not in your hands, right? Then begs the question, should companies focus on partnerships and collaborations when it comes to sustainable branding? Or is it better to just do it on your own without engaging your ecosystem? I think it's important to note that today, collaboration itself, whether for sustainable branding or otherwise, is a lot more appealing, a lot more of an idea is attractive to business leaders. And there are many reasons for that. And there are many examples and indicators as well that show that. I mean, just look at something as simple as collaborative workspaces, for instance, right? Today, a lot of us, those of us who work in the office, a lot of us work in workspaces that look very, very different from where our parents worked or where earlier generations worked, which were really not very collaborative and designed for people to work individually and in silo. Or if you're working in a co-working space, I think that it's not just allowing collaboration within your team and your organization, but with different teams and across different organizations. So that is one example of how collaboration as an idea, as a concept, as a strategy, and a tactic for businesses today is a lot more appealing than it was before. And we cannot deny the fact that COVID has accelerated some of that, right? And here's a little indicator or quote from the World Economic Forum. And there's a lot of research out there that shows that very different collaborations have occurred during COVID, right? It's not just collaborative. So work environments have also become more collaborative, as I mentioned. People now have more desire and are more ready to work across different teams. Businesses are more collaborative as well because they realize that they can no longer target markets alone, or they can no longer solve solutions alone. But businesses and non-businesses are also more collaborative. Today, it's very common for a profit organization and a non-for-profit organization or a community organization to partner and to achieve desired objectives, because COVID has shown that the complex challenges out there are best addressed in collaboration and in partnership, because they're just too complex for a single entity to address on its own. So we have seen collaboration, the concept as idea, take on a lot more, including in businesses. So what does this mean for sustainability through collaboration? Before we get into that, I just want to lead you into another video on this, on why, this is a much shorter video, on why collaboration is important for sustainability. And then we'll discuss some of that as well. Thank you. Could someone play the video, please?
When it comes to delivering an effective sustainability strategy, no company can operate in isolation. And at EY, we believe an ecosystem approach is fundamental. In fact, moving from a business to a stakeholder ecosystem is critical, one that integrates policymakers and consumers, as well as peers, competitors, and supply chain partners. So we've brought together the sustainability leaders from two of the world's biggest consumer companies to discuss.
Hi, I'm Jim Doucette. I'm with EY. I'm the Global Consumer Sustainability Leader.
And I'm Nikki King with Unilever. I'm the Head of Sustainability for Unilever North America.
And I'm Pete Kramer. I'm a Chief Supply Officer and Chief Brewmaster for AB InBev.
Well, thanks very much for being here, Pete and Nikki. It's great to have you. I'd love to talk a bit about some of the things you're seeing in sustainability and your roles. And in some of the work we've been doing with clients, we've seen things like having CEO commitment, having a cross-functional dedication to sustainability, understand the agendas and some of the concerns that our colleagues in other areas of the organization will have. How have you seen in your organizations, how do you accelerate sustainability? I guess Pete, we'll start with you.
When we set out on our goal to be carbon neutral, we defined what it is that we need to do within our company to reduce our emissions down to zero. So there's a lot of conservation there. There's a lot of engineering and technology, various things, and we know how to do it. So it's just a matter of getting those things done. When you talk about net zero, it gets a little bit more difficult because it involves more than just our own company. It involves everybody around us. And as large as we are and as many countries as we do business in, it involves many, many suppliers.
We have over 5,400 suppliers. But what we did last year is we launched the Unilever Climate Promise, where we asked all of our suppliers to commit to robust climate change action. So we asked them to commit to reducing their carbon footprint in half by 2030. We asked them to report on their progress transparently and publicly, and we asked them to share their product level footprint data with us.
And Pete, as far as collaboration goes for ABI, then, how do you prioritize? I imagine you have the same kind of fun problem of having many, many companies that you work with.
We started with the largest first. I'll give you an example, Ball Corporation, experts in aluminum. And their view on their process is very good. And they're able to offer a lot of value on how we can reduce our impact and slowly work towards net zero. So the collaboration is critical to getting there. And when you start with the largest suppliers first, they have more reach. And then eventually that information reaches the rest of the suppliers because everybody's working together and everybody's learning from each other.
Let's talk a little bit about policymakers and consumers. How are they involved in the process, the things you're trying to achieve?
At Unilever, we take a full, holistic stakeholder engagement approach. And with policymakers, I'll give you one example with EPR. We think that EPR is going to be, or extended producer responsibility, is going to be important to creating the infrastructure needed so that we can meet our robust packaging goals. So we've been advocating for consistent EPR policies across the states.
But if you look at what's happened with electric vehicles over the last 10, 15 years, 15 years ago it was kind of a dream, but then what happened is a series of focused technology development as well as then kind of legislative nudges, both positive and potentially negative, but all that working together as well as in building the infrastructure for electric vehicles, for recharging stations. It's kind of made it a reality. If you look at, that's the policymaker part. Then the consumer part was kind of remarkable. If you look at the Super Bowl this year, right? Most of the car ads were about electric vehicles. So it's just a parallel we draw for our clients in plastic waste reduction, saying it can be done, but it takes working together, working with municipalities, and ultimately educating consumers. Because people love to hear a little bit about some of the things you have been working on about with policymakers and consumers.
Well, first of all, the example that you gave with electric vehicles, we benefit from that. Yes. So that collaboration makes its way over to our company because we have 250,000 trucks on the road all over the globe when you look. And any technology that is developed in that field, we get the direct impact and benefit from that. So that's a kind of collaboration that really helps us out.
There were some very key takeaways from there, which have recapped some of the things we've discussed this morning, but also will put into context some of the things that we're about to discuss this morning. And a few things that I will take key takeaways from me. I'm not sure what they are for you, but whether you agree with me on this from that video. One is the importance for stakeholder engagement, and look at stakeholder engagement as a very wide and very careful exercise. That who are your stakeholders? Consumers, vendors, government, policymakers, industry associations, watchdogs, whoever they are, mapping them out and then understanding what is their skin in the game for this. Whether are they going to be supportive of you? How can you get them to be supportive of you in your vision? The second part, and which is what they addressed early on in the video, was that if it's a very personal journey for a company or organization to talk about sustainability, then yes, maybe the company can go alone. But when you're talking about a very wide and grand vision like net zero, for instance, that's when your entire value chain and supply chain has got to go net zero and has to play ball as well, right? So that's very, very important. So I think those two things were key takeaways for me from that point. And the other third thing as well is that how policymakers and nonprofits can also be involved. Quite often brands as they engage on sustainability or many other initiatives, ignore policymakers and nonprofits as key stakeholders. And I think that's to their peril, because it's very important to understand what the policymakers want and looking to achieve, and how you can get them on your side and use them as very useful resources to ensure that you get to achieve your vision, but also the nonprofits as well. So we now talked a bit about collaboration and why in certain contexts collaboration does matter. But what are the benefits of collaboration? I think it's important to still talk about some of the key top-line benefits that a company or organization can get from collaboration. One of which is new markets. By collaborating, you do access new markets, you do access new customer segments, right? I mean, one example that comes by is last week I was walking past a Skechers shop, Skechers shoes, right? And I love wearing those because they're very comfortable. And then I was walking past the storefront at the Jewel at Changi Airport, and I saw a couple of very attractive Skechers sneakers, quite unlike your usual very plain-looking Skechers shoes that you see. And what was interesting for me was that they're very colorful. So it caught my eye, and I went and looked, and I saw that Skechers had done a collaboration with DC Comics. So there were Skechers limited edition shoes with Batman, Superman, and a bunch of other superheroes as well on there. And this is great because Skechers was trying to get into a new, expand its market reach and attract a new, younger, more hip market segment, which probably wouldn't wear very plain-looking Skechers shoes otherwise, right? And it was trying to break into the sneaker market, which is a very attractive and profitable market. Second is, of course, innovation. When you collaborate, just the economies of scale coming together brings together better impetus and gives you more resources for innovation. So a lot of companies have done that, where they come together and they innovate. A lot of companies also ignore innovation or ignore collaboration when it comes to innovation. So quite often people tend to innovate and go alone on their own. That works sometimes, but sometimes it's just good to also look around the room and say, can I collaborate with so-and-so, because it will make sure that my innovation achieves the purpose. And I just want to draw your case, your attention to this case. So I'm not sure how many of you have ever seen this Amazon shoes. So Amazon, some time ago, decided to launch their own shoe brand. So it's called the Amazon shoe, which was very, very similar to another brand of shoes called the Allbirds. And Allbirds is a very sustainable shoes. For those of you who are into sneakers and shoes, as I am, you would know that Allbirds is a very well-known sustainable brand in shoes, right? So they decided to do this on their own, and they got major flack from consumers. And this is funny because this is an open letter written by the Allbirds co-founder to Amazon, to Jeff Bezos, in fact, to say, look, you should have collaborated with us. And our technology, our sustainable technology is open source. It's for you to use. You didn't use it, right? But please do use. And I thought I would bold the last line because that was hilarious for me. And it was very tongue-in-cheek. It says, please steal our approach to sustainability because it's already out there for you to use. So sometimes when we do innovation, we think we should do it on our own because we want to be overzealous about protecting our brand identity and, in terms of like making sure this is our IP. But there are examples and there are times when you should just look at collaboration as a more effective strategy and way in which to consider innovation. And the third part, of course, is peer support. I mean, it's a good check and balance. When you work with other partners, they are a good check and balance for you in terms of whether or not you are on the right path of sustainability or have you wavered as well, right? So that's just as important. 3 more benefits from my own perspective as to why collaborations or sustainable branding. Of course, expertise. Today, not all organizations have the right expertise when it comes to sustainability. I mean, sustainability is a science, as it is. Many different parts of it, right? Whether it's carbon emissions or whether it's packaging, they all come with very, very different science and technologies to it. Not everyone has expertise to do that. So collaboration plug that expertise gap, right? So it makes sense for you as an organization rather to go and build an entire sustainability team, which maybe plug and play at times, but sometimes it's just good to see the partner in the room you could collaborate. And these could be non as well, who you could reach out to and say, look, I'm looking at this as my, sustainability strategy. What do you think? Is this something that you can help me with, right? And that could work just as well. So expertise is one key benefit you get from collaboration. Of course, resources as well, where you pool resources to complement capabilities. So if you are a sustainable fashion brand, H&M per se, but you obviously do not have the expertise or the resources to go and check how the different material is sourced in, say, somewhere in South America, for instance, right? Who could you partner with so that you have those resources on the ground in South America or on the ground in Bangladesh to make sure that your garments are being manufactured in a sustainable, ethical manner? And then third, and for me, this is the biggest part, is diversity. What collaboration does for sustainability is to firstly provide a check and balance system. Secondly, it is also, it gives you more diverse voices and thoughts, and that never hurts, it helps you avoid groupthink. But what's also important is that diversity adds, as I mentioned, different views, right? So you avoid groupthink. You get ideas about usage, right? So quite often people come up with sustainable products, not understanding whether it's relevant, it's user-friendly, or what are the benefits versus the cost of coming up with this product, right? So let me give you an example here. Oops. Okay, let it come all right. But anyway, what's wrong with this picture? Is there anything wrong with this picture? Besides the plastic bottle, of course. Now this for me is a bugbear, and this is my personal story, because many outlets or many F&B outlets or many places are going straw-free, right? So that's great, right? Because every effort, every initiative makes a difference. But what happens when you get a bearded man like that trying to drink a glass of iced Milo or a glass of bandung without a straw? It's not going to be very pretty. So as a result, somebody like me, for instance, who goes to an F&B outlet like that, well-meaning, right? It's not relevant at all. It doesn't suit me. So it's not user-friendly, right? So a lot of sustainable practices sometimes don't have the end users in mind. And that brings to my next point, which is DEI. I do believe that, I'm assuming everyone in the room knows what DEI is, diversity, equity, and inclusion, right? So today I do think that sustainability and DEI have to be a lot more, there needs to be a lot more synergy between the two business concepts. There has to be, for it to be truly sustainable, for your sustainable brand to be truly applicable, it must be able to be used, and must be relevant, and must apply to as wide a consumer base as possible. Otherwise, it doesn't work, right? I mean, the whole idea of sustainability is that the more people use your products over other products that are unsustainable, the more you achieve your end goal or your vision of a better environment and society. So for that to happen, you must make sure that your products are applicable or user-friendly or relevant to as many people as possible, right? So one example here, let me crudely think of some examples, and I do apologize if this doesn't strike a chord with people. A lot of repackaging sustainability talks about, or packaging, recycled packaging rather, talks about, bringing together materials from different sources and recycling them and packaging them for, things from like water bottles to food packaging, to utensils when you eat. Now, because there's no traceability as to where those materials were sourced from, or what kind of materials went to them, there are certain religious groups, for instance, who will not want to use those materials because you just don't know what materials have gone into it, right? So, and this is a whole discussion now in sustainable branding and in food packaging. Are recycled food packaging, for instance, halal friendly, right? Or do they apply to, some religious groups or some groups which, have particular dietary restrictions? I mean, I know we are going to very niche areas, but the point that I'm trying to make is that if you don't look at diversity and inclusion as part of your broader sustainability brand, you risk alienating a lot of people, right? And imagine if you're doing food packaging to a Middle Eastern country and you don't have traceability there, you cannot guarantee that, what that packaging is being used for has come from sources that they're comfortable with. I think you risk, losing our entire market, right? So I do think it's that time where diversity and inclusion are and should be key determinants of someone's sustainability strategy. And that, for me, is best done through collaboration. Because it's through collaboration that you really include as much voices in to your sustainability strategy. It's through collaboration that you have wider tentacles that you can reach out to a lot of places where you may not have a reach, and you include as much resources and expertise into your sustainability strategy, as well as having a good partner who's also an adequate check and balance. I will stop there because my time is up, but I will now take you for questions. I suppose Harjit will read out some questions to us.
Can we give Melmander a big round of applause, please? Melmander, just stay with us for a brief moment.
Sure.
And we'd like to thank you for your questions, ladies and gentlemen. A few of them are true. Melmander, if we can just draw your attention to the comfort monitors. These are some of the questions that came in. In a competitive market, how would companies ensure that their collaborative efforts for sustainability are both unique and impactful?
I would say this brings us to some of the discussions we're having this morning, and one of it is really about having a long-term roadmap. I think if you have a long-term roadmap which integrates sustainability into your organization, then you know you're on the right path, right? And you know you have good partners, you have good collaborators, you have an entire value chain that supports you. Then the only thing left is to really then invest, once you know it works, and once you know that it is truly and authentically sustainable brand, then it's about marketing and creating that awareness about it to consumers, which should be second. Quite often in a lot of the brands, and that's where the greenwashing comes in, is that they put marketing and awareness before actually integrating sustainability into their operations. It should be the other way around. That's what I feel.
And could you share insights into the future of sustainable branding and how partnerships will continue to play a pivotal role in empowering growth for brands? Something you also covered in your presentation, I guess.
Exactly. And I think we spoke quite a bit about it this morning, and I gave examples, for instance, about Skechers and DC, for instance. There are many such things. I mean, after the recent Barbie craze, for instance, the Barbie film craze, every retail brand out there was doing some kind of Barbie collaboration. This year's 100 Years of Disney, for instance, the number of retail brands out there, fashion brands, and whatever not, doing collaborations with Disney is a very long, extensive list. But what that tells you is that there's always a market opportunity for a new market that can be accessed through collaboration and partnership. And there are many examples for this. I think it's a win-win, if you ask me.
Something that just came in, challenges brands would face maintaining or enhancing their sustainability initiatives over time. We did cover the one for H&M and also some other brands as well.
Yeah. Well, this is an important question and also a tricky one, I think, because I think the proof in the pudding is whether it stands the test of time. A lot of people, as I mentioned, a lot of companies jump the gun and then go in and say, oh, look, I've got this great sustainable idea, product or service, but it doesn't test, it doesn't last the time as is. And there are a few variables here. One is that because sustainable technologies keep on shifting, and it's great, innovation, we keep getting new sustainable technologies. So you have to make sure you keep up with that. Innovation has got to be key. Secondly is your collaboration has got to be key so that you always have good partners. And third is that you've got to make sure the entire value chain remains true to the cause throughout your journey. If someone does fall off the radar or someone just fall off along the line, then your entire sustainability plan collapses.
With that, will there be any questions from the floor from anyone sitting in the column in front of me or opposite where I am? If not, it gives me great pleasure to thank Melmanjit Singh, Chief Operating Officer for Asia Pacific for SpiceSide Group. May we please invite Tan Sri Dr. Fong to present a token of our appreciation, a memento to Mr. Singh, please. BGM from our good friends, please.
Thank you, Tan Sri.
Well, our first keynote sharing for today, Melmanjit Singh. Thank you very much, sir. Always great to see you. And thank you, Tan Sri.
Yes.
Coming up next, we have ESG and Sustainability in Asia, presented by Joey Tan, Head of Sustainability for ASEAN from Amazon Web Services Singapore. It's from the environmental, social, and governance and sustainability has become increasingly important topics in Asia. Many businesses and organizations in the region are recognizing the significance of integrating ESG principles and sustainability in their operations. In this session, Dr. Joey Tan will be sharing effective strategies for engaging with clients in their transition towards low-carbon economy. Join me in giving Dr. Joey Tan a big warm welcome, please. Dr. Tan.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. So to kick off this session, I really enjoyed the previous speakers talking about branding and sustainability. What I'm going to do in the next 30 minutes or so is to bring you through a journey of some of the research that we did together with our partners in Temasek, Bain Consulting. We launched this research last year. It was finally done somewhere in June, where we look at when we look at the 10 economies in Southeast Asia, the ASEAN Association, and figure out where are the opportunities, where are the challenges, and what are the government doing about some of the initiatives when it comes to sustainability. So to kick it off, I'm sure this is nothing new to all of you. When we talk about sustainability, a lot of focus really is on the environmental aspects of it. We tend to de-minimize the social and the governance. So today's conversation, I'm going to have a spill of both, and I'll walk you through it. So when it comes to talking about sustainability, it all started because of the Paris Agreement, I would say, where about 195, 196 countries signed up the agreement during COP15. And that kind of agreement gets translated usually in this part of the world into legislation. So as I'm going to walk through some of my conversation, I really hope if you have questions around decarbonization, water, social responsibility, so circular economy, I'd love to talk about it. I myself works for Amazon, as also part of Amazon Web Services. When I was hired about 3 years ago, because of COVID, I came back from China into Singapore. They put me in charge of what we call the Pan-Amazon expansion. So as I network with my customers in the region, from the Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysians, one of the recurring themes that keep coming up is we need to think about the intergeneration wealth protection of our family businesses. So for those large conglomerates, it used to be talking about things like forestry, telcos, energy, media rights. But over time, you realize that the families themselves, the large businesses in this part of the world, begin to realize that they can't ignore the environment. Not only because environmental issues is going to spread across generations, it's also becoming a very critical business factors for this part of the world. Which is why when we look at the report later on, I'll share with you, some of the consideration that's going on. So as those families talk about protecting the environment, a few things comes to mind. First, decarbonization. As businesses across the world start to decarbonize, they will need to understand or investigate what are the best pathways towards net zero. And as they decarbonize itself, they will be also looking at sourcing for credible carbon projects or nature-based solutions in this part of the world, Southeast Asia. And as a result of that, this becomes a very business driving force for the businesses to look into this area. The minimize of water usage is underrated. A lot of time, people do not realize that how important water resources is. the access to potable water is decreasing, and that's going to impact not just the survival of the populations, but it also have a huge business impact when it comes to industries such as semiconductors, as well as manufacturing. When we look at social responsibilities, we talked about branding just now, we need to understand that social responsibility is not also primarily driven by the need for inclusiveness, which is very important, but we also believe that the change of the demographic in our region, in Southeast Asia, is going to drive the business thinking around how do I get more out of the way we are conducting our business in a sustainable and social inclusive way. Last but not least, circular economy. There has been a lot of focus on plastics, exporting of electronic waste across the world into this part of the region. But as we look at the whole circular economy, it has a different spill to it. Where are the government interventions? How do we go about ensuring that it is a sustainable circular economy approach rather than just a CSR? So with that in mind, I'm going to walk through some of the questions that we've been asking ourselves. As we explore the whole area behind sustainability for us as a company, everybody agrees, or to some extent, most scientists agree that we need to keep our temperature below 1.5. But recent research has shown that we are not going to meet that target, very likely not meeting that target. In fact, we are looking at simulations around 2 degrees to 2.5 degrees, and that has a huge impact for us in Southeast Asia. Primarily, we all know for the next 50 years, the Jakarta, Indonesian capital city is going to be submerged. Hence, they are moving their capital. There are going to be forestry impact as well as sustainable fishing impact in this part of the world. So we only have a small window of opportunity to act upon this, not driven primarily just by government intervention and natural disasters, but also we are beginning to see huge attention across the world looking at Southeast Asia for credible carbon sources as well as nature investment. So a quick look at Southeast Asia. In the year 2022, when we started off this research, we have seen a rising of commitments to look at target reduction. About 33% of the target reduction there's a target of about 33% to look at 2030, where we are reducing about 2.4 gigatons of CO2. And to do so, it requires a huge amount of investment in this region. Now, the investment has kind of tapered off during the COVID season, but very encouragingly, we are still looking at about $1.5 trillion of investment coming to this region to assist the businesses and the government meeting their 2030 cumulative reduction target. Now, Southeast Asia, as I say, is a developing country. Having access to consistent energy supply is important to the development of the economy. So before we even talk about green energy, there is already a challenge of making sure everyone has electricity access, or access to electricity. So having said so, Southeast Asia is a key global contributor to the greenhouse emission, unfortunately. By far, we are the world's 4th largest energy consumer, of which almost, I would say 80% is derived from fossil fuel. So that itself is a big problem if we do not address the economy of Southeast Asia towards the pathway of sustainability. We are not going to be able to solve the bigger problem out there. Having said so, what's encouraging is that out of the 10 countries we have in ASEAN, 8 out of 10 of these countries has the potential to do the right thing, to ensure that they meet their electrical demand for their populations. And today we have Malaysia, Vietnam, and a total of 4 countries who are looking to export electricity generated out of renewable sources. So as a unique region, this is nothing new to most of us here. We are a population of about 600 over million, of which 380 million residents or citizens are under the age of 35. It's a huge ballooning middle class. Given such a large labor forces, the potential for growth and investments is huge, which also means the potential for disruption to the environment is huge as well, if we do not do the right thing. So by the year 2030, almost 50% of this population will be joining the labor forces. Now, ensuring that we do the right thing for the next generations It is important, therefore, to take a step back and look at how are we looking at investing, plugging Asian economy into the global economy. So today, if we look at natural resources, world top 3 resources, world top 3 largest reserves for nickel, tin, and rare elements are actually in Southeast Asia. And if you look at it, the whole ecosystem of PVs, of renewable energy sources, or biofeeds for SAF, Sustainable Asian Fuels, is also taking flights in Southeast Asia. So with that in mind, we are beginning to see targets being translated. So 8 out of 10 governments in Southeast Asia do have a net zero carbon neutrality commitment. And in doing so, we are also seeing a huge increase of 4 times the number of companies committing to SBTi targets, and a total investment of $5.2 billion. Now, all this coming to play in 2022/23, we are beginning to see a considered ecosystem approach of various stakeholders coming together to address the challenge of the next 10 to 20 years. Now, while we are looking at hitting our target on NDCs, National Determined Contributions, there's a couple of things I believe that we can do at the national level. In fact, as part of a business entity operating in ASEAN, we've been working closely with the government agencies to develop holistic industry and national plans. Because when it comes to sustainability, the whole value chain matters. It's not just about you doing good, it also requires the right balance of supply and demands in terms of green energy sources, including the expectation of the businesses itself. So to look into it, I would like to maybe sum up this very nice, and I'm sorry, it's a very wordy table. In fact, I would love to distribute this report to all of you. It's free to download. When we look at the scorecard across the whole 10 countries, a few interesting things came to mind. Firstly, in terms of the carbon taxes, there are 2 prevalent systems in the world today. Either you issue a flat carbon taxes, which is the approach that Singapore government is doing, or you go model after the European Union using ETS, emission trading system. So overall, we are seeing that there are at least 4 countries out there who are exploring various kinds of carbon taxes. All right, so firstly, Indonesia are looking at carbon tax for coal-powered generation. Unfortunately, it was delayed because of their need to supply energy to their huge population. The second part of which is Malaysia, who are currently looking at exploring a carbon tax or ETS system. And of course, last but not least, we also have Thailand, who already have an ETS exchange has been launched, and they're also looking at carbon taxes. Now, when we look at the way these things evolve over time, once the government committed to a United Nations agreement, like a Paris Agreement, it gets translated into legislation. In order for this to permeate across the whole society industry, it's a fine balancing act. Choosing the right industry that has the most impact, at the same time, looking at how do we not create a competitive disadvantage by being the first mover. So in those perspectives, you realize that for all the 10 markets out there, we are seeing at least 4 of these key countries, economies, are seriously exploring the ways to help themselves elevate the business capabilities and advantages of their SMEs and businesses as they export into mature economies like the Japan, the Australian, the European Unions. And in doing so, the most effective way by far that we've seen is to ensure everybody starts to care about it. Let me take a case in point, which is Singapore. We just concluded a private consultation with the government on September 30th, right? The consultation was for a likely policy shift towards compulsory emission reporting by the financial year 2027 for all companies with revenue above 1 billion Singapore dollars. And by 2029 for companies above 100 million Singapore dollars. Now what this means is that as we are looking at solving a 2030 problem, you can't wait till the very last moment. There are legislation that's been planned within the construct of the government policies to look at how can we bring everyone on the same baseline. The moment you start to have laws being passed, you will then be expected to report, and once you report, you'll get taxed, and if you don't do anything to reduce your carbon footprint, your cost of business will have gone up as well. So with green investment commitment increasing since 2022, what we are seeing here is that there's about $35 billion committed by EU, US, Japan over the next 3 to 5 years into countries like Indonesia and Vietnam. These are the largest countries that are very plugged into the renewable energy sources as well as nature-based solutions. And we are also seeing the 4 times number of SBTI commitments today. So notable companies that we are familiar with include Wilmar in the oil palm industry, CapitaLand, who owns property REITs, as well as SCBs and a few others out there. Now, the intention that we brought this up was to illustrate that not all things are created equal, and not all government move at the same speed. As we explore the decarbonization maturity level, to the point made earlier by the speakers just now, we believe that most of the companies that we engage today happens to be in the aware and proficient state. They see ESG sustainability not as impediments or business drivers. They see it as a marketing function to get plugged in, to get brand awareness, to get everyone understanding where they stand. Having said that, it doesn't have any scientific robustness to the way they are looking at decarbonization. So with SBTI commitments, we are beginning to see more and more companies, especially those who are listed in the stock exchanges, the 16 stock exchanges in Asia Pacific, moving towards a public commitment to SBTI. 2 of the key industries that we've seen progressing so far in this approach will be the telcos as well as the financial sectors. These 2 industries are taking the lead, at least in Asia Pac, to look at SBTI commitments, and I would say that they are taking a very progressive steps towards it. So for example, telcos, because some of the telcos are part of the GSMA Association, which has their own targets for decarbonization. And for the banks especially, right, a lot of them has committed to decarbonizing their portfolio. So most of the banks that you speak to, you realize that 99% of their scope 3 come from their portfolio investments. So banks are also taking the steps in that direction. So to kind of sum up, why do companies care about sustainability? Firstly, regulatory compliance. I mean, this is beyond the fact that we need to do good for the environment. There's demand from the consumers, from the brand equity point of view. But most importantly, we realize that most of the company here cares about it because of the policy headwind that's coming their way. Business strategy-wise, because in part, ASEAN itself is a very interesting market. While we are growing very quickly, we are still primarily an export-based economy. As we export to the European Union, if you look at the ETS trading values today, a ton of carbon in ETS in EU is about $80 here, if I'm not wrong. So imagine if you are not decarbonizing, you will lose out in terms of competition to, let's say, an Australian company or a Japanese company who are a little bit ahead in terms of decarbonization, and therefore, when they sell into the European market, they will have a huge advantage. So we're beginning to see businesses caring about this because as we export to the mature market, including the CBAM in Europe, they need to look at how do I measure and then how do I decarbonize. Here's a desktop research that I did, may no longer be accurate, but as a quick view on where are the regulatory compliance headwind, we are seeing that at least in all the markets that is operating in Asia Pacific today, majority of them has taken a step to look at mandatory reporting in the next 1 to 3 years. And as that happens, it also means to say that everyone needs to understand where are their position, how are they taking the approach to decarbonization. There's companies who are saying, I'm rich enough, I'm cash rich, what I'm going to do is that I'm just going to buy tons of credit. That might work in the short term when credits are still cheap, but we are seeing a diminishing source of supplies for credible credit. In fact, we are seeing a lot of European companies coming to Asia Pacific looking for credit. Having said so, there's not enough supply out there. So over time, the cost of credit is going to increase tremendously. What's more interesting is that beyond the regulatory ESG reporting that all the stock exchanges are figuring out, there's 2 challenges in this play, so to speak. There's a lack of credible, unified source of ESG data, especially investment-grade data. So today, if you are looking to invest in a company, you would like to assess their climate risk in context of the activities they are doing. And that itself translates to business risk, right? Because if they are not doing the right thing, operating in a market that get legislated later, it's going to increase your cost of business. So there's a fight out there, I would say, between different stakeholders. We are seeing huge investment by London Stock Exchange coming to our Asia Pacific Exchange to build linkages where they are looking to share data across different boundaries. We're also seeing traditional companies like Bloomberg, right, with their BNEF, setting up huge amount of credible data sources, working with SASB, for example, to look at maturity databases, to try to figure out where are the right standards to assess the maturity of an ESG company, especially when it comes to investment. And with that, we also are seeing sovereignty fund, like GICs in Singapore. They published a paper recently about how they have structured an ESG finance framework to assess the various transitional risks of their investment portfolio. So with a lack of data, it also creates opportunities as exchanges are now looking to figure out what's the best way for us to work together. And we are beginning to see that being taken a step further with the central bank stepping in. So for example, MAS, they love to do stress testing, right? Most central bank does stress testing once a year. So in December last year, MAS, besides doing the regular financial system stress testing on interest rate and all, they also put out a proposal to stress test on climate changes. So imagine if the temperature was to increase by 0.5 degrees in the next 5 years, what does it mean for my businesses and their loans and their area operations? So TCFD, Task Force for Climate Disclosure, is becoming more and more mainstream. In fact, we are getting early signals from all the regulatory bodies that this is an area that they are likely to adopt in the next few years as well. Last but not least, the most challenging part of measurement and decarbonization is the ecosystem play, the scope 3 play. So today, because of the lack of framework, the lack of mutual common taxonomy, it is very challenging for us as a queen bee or captain of certain industry to say, get all my 30,000 suppliers to give me all the data. If I were to bite the bullet to go ahead, I do have a disadvantage compared to other people who hasn't done so yet. So moving together in pace, in tandem, with the right business acumen is very important, and it does matter as well, especially when the stock exchanges start to regulate this market. So that was a summary on Southeast Asia. I'm going to change tack and talk a little bit about Amazon. So this is a preview of what Amazon has today. So we have over 175 fulfillment centers, and most interestingly, it's about 1.9 million SMEs. You know, we are releasing our report this evening, so I won't go into too much details. But at the end of the day, what we're seeing here is that in order for us to be a responsible global citizen in decarbonization, all companies today need to figure out, what is my position here? I could either wait for the regulation to hit us and say, okay, now there's a law, there's a taxes, I got to do something about it, or I could start to bring everyone along. So as part of our approach, we are starting to look at how can we bring not just our customers, but also our suppliers along this journey. Which is why, together with Global Optimism, we launched the Climate Pledge. Today, there's over 400 signatories of the Climate Pledge. The intention of the Climate Pledge is to create a systematic, credible promises to the environment on how companies are looking at decarbonize 10 years ahead of the Paris Agreement by 2040. Notable signatory of the Climate Pledge include Microsoft, which has complex carbon footprint similar to Amazon as an e-commerce player. And in this part of the world, we do have people like Gojek, who has already signed on the Climate Pledge, and a few other companies as well. So the most simplistic, I wouldn't say simple, but the most effective pathway to decarbonization for most traditional or even brick-and-mortar businesses is to look at your energy sources. And there's a lack of sufficient energy sources, especially in highly contested markets like Korea, Thailand, right? So today we are investing about 400 plus renewable energy projects as of January 2023. And the idea here is that we will be supplying our data centers with 100% renewable by 2025. Right? That is a huge undertaking, given the fact that we have over 99 availability zone. For those who are not familiar, what is an availability zone? When AWS launched what we call a geographical region, of which there's 31 today that's in operation. We will have at least 3 availability zones or more, and each available zone could be 1 data center or up to, or 3 data centers, right? It could be northward of 1 to 3. So effectively, we have many data centers, and to get them to be 100% renewable, 5 years ahead of our schedule, which originally was 2030, is a huge undertaking. So that's how it's looking like, and imagine we are just maybe one of the many large players in this space, not just e-commerce, but also digital native players providing computing power in the cloud. So it's going to be challenging. Now, if I take a step back from this, this is the biggest problem that most e-commerce player has to deal with. We deliver about 50 million parcels a day in North America. And in order for us to be carbon neutral or net zero by 2040, last mile delivery is always our biggest challenge. So when it comes to last mile delivery, we are starting soon, or we already started, and we hope to get there by 2040 with with an investment of electrical vehicles charged using renewable energy. So to kind of sum up our journey, right, when we talk about government intervention, policy, headwind, the drivers, and moving in tandem so as not to have a first mover disadvantage, we need to figure out where do we go first, how do we start, what's the best way and most optimal way to go about it. And that starts with data. I'm not here to talk about technology stuff, but honestly, everything in this world is driven by data. In order for us to set an ambitious goal, why is it 2040 and not 2025 or 2050? We need to get a sense, is this achievable? Once you have the data and made an informed decision, then the question is which pathway is the most optimal? Do we invest huge amount of time and money right now, or do we wait 5 years later where the technology is more mature, where the PV is better, or biomass fuel is more available, right? So going through that process itself has to be a very informed decision, data-driven decision. And then last but not least, how do we bring all our suppliers along? This is a very busy site. I'm not going to go into details, but why I brought it up here was because as we share this journey with our customers and our suppliers, remember we have 1.9 million shops selling on Amazon.com today. The common challenge when you look at that is, how do I even get to know what my data is? Now, it used to be a question that people ask, is this something that I can solve with technology? And I will say the answer is no. Right? Technology is a given. Once you know where your data is coming from, how do I get data? Just get some IT guys and you'll sort it. The biggest problem that we face here is not just the technology aspects of integration. It's the human culture, it's the corporate culture to function. So often than not, we have huge companies coming to us and say, we love to do what Amazon is doing. Let's walk towards a pathway towards net zero. And by the time they turn around and go to their portfolio companies, their business division, there's always strong pushback. Right? The pushback comes from, why do I care about it? Is this just a marketing function? Is this just a regulatory compliance for your stock exchanges? They don't get it. Most people don't get it. And we are not helping the cause as practitioner because when we go to them, we talk about TCFD, SASB, IFRS, lots of acronyms that nobody understands. So in the end of the day, what we realize that as we look at challenging ourselves to get everyone together on the data, 2 things must make sense. Firstly, what is it in for me as a business? Why should I care about it? Yes, we all love the world. We don't like floods. We don't like thunderstorms. But beyond that, what does it mean for my bottom line today? Right? So how do we translate that environmental challenge into real business how do I translate my actual live usage of services into carbon or into GHG calculations? That's another part of the equation that needs. Keep ourselves current without overburdening ourselves with chasing after the standards. So these are some of the areas that we think about as we look at the problem of using data. So after using all this data in Amazon itself, we were able to do some interesting reduction, right? So as we are an e-commerce company, we're able to eliminate about 1 million tons of packaging, right? Just by understanding how are we packaging our last mile delivery, our items. Evaporative cooling and recycling of water, we aim to return more water to the community than the water we take in by the year 2030. Right? So water positive become very real. We're not talking about just getting right kind of energy for our systems, of our businesses, but also going to return more potable water to the environment. This is how things look like. This is not a pitch slide. What I want to show you here is that essentially in all businesses itself, you have to be in control of your data, understanding that strategy, how ESG data is as material as financial data, as your competition, as your product data, right? Building a sense on how that data plug into the various system that you have today, be your SAP, be your SCADA, your manufacturing process, your energy metering systems, and then finding the right set of partners out there. These partners are not IT partners only. Of course, there's IT partners. These partners include people who are able to give you an insight to your supply chain, especially looking at Scope 3. These are partners that includes giving you credible liquid credit sources, so you could hedge your credit risk when it comes to carbon credit. These partners could also include players that is helping let regulators consolidate certain insights, because those partners are important. They set the tone on what it is like, what is it going to be like for your market. So if I now take a step back and I want to share with you some use cases, before I do that, I'd like to talk about how important this data is. Most of the time when we talk about data, people's first impression is, okay, this guy's here to talk about IT. No, it's not. Secondly, data is not just about data within your organization. And when I say that, people say, okay, so it's about big data. Well, it's true, but not always. I think when it comes to ESG or environmental science, you don't have access to all kind of data out there. Hence, you need to partner. You need to look at where are the kind of data that you need. So if I take an FSI example, right? Today, if I want to do stress testing itself, I will require data on probability of default, PODs, FRMs, some of those matrices that I pull, and then I'll run a series of computer simulations to look at maybe option pricing or fluctuation of interest rate. What does it mean for my business risk, right? The same goes for environmental science, right? If you were to look at including ESG as part of your key business imperatives, you need to figure out what about the weather changes, right? From Earth Observatory, from your local scientific institutions, looking at what does it mean for your investment. So when I was talking to GIC about 3 or 4 months back, when they look at investment, one of their criteria for their investment, of course, is physical risk management. So if they were to invest in a resort that they realize in the next 40 years is likely going to be submerged because of global warming, that put a different spin to the investment. So today, the horizon of investment is no longer just about the term of your contract. I'm lending you money for the next 5 years, this is the interest rate, and this is your ability to repay me. They need to look at the long-term impact on environmental changes, climate changes that's going to affect the risk portfolio of that company that they're investing in. So an example that we did here, we used to run high-performance cluster northward of 1,000 CPU for banks to do option pricing simulations. We translated that into climate changes. So we are seeing lots of banking customers are coming to us and say, as an investment arm of the bank, I need to recommend projects to my high-value customers. I need to figure out where the next asset class that they should be looking at. So hence, they need to look at what are the various fluctuations of VCM, voluntary carbon market in the world. And more interestingly, a lot of bankers are also looking at risk, right? If I'm going to lend money out to certain companies, what are the risks that this, what are the risks that these companies is, profitability is going to be affected? Right, case in point is Saudi Arabia, right? In Saudi Arabia, there's a law that says from 12 to 4 p.m., no workers are supposed to work outdoor, because of the high temperature change. And just last week, Singapore government also makes similar suggestions that they are looking, when it says suggestion, that means it's coming as a law soon, right? That during very high temperature afternoon, outdoor workers are supposed to get a mandatory 5 minutes break from the outdoor. So that means you're reducing your productivity. Right? In the context of Southeast Asia, we have lots of agricultural plantation owner. One of the family I talked to owns about 600,000 hectares of oil palm, and they employ 30,000 workers. Now, if the temperature was to keep increasing and the stable temperature, average ranging temperature for the next 5 years is going to be higher by 0.5 degrees, there's a good chance that for human rights and doing the right thing, there's a good chance that they will have a decrease in productivity and hence increasing cost of business. So such simulations needs to be considered, and I would say it's just as complicated as option pricing. The other example I'd like to share with you is green trade financing and sustainabilities. We have seen about a 35% increase in terms of sustainability linked loan, SLL and SLP, in this region. In fact, SoGen has did a research and said that the market for sustainability linked product is increasing at a tremendous pace. So when we look at loaning out to companies and tying a KPI on environmental factors to the loan itself, right, this becomes a new market to reshuffle my loan books. So far, we have seen many banks jumping on the bandwagon saying that, okay, this is a new area. Company cares about sustainability because they are competing in market that tax them or give them a disadvantage if they don't do something about it. Now, as they go out to the market, they need to fund their transition to green energy. And I would say at least six countries, right, in Southeast Asia are proactively providing transitional loans or transitional facilities to the banks in order to offer it to their companies. So as we look at that, banks are issuing it as a new asset class to compete and to rebalance their loan books. And at the same time, the problem with that is that one of the banks in the Philippines told me that it took them approximately 3 weeks to access a single loan because of the lack of data. The lack of the data, not just from the company itself, but also from their suppliers. So this company is part of Project Greenprint, which is a MAS project, Monetary Authority of Singapore project. So what they do is that they work with United Nations, and they work with all the Queen Bee, as we call it, right, the top companies, captains of each of the industries, and say, hey, Mr. Company A, you have 40,000 suppliers. Could I work with you to measure the carbon, or work with you to get your supplier to submit their carbon data onto my registry for free? And once the SME or the supplier submit those information to this registry, it gets validated, accredited, and this SME can also use this data in this registry for their other businesses as well. So in doing so, they have accumulated about 170,000 SMEs in Southeast Asia today, and this number is likely going to grow. And with that, it actually helps the banks who are issuing loans to have another way or another source of acquiring ESG data. So small and medium enterprises will have a lower barrier to sustainability journey as they submit their ESG disclosure that's aligned to industry standard, because SME normally don't care until they are told to do so or if government gives them money to do so. Right? So for most of the SMEs that is on this platform is driven by their procurement, by their buyer, by their largest customers. So for the largest customers, which is the large corporates, what this company does is that they will go to them and offer them to help them trace their Scope 3 disclosure. As we know, Scope 3 is coming, at least in the next 5 years. We're expecting some of the regulated market, regulated industry to demand at least a 50% reduction of Scope 3. Right? And then financial institutions will then be able to use these systems to approve their loans or to validate some of their loans. And this augment together with all the other databases out there. Yeah, another example I'd like to share is Globe, right? Sometimes when we look at ESG, environmental, and I'm a corporate of this as well, I tend to think a lot more about climate, technology, climate science. And when I look at climate tech and climate science, it's because there is real business imperative to it. There's a cost to the operation if we don't do something about it. But what Globe has done is that it think of it in a different manner. So for Globe, in Philippines, it's a telco in Philippines, by the way. I'm sure most of you will know that. Philippines is hit by typhoon, and the frequency of typhoon and the velocity of the typhoon disaster has increased over the years. So what they wanted to do is that they want to have a solution to predict where typhoon is likely to hit and what is the correlation to the risk of network outages. Well, it sounds logical, right? If I know where the outages might be, I will be able to optimize my field engineers. I don't have to have so many people on standby rushing all over the place to resolve it. I can improve my turnaround time, my SLA of network availabilities, and it helps to create a business differentiator for me who is providing this service. So to do so, again, using satellite weather data, we do basic regressions, and we're able to test it on South Luzon sites. And the prediction is on a 5-day forecast, rolling forecast. And looking at where things are, they'll be able to do two things: optimize their field engineering resources, that's one. And the second approach that is that they also open this up to the subscriber. So it reduces their anxiety, right? Especially when there's a huge amount of foreign workers that's not in Philippines. If they couldn't contact their families back home, of course it's due to typhoon, but they need to know whether it's because of the cell tower outages as well. So that's really about it. That's some of the use cases. I can go on and on. There's many very different use cases, right? Some of the businesses that we talk about diversity, right? They say, I have a dwindling supply of worker. I need partners on my platform, especially in the gig economy. All right, I need to include the women, people with disabilities. I need to get them feel safe to use my services. So again, then how do we use data to understand where that is? And secondly, also, when we look at some other use cases, an example will be the carbon credit. So far, we have seen many businesses, many brands, to be honest, offering a B2C carbon credit. Hey, buy something from me, and I'll charge you $5 more, and you get to save the world, right, or save the earth. So there are always challenges in this space as well. So one of the examples that I'd like to share is Razer, right? So when Razer came to us last year, or the year before last, they were saying that, we want to do something for the environment. We are a manufacturer of electronic devices, right? Gaming keyboards and all that. And they sell about, I think, 200,000 different SKU on Amazon.com, right? So in order for them to create that whole effect for their gamers community, they asked us, what can we do together? Sorry, I didn't have this on the slide. I just kind of wanted to share the example here. So when Razer came to us, we were very curious. Why do Razer, a hardware company, cares about environmental product, carbon footprint and all that? Is it because of import taxes? Is it because of CBAM, in Europe? The answer is no. Turns out that their population of 20 million gamers, they have about 20 million gamers on their platform, cares a lot about environment. And gamers by far is one of the demographics that I don't think about when we talk about environmental science. But apparently I was wrong. So when the gamers demand more environmental sustainable product, they were trying to figure out how do we roll it out. So instead of just saying, okay, let me kind of measure your product carbon footprint for you and tell the gamers all about it, we decided to make it trustable and traceable. So we partner with Sembawang Go Net Zero, which is a Singapore Renewable Energy Corporation issuing their RECs. We tie back to Viera and Gold Standards as a carbon registry. We generate a blockchain for them based on that, so that when you buy a mouse from Razer, and we calculate that it's 8 kilograms of carbon, we are able to split that 1 ton carbon REC cert into 8 kilograms for you, give you a blockchain cert that tells you exactly where that credit goes to. That could increase the level of trust. At one point, they were thinking, should we make an NFT, make it fun so people can start playing around with it? But we decided not to go that far. But as a result of that, the take-up was huge. Now, you might say, okay, this sounds like a very technical solution. Anyone who knows blockchain, who can talk to Vera or Gold Standard, can buy REC, can do that. I would say that is absolutely true. What, however, under the covers is this, right? Because Amazon has a climate pledge. So on our website, we have what we call the climate pledge friendly product. People who are certified by UL, ecological certifications. We actually were able to capture all similar category product of that mouse, right? and then using that to create a model that gives them an accuracy of 85% carbon footprint, right? Based on your source of manufacturing, where does your plastic pellet comes from, assuming 10 years of life cycle usage before it goes into the rubbish dump, and all that footprint was calculated from cradle to grave, and we'll be able to achieve about 85% accuracy. Now, how do we know it's 85? Because we actually took apart one of the mouse, and we spent 6 months measuring every single component of the mouse on their carbon footprint. So that's how tedious it is today, right? When someone say, hey, buy this mouse, it's 8 kilograms of carbon. Wow, why 8 kilograms and not 6 or not 10, right? So a lot of science goes behind. So one of the things that we were able to help Razer was that we gave them the whole second level SKU of our electronic category product that has similar characteristics. So we know this transistor, this casing, this plastic pellet manufacturer, and we're able to help them build a calculator. So that's an example of what we do. Now, and with that, I would like to share with you this QR code. This is the Bain Consulting report that we commissioned that was launched in Ecosperity with Temasek at June this year. It's about 190 plus pages that talks about the various countries' green economies, where are the potentials, where are the investments. Feel free to download and have a read. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Joey. We encourage everyone to scan this QR code. We just finished one with Minister Indrani yesterday with a different availability report that we have. Very good. I like the blockchain segment with Razer. I guess we can all pay it forward somehow, and you also get rewarded. Joey, we've got a couple of questions that just came in. Let me just ask you the first one. If I can draw your attention to the comfort monitors in front is where we will be posing the questions as well, or maybe perhaps behind you. How do regional differences in Asia influence the approach to ESG and sustainability initiatives, and how can business navigate these variations effectively? So the one in the bottom.
Oh, okay.
The last one.
The last one.
Regional differences in Asia influence the approach to ESG and sustainability initiatives, and how can businesses navigate these variations effectively?
Okay, so, there are different approaches taken by different governments when they look at this problem, right? I mentioned some of the government has challenges because majority, or in fact part of their populations still doesn't have access to green energy, for example. So as a result of those, the policy intervention that appears after that is different. Let me take an example. Say, for example, Malaysia. Malaysia, they have this LCTF, right? Low Carbon Transition Facilities. What they do is that the government underwrites some of the risks for the bank to loan out to businesses who are investing in green energy. And they give them about a 50 basis point discount, right? That's undertaken up by the government. So they execute through the banks. And there's like 22 banks today in Malaysia who took that up and then push it out to the market and say, hey, lend money from me, I'll get some funding from the government. Now, that's one approach. The Singapore government approach, for example, right, is to say that I have many agencies, we all have a common narrative, we need to hit 2030, we don't have enough land in Singapore for renewable energy, so if you want to put solar panel, put it on your own rooftop, right? And that itself is good and bad. Having said so, the pivot of investment goes towards digitalization. What can you do to take this money, adopt technological solutions that help you measure effectively your supply chain? So Singapore government focus a lot on supply chain because we believe that if we can create a supply chain visibility on all your carbon footprint, it helps your businesses explain your scope 3 better to your buyer in Europe, you have a business advantage to the rest of the economy. So when we look at all these variation of initiative, if you may, right, the common narrative behind it is government are doing whatever necessary to move the needle towards 2030 or their NDC, whichever their NDC is. At the same time, not getting you disadvantage because you're doing things too aggressively and too fast. So when we launched, or when we announced the carbon tax, I'm sorry about my Apple Watch. If we when we talk about the carbon taxes, right, the whole business community was uproar because why are we going ahead as the first Asian community to do carbon taxes when our neighbors doesn't do it? It's as if we're not expensive enough, right? But it's a necessary step because if you don't do it today, by the time it becomes a real issue in the European market with CBAM and all that, we will be at the back foot of this investment. So if you look at that perspective, I would say we don't rely a lot we don't rely solely on government. We rely solely on our horizon sensing. Who do we export to mainly? What are the primary drivers? So in some countries, it's access to renewable energy. In some countries, it's access to fundings. So as a businesses operating in this part of the world, I think the most important thing is to look at it at a slightly longer term, not the immediate place. And if I may add one last point, I'm sorry, I'm very excited about this topic. Yeah, a lot of companies are then saying, okay, in order for me to stay ahead of the curve, we are beginning to see an uptick on ICP, internal carbon pricing. Some of the larger companies are saying that I don't want the tax to hit me, right? And I'm not ready for it. So what they do is that there's about, I think, 5 methods of carbon pricing in the world today that's commonly agreed by most of the academic. So they took the pricing strategy to the environment factors. So as a businesses today, if I have a project or if I have a product I'm manufacturing, I want my people to measure what does the carbon in this project looks like, and I put an artificial price tag, internal taxes, if you may, right, on it. So it could be, for example, Singtel agree that 1 ton is 50 Singapore dollars, and then they use that $50 from the business unit. I take $50 from you, I then reinvest back towards your pathway to net zero. So people are doing this kind of things to kind of stay ahead of the challenges that's coming down the road.
The top question will be very similar to something which I just asked you. Measuring and reporting progress on ESG and sustainability goals in the transition to a low-carbon economy.
Yeah. I think to answer that question, let's again look at the motivation of measurement. Some people measure because they have to, because they are listed, and hence the government dictate that you got to start doing it. Even though it's voluntary right now, it's not going to be so in the next few years. And the other group of people who measure is because they are selling to folks who measure their carbon footprint. So in the ESG world, I'm sure all of you are familiar here, there's something called Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3. When it comes to Scope 3, it's actually the supply chain, right? Because of your business operating in this environment, your upstream raw material to your downstream supplies to your suppliers, there's 15 categories of which, all of which has to be measured. So when we look at measurement, most companies today has no problem with Scope 1, some problem with Scope 2, depending on your leasing agreement, legal agreement, your landlord agreement, right? And then everyone, I would say, everyone has a problem with Scope 3. Because Scope 3 is not just about you. So we have seen larger organizations biting the bullet by issuing what they call the procurement compliance policy. So for you to supply to me, I expect you to fill in certain information, give me certain certification, right, or tell me how much your carbon is that's verified or assured. So with that coming into play, I'm hoping that more and more companies in this part of the world will take the approach of telling your supplier, you got to give me the bare minimum at least for now, so that I will understand my baseline, and over time I can work with you either through my muscles with the banks to give you a better trade financing rate so that you could decarbonize together with me. Because it's on my balance sheet when I sell to the US market or if I sell to the European market.
Second question has got 2 or 3 questions in one. The GHG emissions for customer behavior could be in question when one orders for example, $2 product and ships for free 5,000 kilometers away.
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. Firstly, that's not AWS, right? AWS is the technology arm of Amazon. So you are talking about an e-commerce business. I wouldn't say this is not true. In fact, this is always the biggest problem. There's a few things that's been taken into play. One of the recent logistic provider that I work with comes to us and say, I need to look at green routing. So when we go down the path of green routing, we look at your energy sources, your model of the vehicle that you use to transport it. We look at your bulking. Are you able to consolidate your order? And then we look at the actual distance traveled in the most optimized way. Now, if you look at all these perspectives, things cannot change, right? Unless we penalize the consumers or unless we create a disadvantage to ourselves. So which is why when you order something on the Amazon or even Shopee or any of the e-commerce provider, there will come a point where even if you order $2, it comes with a $5 shipping charges because that's how much it takes to ship the things to you. Now the question that if we give it to you for free, that means we're absorbing the cost. Not just the cost of logistics, but also the carbon cost associated to it. if I can kind of extend this question a little bit, right? One of the biggest wastage we see in e-commerce is returns. You know, if it takes $1 to ship something to you, it probably takes $3 to take it back from you. Return logistics is the most expensive of all e-commerce operation. So imagine if I were to say, you know, today I shipped something to you, you didn't like it, and I say return it, chances are we give it to a cash converter of some sort, right? We give it to a second-hand vendor who then sell it in the second-hand market. Now, the question then is this circular economy? Maybe it is. But imagine if I were to take it back from you, and even if I am absorbing the $3, the carbon footprint of taking that product back from you is likely going to be higher than the product footprint itself. So maybe it's not cost-effective, carbon cost-effective to do return logistics. So there's many, you know, intertwined relationship between returns, between GHG emission, as well as routing and algorithms.
Very well said. Just for clarification, the second one is not Mr. Tan, it's Dr. Tan. Any more questions from the floor, please? May we please invite Tan Sri to present a token of our appreciation and a memento to Dr. Joey Tan, please, for sharing. Can we give Dr. Tan a big round of applause, please? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Quite a bit we learned today about our carbon footprint and offsetting. Thank you, Dr. Tan, and thank you, Tan Sri. So far, what a great start of the day, huh? Not too bad. Quite a few things that we've actually picked up. Time for a quick refreshment break for 10 minutes only. May we please invite you to enjoy coffee and tea, and to also encourage you to bring it back into the room so we can resume in 10 minutes time on schedule. So that'll be something that we really, really appreciate. So network amongst yourselves, have your refreshments, bring it back into the room. We resume at 11:30 a.m. sharp. Thank you for your attention. Time check, it's 11:33 in the morning. Still on this wonderful Friday day, we're coming to you live from Singapore's very own South Island of Sentosa. We resume with session number 3, Unlocking Potential, Nurturing and Maximizing Talent, which happens in just a few minutes. If you're outside in the foyer, I do believe I'm audible. Do join us back in the ballroom along with your refreshments. Sit back and relax. We'll be commencing or resuming with session 3 in just a few minutes. Thank you for your attention. Everyone back. Enjoy your refreshment break. We encourage you once again to please help yourselves. Use more sustainability. Don't waste all the food. Bring it back in and still please enjoy yourself. Session 3 is where we have unlocking potential, nurturing and maximizing talent. Well, it's not merely a buzzword. It's the lifeblood of a thriving organization. Forms the foundation of success, from driving innovation to enhancing productivity. Our next speaker is Sajid Singh, Chairman of Chartered Accountants Australia and New Zealand, Singapore Overseas Regional Council, who shares his speech on unlocking potential, nurturing and maximizing talent. He heads a team of experts focused on designing and implementing programs in various fields, such as financing report, corporate governance, risk management, internal controls, sustainability, artificial intelligence, board readiness and leadership. With over 30 years of experience in accounting and finance, Sajid has held numerous leadership roles, including CEO of Singapore Incorp Global, Chairman and Senior Partner of Crescent ACA, CFO of Aviva Asia, and CFO of AIA Singapore. He has extensive experience in assurance and advisory services, having spent 16 years in PricewaterhouseCoopers, and we're honored that he's here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our third session speaker, the one and only Sajid.
To what Harjit talked about. This is me, and today I stand before you representing the Chartered Accountants, Australia and New Zealand. Really pleased to be doing that. Let's go. Let's rock and roll. Oh, where is it? Oh, there it goes, here. All right, so today we are going to talk about what's beyond COVID, what's beyond clusters, crises, and ChatGPT, all right, in the talent world. And I'll start with 3 things. The first one, a little bit about myself. Here it goes. This is me. Looks the same? The picture was taken a year ago in August 2022. And I started my career, like what Harjit was talking about, at PricewaterhouseCoopers. It is an interesting career. I just realized that I could put it into 3 parts. The first part is growing from an intern to a partner at PwC, 16 years. And then I became an apprentice to a CFO at AIA and Aviva. I spent 4 months in New York with AIG as an apprentice before I was made a CFO. And that was called the CFO Leadership Program at AIG. Next, this was the most interesting part. It's about building something and then selling it off in 7 years, or actually in 2 years, and being trapped for the next 5 years. So that's when we set up a business called Arden, 30 people, and I went on to become the CEO of Incorp in the last 1 year, and that was about 1,000 people, all through acquisitions, right? And we sold the business in 2022. My next stage means I'll have another 16 years to go, because if you go by order, 16, 5, 3, 5, it must be 16, right? That's what my daughter told me. She was looking at mathematics. I said, wow, that's a long way to go, but I might make it. Ajit and I met when the Skills Future Fellowship Awards were given in 2019. I've never forgotten that moment, and I think you see it somewhere at the bottom there. So that was 2019. I went on to then take on a program at Harvard. It's called the AMP program, and I'll share a few stories from those experiences, all right? The 7 months I spent in 2021 in a business school. So let's get started. That's me, everything about me. 3 things. So we start the very first item by looking at this world. It's an interconnected world. We'll try to make sense of this interconnected world, and we'll focus on talent. Then, the main course, that was appetizer, the main course. The main course is a report. It's very, very new. 2023, we have never developed any slides on that. It's a Deloitte report on human capital trends, which was just recently issued. So I took pride putting a storyline for that to share with some things from that report. It's called Fundamentals, New Fundamentals in a Boundary-Less World. All right? And we'll go on then to look at the dark side of talent before we go to the final part. You know, everything comes with the appetizer, main course, and dessert for the price of one. And we'll have a game, and it's called Kahoot at the end. Who wants to be an Asia Economic Forum genius, talent genius? So let's get started. You can ask, we'll see whether, we'll have fun, we'll have some questions from me, but if we have time, we'll also let you ask any questions that you might have on this topic on talent, all right? I see more people walking in now. Wow, so heartening. I've never seen a crowd that has got everyone with a smile sitting in the front row. I don't ask difficult questions to the people in the front row, you're safe. I usually ask questions to the people in the back row. So that's where my eyes float around. Okay, so I'm going to start with something. I've never done this before. Let's try it out. I'm going to, if I may ask all of you to close your eyes just for 30 seconds. Close your eyes and imagine the future of technology in this world. The future of technology in this world. What comes to mind first? What comes to your mind first? Future of technology. What comes to your mind first? Never seen a general close his eyes, but I've seen it now. Okay, you can open your eyes now. I see most of you like, yeah, that's energy, right? Now you're in my session. Some of you may be thinking about fast driving cars, self-driving cars, right? EV. As you drive into Aquarius here, you see EV stations, right? Some of you may be thinking about space tourism. You may want to travel the world, right? Because if this world becomes unsafe, then we are starting to spend trillions of dollars elsewhere to explore other parts of the world, right? And we have also spent trillions of dollars on this earth, which has become a challenge for us to maintain, right? Sustainability, I'm talking about that. But you may be thinking about space tourism. Some of you may be thinking about, having a household where you just sit and everything is operated through a finger. But the one that would have the most impact is something else. If there's one thing you can do in your life today that would make the biggest impact, it is not learning about technology, it's not learning a new skill, it is actually developing something I call an internal technology in yourself. And what's that internal technology? It's an attitude that every day I wake up, I want to learn 3 new things or 5 new things, progress on. But if you build an attitude that is of discovery and learning, and analysis and sharing, you'll be a perfect person. That's what makes a person. It's all about your internal technology. We often think about technology in the form of self-driving cars and space tourism, but that's not it. What is special is something inside you, and that's called attitude. And without that attitude to learning, no matter what I share with you today will make no difference. It will not make any difference to yourself in terms of a change. So let me just share something about the interconnected world. And I'll start with a story because this has happened in the last 2 years. Understanding the COVID-19 crisis impact. So if you think about it, is this new? A lot of people say, oh, it will be over in 6 months. Some people say it will be over in 3 months. At that point of time, there was a webinar that Samantha organized, and it was the Chartered Accountants webinar, and I was speaking. And I shared this same slide, that if history was to tell us, this is April 2020, if we learn anything from history, this thing could last 2 years. I didn't know I was so accurate. Why did I say that? Because there was a crisis before us, and it was exactly 100 years ago. And this crisis lasted 2 years, 2 months, infected 500 million people, about a third of the world's population at that time in 4 successive waves. And we presented it. We presented a webinar in April 2020, at the peak of the COVID. And about 50 million people died. History always shows us or teaches us some things, but we may not make reference to it. And therefore, if there's another one of this, remember to learn from the lessons from the past, because the lessons from the past would tell us how the future will be shaped. All right? So let me share with you what I did. At that point of time, I was trying to make sense of this crisis. And therefore, I created something called 3 clusters, risk clusters. I created this because I wanted to explain to my staff in my company how dynamic this risk that was going to impact their lives on themselves. And if you think about 3 risks, they will impact performance, they'll impact people, and they'll impact the use of technology as well. So the 3 risk classes, as you can see, is like COVID. They intertwine, right? There's an interconnectedness in the 3 risk clusters. And what the 3 risk clusters do is really explain to you all the things you need to know as an individual. Performance is important. And what's the hotspot? Making sure you continue to have sales or revenue or inflow of funds. That's your top line. But your bottom line is also equally important. But before your bottom line, in this chart, I put cash flow as the most important. Making sure you got cash. Cash is like oxygen. Revenue and profit is like food. You didn't have food for 1 day, you can survive. You didn't have oxygen for 30 minutes, everything comes to a stop. It grinds to a stop. Next, see the interconnectedness to technology. And I've changed this. The one thing that I've changed in this slide is this part called orchestrating talent and technology. I often watch human resource professionals, and in particular the HR directors. Whenever there's somebody who leaves the company, they always say, oh, we got one new headcount, right? So they're excited to hire a new person. I think we need to change that. We need to ask ourselves, what is it that we can't do without that person? And those will be the companies that will progress in the future. How do we, I'm not saying replace humans with technology. I am saying enable technology when the opportunity comes about. If there was a process which could be performed using technology, this is your opportunity. So I'm saying this because today I really have a diverse crowd here. I have people who are young students, and I have also people who are C-suites in this room. And therefore, this is my call to those in leadership role to think about how to orchestrate talent and technology together. And there's a really good report by Deloitte, which covers a lot more than what I shared today. And this is the way to go forward. No one's talking about it. I've never heard HR professionals talk about it. Orchestrating, and I say the word orchestrating is like musicians, right? You need to have an orchestration of talent and technology and start thinking about how you're going to move forward with human resource. So that's one of the most important part. The rest is given to you, all right? The next I want to talk about is, what is my vision of talent in a boundaryless world? So there's a report, it's a 2023 report, which is just out now, and I call it, people are disrupted by design. I call it that, okay? The report doesn't say it. So I'm going to share with you the vision, and there are 8 things to know. And this is how it looks like. This is before I do that, yeah, I got something for you. This is from me, before the report. When I was reading the report, this is my takeaway. My takeaway here is, leadership is like an air traffic control tower after reading this report. Why do I say leadership is like an air traffic control tower? Even in business school, we spend a lot of time talking about leadership and how to manage leadership. The words used are manage leadership or manage your people. I tend not to use that word anymore. I would say my vision of leadership for the future is like aeroplanes. Each aeroplane is an individual. It's your people, right? And they are empowered to achieve their goals. And you just watch them. What is your role as a leader? Your role as a leader is to make sure that they are able to fly safely and land safely, take off safely. That's all. And that's exactly an air traffic control tower. It's in the back, watching the people in the front take place, watching the planes take off and land at the airport, right? And I spent maybe an hour or so trying to get this right. So watch the screen, move away from your phones, leave your phones away, and watch the screen now, okay? Because I'm going to show it to you only once. This is what it looks like. If you've got a camera on your phone, you can even video it now. This is how the future looks like. Watch here. The planes are all flying, and they are able to take off and land safely. The air traffic control is in the middle. In case you miss those planes, I'll let you have one more plane that takes off, or it's over already. We have to come back. What it will do in the future is use technology to monitor your people. And I'm not saying, wow, this is the kind of world like Big Brother watching you. Use it for the right reason. Why? 3 things. To evaluate productivity, to support confident decision making, and to increase organizational value. But don't treat your people like robots. Treat them as human beings. Empower them. Let them land, take off, just like pilots do at the airports. That's my vision. Now I go down to the report. So let me just look at the 2023 Deloitte Global Human Capital Trends report, and it will provide you some valuable insights. I learned quite a lot when I read through this report. So I'm going to share some of those things I learned from this report with all of you today. The very first thing I would say is this is how it looks like. The cover page, new fundamentals for a boundaryless world. And it talks about, what do you want to be? Do you want to survive? Do you want to thrive? Or do you want to drive? They are different. And in each of those columns, it tells you where you will land. You will remain viable in the marketplace, survive. If you want to thrive, you will differentiate yourself to gain competitive advantage. Many people will say, thrive is okay. I'll take you to a different plane. And the plane is lead the market by radically innovating and transforming your business. That's the future. And those who achieve that third level will be different. They will be the ones who will land in the Fortune 500 someday, not the other two. You get it? There's a difference. So we often say, wow, I want to have competitive advantage, but the future is not enough. For future, you need to think about how to drive. And drive, how you do that? Extend talent marketplace to include your entire workforce, not just some individuals, but the entire workforce. Take them with you. Internal and external workers, not just people working in your company, but also your suppliers and your customers. Treat them the same, their ecosystem. Involve workers in co-creating their customized work experiences. Third, use skills that are adjacent to reskilling opportunities and for career progression. And you must worry about compensation. Set compensation based on skills, not job description. Skills, not job description. And lastly, transform talent so that the practices are skills-based. And I'll talk a lot more about skills-based in the next one slide. All right? So let's move on. Navigating the end of jobs. You know, if you think about the Industrial Revolution, it was a place where people will go to work, they'll perform a process, or they will conduct a sale, and that was life. That was work. But the future looks different. The future is a place where you buy and sell skills. Each individual has to build his skill sets so that you are valuable. That's the future. Not based on transcripts, result score. And I remember the minister once mentioning this. It was the Minister of Education, the former Minister of Education, mentioning this. He said, next time in university, we have to think of two certifications. One is a transcript of results. And the other one is what are the skills you acquired while you were here. You follow? We haven't come to that stage yet. A skills report that is owned by each individual. That's interesting because it's a change of mindset. So skills replace jobs as the focal point for matching workers with work. There are lots of interesting stories on this. I could go on talking about it forever. But that's the first one. And then when we ask people, are you ready for this? This is where the dilemma comes about. We all say 93% of the companies that were interviewed, they said, it's important. How ready are you? Only 20%. And this is the mismatch that we have. So kind of interesting. Everybody acknowledges it's important to be skills-based. But are they ready for it? 1 in 5 are ready. Right? So what are the benefits of matching workers with work on a skills-based? Benefit to organization is to increase financial performance, to increase retention, and to enable enhanced ability to anticipate future disruptions. For the workforce, it is about agility, opportunities for innovation, and increased worker engagement. Next one, powering of human impact with technology. This is really interesting. If you read the line here, it says, technology contributes to making work better for humans and humans better at work. Works both ways, cuts both ways. Very interesting. It is about how do we enable each and every person in our organization with technology, enabling them, not displacing them. That's the future. Is it important? Again, 93% of companies said, yes, it's important. But where are we? Only 22 are ready to use technology to improve work performance. So there's going to be a displacement, right? If you have an employee who says, I agree with my company, it's important, but my company is not doing it, they'll leave. They'll go somewhere else. They go to the 22% that do it. Right? Next, activating the future of workplace. This is like the workplace. The workplace is anywhere, anytime. Scary, right? No sleep. So it's about anywhere, anytime, and all the time. That's the future of workplace. This is the part that I'm worried about because it does have impact on health. And you can see where those folks are, they're connecting with people. The workplace evolves, and I'll share with you some stories as well to demonstrate this. Again, is it important? Only 24% of them say ready, whereas 87% of them said it is important. So there's again a mismatch. I'll give you one example, Family Mart. You know what Family Mart does? Family Mart has remote-controlled robots to stock shelves. And where do the robots operate from? From the homes of the workers. Not in the office, from their homes. Scary, right? I wonder whether any one of us can take a plane and the pilot says, I'm at home, I'm doing a remote-controlled plane. You never know. That could be a possibility. If this happens, that is going to be a reality very soon. Right? So let me share with you another one. This one is even more interesting. They found that if we allow nurses to work from their home and they can connect with their patients, you also get a better outcome and good patient experience. The scores improve. Because I think this is how it happens. When you have happy nurses, you have happy patients. I think so. And it doesn't matter whether they were virtual or in person, but their attitude was different, right? So this is kind of interesting. This is another example. It's called Advent Health. What about Unilever? Unilever actually set global principles. So if your company is a global company, you've got to be consistent. I often hear people say in my office, some teams have to come back to work. Others can work from home. You create a disparity. And the only reason this happens is because we wanted to give empowerment to leaders. Leaders are different. But that can create some form of inequality in the workplace. Right? So having some global principles are helpful. For example, they say 40% of time, you must be in the office to collaborate and to connect. Right? That's how they do it. I'm giving some examples of how you can get around this. What about negotiating worker data? This is important. Not many people think about it. I frankly did not think about it until this came out in the survey. What is worker data? You're collecting a lot of information about your employees. And when you collect that information about employees, who owns it? Is it a worker or you? So interestingly, let's crush the paper away. What are the perspectives of worker data ownership by organizers and workers? I think we need to draw a line. There are some things that workers say is fine if my organization owns it. But there are some things which are personal. And the ones in the bottom four are personal. For example, they say that behavior, personality is not something that you own. It's me. Next, about personal values and priorities, interests and preferences. And we do a lot of surveys, right, in our company, testing them. The question is, who owns that information now, right? And that's a dilemma. Next, harnessing worker agency, which is about organizations drive value and strengthen their relationship by embracing rising worker influence. What do I mean by that? Let me share with you some stories here. First, readiness. Again, 84% of them said it's important. How many of them can do it? Only 17% are ready. So how do you empower your employees? Novartis basically had a tagline, 3 words. Choice with responsibility. You got choices, but you are also responsible for the choices you make. Nice. They say you can choose how, where, and when you want to work. So instead of asking for approval, manager approval, you just need to inform your bosses that you are working from home. You get it? I never knew I'll join an organization where we have no leave days. We don't have leave days at Deloitte. So when I feel I need to take a leave, I just inform. That's how we work. Very different from my past organizations. Very, very different. It was mind-boggling initially because I was used to 18 days, 21 days of leave. But they don't have a concept of that. They feel family is important. And therefore, when family is important, if you need to take time off, do it. And you decide how you want to manage your work. Kind of interesting, right? Next, this one is even more interesting. It's a Chinese company. Hire. It's a Chinese company. And they take it to a different level altogether. You know what they say? You have a choice of what you want to work. So come to our office and you can decide what you want to work. And if we succeed in that area, you will increase your salary by 5 to 10 times. Never heard of that. Giving people choices. What excites you? That's a Chinese company, right? Yeah, so we can learn a lot of lessons from others who innovate, are creative, and empower their people, right? It's about nurturing talent, but more importantly, maximizing talent. Maximizing talent, right? Now, next one, unlocking the workforce ecosystem, removing traditional distinctions, unlocking them with critical skills and worker potential. One of the interesting things I found in this is that collaboration is the future. In other words, you don't see each other as competitors. You have the same objective. Why don't we collaborate? And we can still make our money by sharing. We have moved into a sharing economy. Think about how that can help you at your workplace, if you are an entrepreneur, or you are a established company. It doesn't matter. You can do it at either scale. Just an example of faith-based healthcare providers forming a consortium to develop, share talent, and deploy them over multiple systems. Next, taking bold action for equitable outcomes. Taking bold action for equitable outcomes is about DEI. What is DEI? A lot of people get confused with this because it's about diversity, equity, inclusion. But I'll give you a different shape to it. Diversity and inclusion helps make the workplace equitable. E is in the middle of DEI for that reason. You got it? So we often think about how do we become equitable? You become equitable when you have diversity and inclusion. That's the art. So you can go beyond that. Go beyond the workforce. Think about the marketplace. How are you going to influence the marketplace to embrace this? Think about how you're going to influence the society to embrace this. Don't just think about your own workplace, because if you just think about your own workplace, you'll achieve minimal outcomes. You need to influence change beyond that. Go beyond that. Next story, there's a company called Google, and they say all are welcome. Different phases, different shapes, right? Google, in 2022, published a trend data for their workforce representation. They were so proud of it. They said, we hire, these are hiring statistics, attrition, exits, tech versus non-tech, leadership roles, race, ethnicity, and gender. They were open and transparent about it. And what gets measured gets managed as well. Get it? There's a saying. One last one, the eighth one, in case you're not counting, I am, because of time, advancing the human element of sustainability. And in this sense, we talk about human sustainability rises to the fore in organization sustainability strategies. Now, the future, the Gen Zs and the millennials think differently from us. I spend so much time with young people. I'm an advisor at the SINDA Youth Club in my role as a vice president of SINDA. Those are the things not on the chart there. I'm also the advisor to NTU Investment Interactive Club, and we got Singapore Financial Conference and National Cash Flow Competition every year as our signature events. And I interact with them. They think very differently from us. And lastly, the Institute of Singapore Chartered Accountants has just announced a global talent program. What is that global talent program? We are the Singapore Institute of Chartered Accountants. So I'm part of the task force, one of the 4, and we are going to have a program where we're going to invite 300 people, accountants, to Singapore to have 1 week experience with our people. Interesting. It's called Global Talent Program. So you'll hear more of it. It's out, but it's an interesting initiative by a professional body, right? So what are the importance here? Importance is culture. What are the barriers to to achieving this goal? Culture, changing the culture so that this is embraced, right? Lack of funding, resources, policies, and regulation. Those are the top 3 that are impediments to making a change in our environment, to make the dreams of our young people come true, right? To ignite their passion, to do more, to learn more, to share more, and then become more. These are the impediments, and we need to address that. Apple, for example, was a story about adding a modifier to their bonus structure. What they said was 10% extra bonus will be dedicated to sustainability goals, all right? So they made the change to their bonus structure to influence behavior. So that was my last example, illustration, and now I'll take you to a different world, which is leading in a boundaryless world, reshaping the way you lead and influence others. What are you? Where do you want to be, all right? So the choice is in front of you. As a leader, this is your opportunity. You can take advantage of this lack of boundaries to reframe your role and to create a future for your organization the way you define, want to see it. But the choice is yours. The choice every leader and their workers as well to shape their future. Because there's a lack of boundary. It allows flexibility. It allows people to move and do things which they otherwise would not have imagined. And that's the joy of mentorship, is to allow people to achieve more than what they thought they can achieve. That is the future, right? So with that, I would like to come to the end. Very good on time. We got 7 minutes for 5 questions. Who wants to be a talent genius? So I'm going to call the team at the back to rock and roll. In case you want to find me, this is where you can find me. Just 1 second. I'll give you my QR code. Okay, yeah, you can find me on LinkedIn while they are taking shape on the questions here. We got 7 more minutes here, a bit more than 7. And we'll end off with a quiz. Okay. Yeah. All right, you can find me on LinkedIn. Just put AEC, right? AEF, right? AEF, sorry. Asia Economic Forum. I will know. We met here. Okay, let's get the quiz up, okay? Switch. Harjit, you can play as well. You got a phone? Yeah? Your mom bought you a phone? Yeah. Yeah, okay. You might win, you know. Yeah. And we have prizes, by the way. So I would encourage all of you to play because we have prizes. Kindly sponsored by Chartered Accountants Australia and New Zealand. All right, ready?
Can we switch to the Kahoot game for Sargit, please?
Could we do a switch or else I get my computer? There you go. Okay, very good. Classic. Click on classic. Classic. Okay, good. And you need to get your phone and give yourself a name. Don't give alphabets. Give a name. Call yourself Durian. Call yourself Aquarius. Call yourself Sentosa. Call yourself Pineapple. Also can. Right? But give yourself a name. Right? Call yourself Harjit also can. Yeah, you sure win. Okay. All right, we got Techie. Let's see who else is coming on board now. We got Brian, we got Viva, we got Chile. Wow. Any more? We got 3 attractive prizes. And nobody will know where you stand in this game, so it's okay. Only your phone will know. Okay, so we got more coming up. Lemon. We got Talento. Wow, Talento Latino. Wow. This one's classic. I think that one is going to win. That Talento, maybe change. Coconut. This one looks interesting. Yeah. Coconut has joined us as well, together with Lemon, together with Walter White.
I'm looking at Lemon, which is a pirate koala.
All right, let's see how many people we have. We got 15. We'll wait for another 5 more, and then we'll kickstart. Anyone else wants to join the game? You learn something out of it. Every question has got a meaning.
16 people embedded so far. I'm sure we can do a bit more.
Yeah.
Plus you got Walter White.
They don't have phones. All right, we got about 18 now. Okay, we'll just wait for... All right, we're going to hit 20 now. Okay. Any last call? Anyone has trouble getting the Wi-Fi? Oh, the gentleman is trying to. If you're too far away, you can stand up and just do a QR code. Yeah, you found it? It's a test of the fastest finger. So see who's got the fastest finger, right? Every question, yeah. Fastest finger for every question, yeah. I'm sure the general can do it. He fires with guns. And he does aiming. So, in the front row, sure. All right, no, Ajit, not too bad. We got 27. I think we can hit 30. Last call. 5. Someone has just chickened out. Okay. Aquarius has joined in. Surfer Joe, Meow, Tutu, Funky Joe, Surfer Joe. Wow, a lot of people.
We got our 30. We got our 30.
Okay, let's go. Click start. We got our 31. All right, we got 31 of you. Wow, look at the shape of this room. What actually happened? Who wants to be the Asia Economic Forum 2023 Talent Genius? First question, very simple question. Talent is to a person as a seed is to what? Is it soil, flower, water, or sun? Connect the two. Talent is to a person. What is seed to? What is seed? Not bad, you know. 18 of them got it right. It is soil. Think of soil. You have the soil everywhere. It's about planting seeds. And then you will see the flowers bloom. So what is water? Water is providing them opportunities to learn, giving them hydration. What is sun? Sun is giving them a conducive environment to work. Anywhere, anytime, right? Cool? Yeah? Okay. So that's the future. Oh, sorry, why am I clicking this? Next, let's see who's winning. Who's got the fastest finger here? All right.
Out of the 18 who got this correctly. Oh,
Lemon. Lemon definitely going to lemonade everyone. Next. You know the lemon, saw all the lemons and he made a lemonade out of it. The rest still thinking. They just see lemons.
Good question.
What's the key ingredient in nurturing talent? Think of it like nurturing a plant. Think of it like nurturing a plant. Is it a pruning? Is it patience? Is it fertilizer? Is it scissors? By the way, nobody knows the question because I created it this morning at 7 o'clock. Okay. Wow, well done. I like that one. You know, Haji, the best answer I got is this one, 0. 0. You know what 0 means?
Cut.
Nobody say cut. Okay. But maybe we are wrong. Something you have to cut, right? Okay, so most of you said patience. So most of you said fertilizer, but the answer is patience. The key ingredient is patience. You can't expect, you know, when you have plants, right? You can't expect them to just grow. They take time. Give them time. Invest in them, right? Let them grow before you cut them off. Okay, next one.
Oh, Lemon.
Oh, Mitz has taken over. Next one. Mitz is leading the table. Very close, huh? Okay, this is a different question. This is like using what do you think came out from the survey? We asked 23,000 Gen Zs and millennials. How many of them are making an effort to reduce personal environmental impact? That means they are doing it to improve sustainability. You need to understand what they are doing. Because when they come and join you and you do it, what happens? They leave. Exactly, Aljit. You are spot on. You are a leader. You know, I see that in you. All right. Let's see what people answered. Some of you said 46. Some of you said 70, 80, 90. Oh, 90 is the answer.
90%.
But many of you said below it. So anyone who got 80 to 100, you win. Okay, all those in blue.
And how many are there who got that spot on?
Spot on only 1 or 2. Right on. There may be one person.
Wow, Lemon the pirate.
Oh,
Lemon.
Lemon. Lemon is a talent and a leader, all right? He's making lemonades out of every lemon. Okay, puzzle. Let's do a puzzle. Puzzle is arrange them in order of top concerns. When we interviewed this 23,000 Gen Zs and millennials across 46 countries, which one is ranked highest as a concern? What do you think goes on in their mind? And this was a clear concern. Put, you know, on your phone, you just move the colors and rank them, and then click submit. Once you click submit, you'll be fine. Got it? Cost of living.
Just now we're thinking about good work and life balance.
Yeah.
Could there be a good, will they be ranked on top of the pyramid and the tier? Or will it be mental health support that goes on?
You'll find out very soon. And I asked the question because I didn't expect it. All right, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, and time's up. Cost of living. Interestingly, cost of living ranked as a top concern among Gen Zs this year, 2023 survey that is out. Second, climate change. I thought it would be good work-life balance, but it's not. That's number 3. And also, together with that is learning opportunities. Learning development opportunity. And last one is mental health support. Okay? So it's interesting order. Last question. I think we got one more question. Okay, let's see who's at the top. Wow, Lemon holding the fort by 1 point. 1 point, Aljit, just 1 point. Jeff is coming. All right. So I know who's going to. I'm going to change the order. Okay.
Could be.
Double the points. Let's double the points, Aljit.
Double the points up now.
Who said this? We look for 3 things: integrity, intelligence, and energy. If they don't have the first, the other 2 will kill you. Final question, double the points. We are going to change the game. And you will see a change. Ready?
Anyone on the side?
Who said this? Is it Barack Obama, Lee Kuan Yew, Warren Buffett, Donald Trump? Wow! Those 3 who said Donald Trump saw the picture and put Donald Trump, stay back.
Exactly.
Yeah, stay back.
Just saw the picture and we thought, okay.
We need to talk to you. Lee Kuan Yew, 9. Oh, Warren Buffett at 9, sorry. Lee Kuan Yew at the most, 10. So the answer is Warren Buffett. And I want to leave you with this thought. When you go for an interview or you go for any dinners and people ask you, what are 3 most important things Think of Warren Buffett. This is what he said. He said, 3 things are important in every manager and worker. 3 things. 1, a good brain. But a good brain without energy, no use, no empowerment. So must have passion, energy. And he said, finally, you must have a good heart. And then someone said, which is the most important? So if your interviewer ever said, which is the most important? You know what's the answer? A good heart. In Warren Buffett's words, not my words, he said, if you don't have integrity, then you better hope that you don't have a good brain and energy. You are dumb and lazy. Because if you are not dumb and lazy, you can come and hurt people. That's what he said. Very interesting. So with that, I would like to say a big thank you to all of you for having me here. We'll find out who are the winners, and we'll be inviting Samantha Chan, country head of Singapore for Chartered Accountants Australia and New Zealand, to the stage to give out the prizes.
Samantha, come on right up.
Kindly sponsored by Samantha.
We had the score just now, and then the scores just went back. Can we have the Kahoot begin?
Can we have the scores?
Can we have the scores back on, please? Hi, Samantha. A couple of Rolex watches.
Ooh, well done.
Ah, Jeff. Wondering what happened to Lemon?
Yeah, what happened to Lemon? Double the points. So integrity, right? Yeah. All right. Jeff, Sa, and Viva. Just all 3 of you come up at the same time. We give you the prizes at the same time because we will save time. Ready? All right. Who's Viva? Yeah, come. Okay, come. Okay.
It's okay.
Viva, Sa, and Jeff. And Jeff? Wow, Jeff. From behind, I can see you. Come. Okay, well done. You are Viva Shele. From Shele. Okay. We'll get Sa and Jeff as well. You are giving out the prize I give you. Yeah. This is Sa. Okay, Sa second. Yes. Your prize. I'll stand here. Yeah. You are presenting, not me. Yeah. And I'm just the young lady that walks by and then
the
says,
Vanna White. Jeff.
All right, we take a picture together, okay? Yeah, with the winners.
Show off your trophy, your prize.
Yeah, that's right.
Let's give them a big round of applause, please. Thank you, Samantha.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Sajid, stay with us. May we please invite our president, Mr. Richard Chang, on stage to present Sarjit Singh with a token of our appreciation for his sharing at the AEF 2023 in Singapore. Let's give Mr. Sarjit Singh a big round of applause, please.
Oh, thanks. Okay, thank you very much. You enjoyed it?
Thank you, Richard.
Wow,
and
nice.
brother, it's always been a pleasure.
Always a pleasure.
Looking forward to our next synergy together. Can we give Sajid another big hand, please? Thank you, Sajid. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you'll be happy to know that coming up will be our first panel discussion for today, which is once again an interesting topic for everyone to be involved in. Competing in new talent market, where the discussion on the forum with the topic of competing in the new talent market is where we invite our moderator, Lieutenant General Sudhir Sharma, who is the chairman for Midcat Advisory Services and advisor for Enterprise Asia. Before we invite our moderator and our panelists, a little bit about our moderator. Lieutenant General Sudhir Sharma retired from the Indian Army in 2008 after 4 decades of an illustrious and brilliant career of a selfless service to the nation, commanded the largest operation force in the world, and led logistics and administration of 1.3 million strong Indian Army in his last assignment before his retirement. He's also a passionate advocate of sustainable and responsible development with expertise in the area of environment, renewable energy, and ecology. He writes on national strategy and security issues and lectures business leaders on decision-making, motivation, and positivity. We're happy to have him here with us. And joining him on the panel today, we are pleased to welcome Brajesh Singh, Director of Talent Acquisition, APAC and M&E from Capgemini, and Pallavi Srivastava, Senior Director for HR, APAC Business Functions for Johnson's Control. Can we have our stellar panelists to please join us on stage, please? Brajesh, Pallavi. Pleased to meet the both of you. Please take your seats. Well, I guess, ladies and gentlemen, the panel would be successful would also require your engagement, your participation. So coming up will be once again the QR code for everyone to use. Well, another big one welcome as I hand the proceedings over to General Sudhir Sharma. General, please.
Thank you, Ajit. Can you all hear me? We had a very fascinating session just now, and we move on to the same theme actually, HR talent. The discussion before the panel is, how can HR leaders focus on finding good and diverse talent aligned to the company's culture? And how do they search for On my right is my friend Brajesh Singh, who's with Capgemini. He's a Director of Talent Acquisition, a word which I like very much. And he's also been 20 years, but in the IT industry. And he's been a leader in finding, in this complex, diverse engagement, cross boundaries he's been working and trying to find. He's got an excellent track record of leadership in the HR field. And both of them together are going to solve the mysteries of how do we look for talent, how do we retain them, how do we upskill them, and how do we make these millennials happy to where they work in this very fluid environment which was just painted in front of us. Now, I'll start with Pallavi and ask her to first highlight for us in the next few minutes, what does she see as this HR world? How is the new workplace building up? What are the aspirations of the millennials? And how do you solve this problem?
Thank you.
Is your mic on? Can you hear it? Okay.
Yeah, thank you, General Sharma. And good morning to everybody. I hope I'm audible. So firstly, he's made us sound like superhuman, talent leaders that are going to solve problems. That's a tall order, I have to say. And also, this is a difficult session to follow after Sarjeet Singh's very, very insightful sharing about Deloitte talent trends. I think his session, if I were to try and put it slightly contextually, was a lot about the next 5 to 10 years that we see in the talent market. So a lot of things will progress towards the direction that he was showing us. Some have started, but a big chunk, like we saw, maybe 15 to 20% are the companies that are really moving in the direction that he outlined. I'm going to take a little bit tack of the immediate future that we are talking about, which is maybe 2024 and 2025 kind of thing. So I think the trends of talent that we see currently are influenced by a lot of the workforce challenges that we are seeing from a skills point of view. I see some of the younger talent in the audience. As General Sharma was saying, I interact with universities. I think the ecosystem of the country, the corporates, the educational system, all of this together is still not at the place where we can do skills-based hiring. So it was interesting that when Sarjeet Singh was talking about skills-based hiring, not hiring for jobs, but hiring for skills, and only 20% organizations actually said that they are ready for it. And my question would have been, does everybody really understand what is hiring for skills and not for jobs? A lot of the talent and HR, all of us for skills in the right way. A lot of it is about, okay, we are not hiring by university degrees anymore. It doesn't matter whether a person is an engineer or not, as long as they come with coding skills, I will hire them. That's a tech company mindset now, and a lot of tech companies have started going and hiring for that. It doesn't matter that the person is not located in Singapore. I need these skills. That skill is sitting in Vietnam, and I will go and get somebody from there. So the concept of skills is very tactical in terms of an immediate problem that you're trying to solve. But actually hiring for skills and not for jobs really means fungibility of skills, which means the person carries skills that can actually be applicable to multiple jobs. And therefore, a lot of our talent acquisition approaches, and I'll let Brajesh comment to that, of course, but we typically still hire for a particular role, but we don't necessarily think of what can this person do more, and why is it needed? To the fact that jobs are transforming. The job that you were hired for today may not exist in 6 months or a year. You can be redundant, and also because jobs are being transformed on account of artificial intelligence technologies coming in, how can you make sure that you are still relevant a year down the line or 2 years down the line? So hiring for skills is a broader concept that we have not understood as yet. And I think that's what we should try to unpack a little bit as we go through the session. So to me, I think that was one point I wanted to make around the future of talent. One, that the ecosystem needs to be much more activated. The burden of skilling up the future talent cannot just be with the corporates, which is where it seems to be resting a lot right now. It needs to be a partnership between corporates, countries, governments, and the academia. And the second is really unpacking some of these catchphrases that we talk about all the time: hiring future-ready skills, hiring by skills. We haven't explored or we haven't delved enough into these areas. So that's what I think we should try and do that in the panel.
Thank you, Pallavi. I think I like your focus on hiring for skills. I'll come back to you on that point because it comes to my mind is that skill sets are, they are not, static. They are evolutionary and they are dynamic. And as the skill sets move up the value chain, do you look for a person who's got a set of skills, or are you looking for a person who's trainable, who's receptive to change, because he must have the ability to change the skills as you picked him up for? Like you said, after 6 months, the job may change. So I'll come back to you on that, how the skill set also changes. Brajesh, over to you. And I want you to focus on what you said, and I want you to also focus on this thought about director of talent acquisition, There's a theme now that talent acquisition has become an important facet of HR. Please dilate on that also while you speak on it. I like that point.
Thank you, General. Good afternoon to everybody. Pallavi, brilliant start to, as usual. By the way, me and Pallavi have been colleagues for 9 years in IBM before I moved on to Capgemini. So we have really worked together and brainstormed on a lot of these things. Now, let me answer the first question first. I think the models that talent acquisition or identifying talent has to change, of course, for all the obvious reasons. We'll have to move into an era where we are curating talent versus finding talent. Now, it depends, it really depends, because this region is very, very diverse. Countries are very diverse. They have got different socio-cultural aspects. How do we curate? How do we engage? Also depends on the evolution or the maturity of the market. Like Singapore or Hong Kong is very westernized or a very, first world kind of a environment. When you go to India and China, it's high volume, but different aspects. Japan has very different aspects. So again, long story short, it's basically dependent on the stage of evolution that you are in, and that is where you will design the approach of curating the talent. So it's identifying a talent, build versus buy strategy. How much do you build? How much do you buy? How do you integrate all of that and bring on the table an approach to identify talent and continue grooming them for transferable and fungibility? Because we are getting disrupted every 5 years. It's going to only speeden up. I think next 3 years, 2 years, we will see another stuff. Technology is an enabler, and the key word is hyper-personalization. So when we want to curate, engage, attract, retain, develop talent, hyper-personalization is the key word, is what I feel.
Thank you, Rajesh. Thank you for your opening remarks. Before I come back to you, Pallavi, one thought which comes to my mind is that a lot of people talk about, culture of an organization being one of the key drivers for retaining talent or getting talent, But I've not seen a very clear definition of what is this organizational culture. What is it all about? People just say a good organizational culture, promotes staff retention or these things, etc. Can you just dilate or speak about what you think is this organizational culture that we talk about, which is supposed to be so desirable? I'll ask you too.
So organizational culture, like everything else, right? What we are trying to portray is the culture. The problem is when what we are trying to portray, and in reality, there is a gap. That's where you see most of the issues of attrition, most of the issues of frustration, people moving out. But if you are genuinely transforming, and it is a journey. It is not that, today we are the best organization or the go-to organization to work for, and tomorrow we are not. It's a journey. You'll have to keep building that genuine transformation, mindset, acceptance, diversity and inclusion. All of that will drive the culture of performance, the culture of growth is a journey that needs to be built, and it has to be true. It can't be just an image to show, and in reality, there's something else going on.
What do you think is culture all about, and how does it determine? How do you quantify it? How is it tangibly say this is culture?
I think there's no definition if you were to read a whole lot. It's really how you do business and how you interact with people in the company. And what do people observe as the broad ways of interaction in the company or broad behaviors, right? No company, you asked me that question in the beginning about the organizational values piece of it. I don't think there's any company that would disagree with another company's value system. If you were to blank out the company name in every portal that you go to and just pick out the values and paste it on another company, it will still be relevant, because they will talk about integrity, they will talk about client value, they will talk about sustainability and economic innovation. These are all values that companies are talking about. I don't think the disconnect is about the values. The disconnect is about culture. And just to give an example of how that is interpreted is when you ask, say you go to a campus and you ask them, what do you think about company A? And they might say, oh, I've heard it's a hire and fire company. Or you might say it's a company that actually doesn't believe in diversity. Those are what kind of some elements of the stakeholder behaviors there, what they are talking about in the social media, that's becoming visible to people as ways of working. So there are too many ways of working, and there can be subcultures and subcultures within a broad culture in an organization. And it is important when we hire, we don't necessarily look at hire for values, because I don't think anybody goes and hires somebody who doesn't have integrity, as an example. So what we do hire for is fit, organizational fit, which is, can this person take the pressure that we have in this organization? Is the person open to change? Will the person balk at too much of transformation that's going on? So we are looking for, to your point, adaptability, resilience. And those are the elements that come out in how the company is running its business. So those are all elements of culture. It's a very, very broad topic. I can tell you as an HR professional, there is no agreement to the number of elements that sit in an organization culture.
Thank you very much. That clarifies my doubt. Basically what I've understood now is that, firstly what Brijesh says is that it must be an honest culture. It must not be put on by the PR people, because when the person comes into the company, he realizes what was said on the blurb, this company really is not that. It's a bigger shock to him than it would have been if it had come in there. And that's one thing. And secondly, people should be adaptable and, aligned to the culture, and then only you pick them up. Now my second, again, my thought comes to it, what is wrong with the attrition? Why has attrition become a bad word or a buzzword? In the past, people spent 20, 30 years in a company, it's considered to be a virtue. Both Pallavi spent 20 years in IBM, he spent 10, 15 years there. It was considered to be a virtue. But today, if new people come and change after 3 to 5 years, fresh wind blows through the company, fresh talent comes in, the company goes through a churn. What's the problem in that? Why are we making it such a bad word, attrition? Do you have a time span that this is bad, or why are you worried about attrition, if at all we are? Because everybody says we must retain. Why should we retain? If he wants to move on to greener pastures, let him go. You bring him something else, he'll stay on. Are we overemphasizing this word attrition? Both of you, one by one?
I think attrition is good when it is happening in a natural way, when you're low performers or people who are no longer relevant are moving away. But more often than not, when you do the due diligence, you actually see top talent or next to top talent moving out. And that's where the problem starts. So people who you want to stay, you need to be a little more cautious about it. You have to be really engaging them at a level, and again, the key word is hyper-personalization, right? So that's where it will really, really make an impact. But attrition as a whole is not a negative word. I mean, it's organic, right? Imagine 15, 20 years I've spent in an organization, and my goals change. As a person also, my goals change. It's no longer aligned with the organization that I'm with, so I am looking for greener pastures. There's nothing wrong with it. But the impact of that organization, for example, the company that we left, if they had a negative impact, they should have tried to do whatever they could to retain. And also bring in an element of satisfaction from our point of view. Okay. So I think that's how I see it.
Pallavi, attrition?
Yeah. I think to Brajesh's point, not all attrition is bad. And I think, I'll differentiate between people leaving themselves versus sometimes with the whole restructuring where we are having to ask them to go. So as we move towards the whole skills-based concept, if you don't have people that are carrying the skills, and it's not a performance conversation, performance might still be okay with the framework that has been given. But for the future, if we don't have the right set of skills, we might actually encourage attrition, because we need to literally pivot to a very different future where we need very different kind of skills. So it's, I think, no longer a very bad word, but we have to make sure, to Brajesh's point, that we don't lose the layer that is very critical. We don't lose the layer that is bringing those new skills. And the fact that we don't lose our talent that is potentially our succession plan, because succession planning or senior leadership roles is a funnel. And if the funnel keeps becoming diluted with poorer talent because the richer talent has gone, that will ultimately affect the quality of leadership and so on. So it's important to make sure that we are not losing the wrong kind of talent in the attrition. But per se, it's not necessarily a bad word. Today, even being asked to go or becoming redundant is no longer a bad word. You actually, the scenario is such that there are a lot of people being let go because of the economic environment, and it's not really considered a stigma as much anymore.
Thank you. My next thought comes to my mind is that our previous speaker, Sajid, was talking about, some companies, creating this good atmosphere of work from home, work remotely, do what you feel like, come 2 days, come 3 days, and still accommodating. So creating a kind of a great work culture. Now my question is this driven by the workers refusing to come to work and the companies making a virtue out of it by trying to say, okay, we are doing this, rather than, the other way around? And I found that a lot of companies are struggling to make people come to work, and they're happy to work from remote places because of time and distances, time wasted, and they can get the job done. Is this, creating more problem in your hiring process, this flexi work hours concept? Is it uniform across various countries of ASEAN region, or do you find it, especially in very developed economies? So, Pallavi, you can start again with that.
Yeah, I worked for IBM for 20 years, as Dr. Sharma told you, and I remember for the last, way before COVID, for the last 15 years, when I was in IBM, I used to work maybe 2 days from home anyways. And Sarjeet was talking about that manager approved versus manager informed. And I remember always informing and never taking approval. So way before, IBM was actually one of the pioneers of flexibility and working from home, and we've been doing that. So when COVID actually happened, for us, it was no surprise that we had to go to work. It was just fun for some time. Every day you have to work from home. But we frankly wanted to come back to work. So, these are not new concepts, but there is a big difference that has happened on account of COVID. And that is that the operating word earlier was flexibility, which means, that think of a rubber band. There is a structure to it and there is a shape. It's round, but it is flexible. And it is supposed to come back to its original stage after being flexible, which means that, while you are stretching the boundaries of your working hours and things like that, you're still working within a framework. What has happened during COVID is somewhere that flexibility has been translated into, this is now an entitlement. I am entitled to work from home because I can. Therefore, I'm no longer going to come back to work. And if you force me to do it, I will leave. And also to make, and that's why we've gone and redefined it from a flexibility concept to a hybrid concept, which is like, I am now going to only come 2 days a week or 3 days or whatever it is decided for. So I think from a corporation's point of view, there is discomfort with this concept because it has affected productivity. And even tech companies, and it's not just IBM, even tech companies have gone back, whether you take an Elon Musk or anyone who's talking about it, to say come back to work. Google also has gone back and said come back to work, because we are seeing the flexibility actually stretched so much now to an entitlement mindset that because I can work from home, I will work from home and you can't ask me to come back. So I would like to differentiate on that one. But then the other side of the message, which is the CEOs basically saying, come back 200% to work, like every day morning you have to be in office at 8 o'clock and I will now become a clock watcher and see how many hours you are spending in office. I will track the number of hours you're sitting in office and so on. That's also going to the other extreme. And I think that's where the moderation is needed in the messaging. The flexibility was always needed, desirable, especially if we want to bring diverse set of talent, whether it is women or people with special needs, to come back to work, that the flexibility element should not be given up at all. So it's back to the mindset of trust between managers and employees, between the organization, that if the person says, I have a PTA and I have to attend my son or daughter's meeting today, and can I step out of the office for 4 hours? That's okay. And that's the moderation that was supposed to happen. But somehow we have now come to a place where it's become a conversation about, because I can work from home, I'm going to. So I'm going to just make one other point on this moderation piece of it. Why flexibility and the hybrid work can always be a debate. Different industries have different requirements. I just talked about IBM as my previous company. I'm working now for Johnson Controls, which is a manufacturing setup. And however much digitally advanced we become, we still need my engineers to go and install a heavy chiller in the top of this building or any other hotel. That takes a lot of manual effort. So not everybody has that luxury, and we have to appreciate the fact that this is also causing some amount of disparity in how people come to work and how they are viewing it. So we need to be moderate, we need to be sensible, and if employees are saying that they cannot actually come back to work if it is full-time working, then they should choose the profession where that is allowed for. So I'll just put that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very elaborately said so. Prajesh, I want you to also elaborate on this. Firstly, is flexi working hours here to stay forever, or for the next decade or so? That's my first question. And second, when you as a talent acquisition leader talk to the top clients and all, does flexi working hours become one of the negotiating points or becoming a breaking point or a red line? And how do you run through that? Because, and your views on it, that it's a, and who's driving it? The question I want to ask is, who's driving it? Is the management driving flexi working hours, or is it being pushed by the workers, and therefore you are saying let's make a good show of it by saying we are driving it? What is the real truth about it? Flexi working hours here to stay? How do you negotiate with them? Who's driving it?
Okay, a lot of questions in one question. I think Pallavi really made it very clear, and very key thing to it is moderation. It has to bring. Now, COVID has made it sound like an entitlement to most of us, and that's where you see the pushback. So yes, it is driven by talent. And if you talk about this region, I don't think any particular country, because of where it is in the evolution stage, because COVID has impacted everybody now expects it as an entitlement. And that's where the problem is. It is driven by the talent. There are a lot of times when we are talking to talent, they are not ready to come. Like some of the financial sectors, you are supposed to come in because of the data and other reasons. But people are not coming in. So it is becoming a challenge, and that's where hybrid has kicked in, as rightly said by Pallavi. And we'll have to continue, so as a talent acquisition person, you basically have to take these sentiments and also set the expectation with the hiring team, with the clients, with the leaders, that look, this is an expectation which is being treated as an entitlement. And now if you don't deal, then your deliverables are going to get impacted. So I think that's where that balance, that moderation has to be brought in. And then of course, talent acquisition plays a very key role in bringing in the overall market sentiments, the sentiments which has been driven by the external candidates to the internal leadership, so that we get this in moderation. That is what I would like to say.
Maybe I have a question, Brajesh. I think maybe I haven't seen it as yet, but have the companies, and maybe this is to the larger audience, have your companies modified your offer letters, the contracts that you are sending to employees, and stating there very explicitly that you're allowed to work 2 days or 3 days or whatever? Is it stated there? Or does the offer still say your working hours is 8 hours to 8 hours, 5 days a week? Because I don't know if we are doing hybrid work now, is it being reflected in the offer letters now?
In certain markets.
In certain markets, right. Because I think that's the other point of contention, is that it's not stated anywhere. So this is becoming it's very much a fluid area and can be interpreted in many ways.
Yes, because we are in a difficult situation as an organization, also as a market. Everything is being disrupted and everybody is trying to put their feedback. So everybody is trying to, I think every organization is struggling to find the right mix. So that's why you see the gaps again. Yes, it is not mentioned in the offer letters in most organizations, I agree to that. But in certain markets like Australia and New Zealand, it's very evident. You mention it there, the working number of days that you are coming, but not in Asia, not in Asia. It's pretty much still a very standard note, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Now, my next question comes to you is training and upskilling. Who is responsible for that? You did mention in passing when you started off that it is not responsibility alone of corporates to do the upskilling. It starts right from the training institutions. But in the company, training and upskilling, who should do that? And once train and upskill, if there's a lateral movement, who handles that? And is it a big cost to you to train and upskill, or do you don't want to train for a competition? And what's your thoughts about training and upskilling?
Okay. So I think it's very much, I think most talent people and HR people will agree. The progression or the growth of the individual, which is what relates to the aspiration of the person to grow in an organization, is very much their responsibility. So from a training and upskilling or from their personal growth point of view, the accountability of progressing their careers is theirs. But for an organizational requirement, if they need to learn on certain technologies or areas, then very much there are frameworks or there are very robust learning platforms that are available. And there are obviously learning consultants that work in organizations now, large organizations like mine, and even previously in IBM, we had a whole ecosystem of learning partners, which means not just inside trainers, subject matter experts, but partnering with universities, partnering with other external agencies to bring the right kind of content. So that is definitely the responsibility of a talent function in the organization, to make sure that all the skills that are needed for the company are being provided by you to the employees. Now you can, it's the mountain and the Muhammad story. You can bring the, you can provide it, but taking it and then applying it and then using that to progress your career is an employee's responsibility. So they need to upskill in order to be relevant. You cannot force people to take training or apply it or assimilate it. It's not just about going and attending a training program. So that responsibility rests with the employees, and talent function actually tries to bridge that gap. It tries to bring that aspiration closer. If you want to become a senior director or you want to become a talent acquisition leader, here are the 5 things that you need to do, and here are the 2 training programs that you need to attend to make that happen. That is a talent function's responsibility.
I get that. But tell me, you were mentioning about, certain companies and organizations have got a very well-structured training program,
Yeah.
They've got the complete workshops, they do it, Kellogg's, the business schools, they create a lot of training modules and really upskill the people. Is that also a recipe for creating him for moving out of the company? Because you have really created that monster who goes across the fence.
That is.
Do you live with that?
Yeah, we have to live with that.
Right.
We have to live with that. So that's part of the, But I will also tell you that, not just in Singapore, even my previous company, IBM, one of the reasons why I ended up at, taking seminar at NUS is that I was what was known, I don't know whether it happens now, but I was called the IBM Academic Ambassador.
Okay.
And that program was really IBM's way of making sure that the universities, the students that are coming in the future workforce, understand artificial intelligence as a technology. And so they created these academic ambassadors in every field to go and talk in universities about how that would impact their jobs. So I was representing for HR. So how will AI and HR shape for the future?
Okay.
So it's not just that a lot of companies are making sure that the ecosystem is also ready, because it helps IBM at the end of the day to get that future talent in the future.
True.
So it's also a societal responsibility, especially big corporates, to ready the population for the future.
Right.
I think I have a different, I'm a little different, not very different, but different view to this. You're also building the market. Imagine if you always are in a situation where you need somebody to be built. It's a very long drawn process. It's a very expensive process. So when you have somebody who's trained and who's really good and gone out in the market, that person also ensures wherever that person is also building a pool of talent which is equitable to him. So then it's also a market development for you for the same pool of talent.
Thank you. Yeah, for broader perspective of it. My next question is, next thought is, when you're spending your time looking for the talent pool, is your energy spent on the top management positions, top leadership, middle, or the junior? Where is it that your time is spent in attracting the talent, or easier to find and easier to hold? Or is it equally distributed between the three layers?
No, definitely at the executive level, it's a longer process. It's more on attraction, it's more on career, it's more on what is in it for me and you together, and of course, the newer ways of working that you are aspiring to go in future. Because whenever you are hiring, you're doing a leadership refresh, you're bringing market reference or market experience. So that's what takes most of the time. I think the professional level, or the mid-level, is BAU. It takes the usual time. And again, a lot of energy goes in the younger talent, because you have to spend a little more time again in attracting, showcasing the career trajectory, the different paths, and the career life.
Your views? What is the same?
No, yeah, absolutely. I think it takes a lot of time with the senior leadership. Especially, I was talking about the whole future-ready leaders thing, right? So we have a whole lot of people that don't know how to hire for future. And imagine, we have leaders who themselves don't understand the future enough to go and hire future-ready leaders. So the time that is spent in trying to make sure, both from HR side as well as internally, to ensure we are hiring, because these are one-off roles. You don't have multiple roles that you're hiring for that you can actually afford to be luxurious about it. So much more time is spent, many more interviews. It's a longer drawn process, as Brajesh was saying. And the effort that is put at the, so that one is a more individual attention. The lowest level, the entry level is more a cohort-based kind of effort, which is you're not focusing just on one talent, you're focusing on an entire cohort and trying to bring them to attract them to your brand. So the efforts are more mass. There's more social media, there is more campus events and things like that, so it's much more mass. That's the difference.
Thank you. You also mentioned, touched upon AI and people in analytics, and talked about big data. How does that fit into the HR framework of today? And how does that, implement or do that? From what I can hear, you people are more psychologists than, talent hunters. But the way you're looking at people, you need to do a course in possibly psychology by the kind of stuff that is working today is STEM. So AI, analytics, big data, is it supplementing, is it a buzzword, or really getting into the heart of things for HR today?
Oh, it's absolutely, there is no doubts that AI in HR and HR frameworks is here to stay. It has already delivered value in many ways. Of course, there's just like, it's a double-edged sword like it is for anyone else, where it can get misused. There is still bias to the algorithms that are coming out. But just from a transformation point of view, I think AI has touched recruitment very, very heavily. Whether it is, looking at video interviews and interpreting facial expressions to decide whether a candidate is overstating things or understating things, it's going to that level. To also predicting success profiles of who's the next CEO likely to be, what should be the profile of the next CEO, who are the people that have succeeded in the past that will help us predict who can succeed in the future. The challenge with that one is that if, let's say, a company had never had a woman CEO, the AI algorithm, if not written well, will say our woman can never be a CEO. So there are those dangers that we have to address, but broadly speaking, I think there's a lot of enablement that's happening, not just in recruitment, but in talent, people to find jobs. There's a recent study by MIT Sloan that AI in the talent search, job search, is helping match candidates to multiple jobs almost 20 to 30 times more than what a recruiter would normally be able to do. So there's a lot of efficiencies that is coming through. I think many of the larger organizations are conducting work studies in a heavy way. It used to happen back in industrial times when people used to do work studies, but now it's coming back again to see what is the percentage of time people are spending on mundane jobs and then try to automate those jobs so that time frees up for other things. So it is here to stay. A lot of innovation happening in that space.
Yeah, you too, Brajesh. Yes. You are an IT expert at Capgemini. You're working for some time, and That's your forte. So tell me, are you going to use AI more and more in HR, in hiring, searching, and creating that job profile for a person? And also just touch upon, are you crossing some legal boundaries or moral boundaries where you touch AI and create this algorithms to see what is going to be future of this guy be like? And is he built after 5 years to be a crook, integrity and all? You are skimming against some different areas.
No, I think holistically AI tools, technologies which are there for us to consume are enablers, right? But again, the key word is hyper-personalization. With the usage of tools, technologies, whether it is AI, whether it is CRM or any other technology, what you can do is that journey becomes very personalized for talent. Right from attraction to retention development, the whole phase of HR. How do you manage, engage, and you really develop and retain the talent, right? So AI is here to stay. Gen AI is here to stay, and it's going to only be more and more stronger in the process, but it will always act as an enabler. Then it really empowers the actors like a talent acquisition or a talent leader or an HR leader to really go and do things which really makes a difference in the journey. And that is where hyper-personalization. So that answers your first question, that it's going to stay, yes. Okay. The effectiveness is easily 33 to 40% in every stage. Right from resume screening to resume grading. Imagine if I have to read 100 CVs, I'll take whatever time. But an AI does it in a fraction of a second. The way it is defined, and again, there are things which you need to know. It has to be defined really well according to what you are looking in the job scope or in the skills-based hiring. What is the competencies that you're looking at? If not, it can go very wrong. And that whole effort can be completely wasted. And then it's back to the recruiters eyeballing everything. Similarly, even, are you stepping out on the legal boundaries? I don't think so. I don't think so. Because you really don't go into sensitive data there. What you are saying is, and what I think Pallavi was alluding to was more of a success profile. Like in my head, my sales leader is ABC. But the reality showcases, the talent insights showcases that it's actually DEF. So now if I'm looking at future of work, do I need somebody who's got A, B, C, D, E, F? Or I'm looking at a combination B, C, D, E, F, B, C, D, either ways. So that's where it helps enhance the overall process and effectiveness.
Thank you. Harjit, we got about 5-6 minutes left, so you want to start some questions from the audience? I'd like to do that so that we can spend the last 7 or 10 minutes asking any questions which have come up from the audience for this very expert panelist to answer, please.
Yes. Questions from the floor, perhaps, before we flesh up the questions from the app. So the first one, which I'm sure the panel can actually see it from the comfort monitor just before you. Some key indicators that HR leaders monitor to assess the effectiveness of their talent retention efforts, particularly in a competitive talent market. The first question, and as we discuss talent development, how do you see the role of technology and automation evolving in shaping the future of HR and talent management, which I think Brajesh just shared a bit earlier, but something for you, General, to see if either one.
Answer the first question, Brajesh. I think that's an interesting question. How do you check, that you're doing your things right, The feedback loop,
Let me take that question. I think from a talent point of view.
It's okay. I think I can tell you what happens in the organizations that I've worked for, most likely. There are two main metrics that is mapped together to see whether it is effective or not in terms of retention. So performance rating and the tenure. So if it is low performance rating, you are not really bothered if the person is really going out, because then that's an opportunity to bring in a high potential. And if there is if the retention bucket is on people who are highly rated in terms of performance, but they are leaving very, very quickly, then it's a challenge. So these are the key indicators typically that we would look at.
Yeah, there are, quite a few actually. Apart from those, we also look at, most organizations I think would be looking at new hire retention, which is what he was talking about in performance. But we would also look at a concept called organic placement, which is what is the ratio of people that you actually promoted internally as against hiring from external. And if a rough thumb rule is we should be about 60% be able to promote internal talent into the open roles versus hiring from external, that shows that your talent pipeline or pool internally is fairly strong. So that's the organic placement request. And then the other is that every organization has a talent bench, a pipeline that is looked at for leadership succession. What percentage of that is retained till they reach the finals, So that is the other metric that shows whether the type of talent that you identified as top talent, was it really top talent? So it helps to see the strength of that talent bench. So those are a few different kind of metrics that are also tracked now from a talent development point of view.
Second question? I think you answered that.
Yeah, we did,
I think
we did answer that question already.
HR and talent management, that's been answered. Any more questions, Hajit, before I sum up?
If there's no questions from the floor, can we thank our panelists with a big round of applause, please, for their sharing. Our President, Mr. Richard Chang, to present tokens of our appreciation to our distinguished panel. Richard would like to present tokens to Rajesh Singh, Pallavi Srivastava, our panelists, and Lieutenant General Sudhir Sharma, our moderator. One group photo. Into the camera. And let's give them another big round of applause, please. Thank you so much to our distinguished panel. Okay, let me do this expeditiously. We'll now break for lunch for 60 minutes, an hour. Lunch is served outside at the foyer. May we please invite you to continue the networking, and also, just as a reminder, there will be no food allowed back into the ballroom, as the F&B staff will be refreshing all the tables in the ballroom itself. So do enjoy your lunch outside. As you're doing so, here are some pointers for us to share with you. Do refrain from replying to emails or calls. We do know that you have to reach someone back in the office, but do share your programs and initiatives with your newfound peers. Nothing more effective than genuine feedback from your peers and sharing of ideas, and be generous with your name cards. Often the best support you can get from peers are the ones you meet at events like these. Do enjoy your lunch. Once again served in the foyer. You may leave your personal belongings in here, but do enjoy your lunch at the foyer. Thank you very much, and bon appetit.
always feel like following lunch in Singapore is just about the worst slot ever, but at the moment you're awake, and I will test you at certain points. It's a pleasure to be here. So nice to be doing face-to-face events in person again, and I appreciate you showing up, because Fridays is often the day where like, I don't want to go out, I don't want to dress, I want to stay at home and do my virtual calls, and so thank you for being here. So my session in total is about 50 minutes, same as the earlier sessions, I think. I'm going to talk for about 40 of that, maybe even a little less, and then we'll make time for Q&A at the end. And I really want this to be in service of you, and so it's the same drill as before. You can post questions on Slido. Equally, it's a relatively small group. You can just put up your hands and we'll get a microphone to you at the right time. As the MC said, I, by day, have a job in Google that is focused on innovation. Specifically, we have a type of innovation that's strategic initiatives, and it's like our further out there innovation, like our moonshots, the future of where Google might go. So I head that up globally. And then we have other people that look after the more like day-to-day innovation. Outside of that, I teach at SMU. I'm a professor around digital innovation. I've been an advisor to the G20 for the last 3 or 4 years on accelerating digitization in emerging economies. And then I do a bunch of startup work to keep me young, although it also removes my hair and turns it very gray as well. So it's a pleasure to be with you here today. My style and the way I'm going to do these sessions is I'm going to tell you a few stories. But here's the thing, I've attended so many conferences, especially since COVID opened up. I was like, where's a conference I've got to go to? I've got to see humans. I've got to like have real in-person events. And it frustrates the heck out of me when I sit there and listen to a good talk and it's brilliant and engaging. And at the end I go, I don't know what I'm going to do with that. Like, I can't really like take away a very clear action. And so my soft contract with you all is at the end of the stories, hopefully there's something for everybody in terms of a very clear action that you can take away. Not all actions will apply to everybody depending on your firm and your point in life and what you want to lean in on, but I hope there's something for everybody, and hold me to account on that. And at the end you'll get a QR code to my profile so you can stay in touch, or you can just come and catch me and say this is what I really craved as well. So I've kind of teased you with what we're going to talk about. Let's get into some of the content. As an innovation person, I can't stand up here without looking back a little bit at the period around COVID. And obviously for a great many people, it was a really terrible time. We lost loved ones. I think everybody, if we were honest, would say that it was a trying time in terms of our own well-being and happiness and engagement and all of those sorts of things. However, if I just put on my passion lens, my job lens, my innovation lens, it was an incredible period. Now that sounds insensitive. I'm not talking about the kind of human aspect. I'm talking about the progress that we made during that period of time around product advancement and behavioral change and adoption and the speed at which we develop things. Unprecedented. And I'll give you examples, and they're not going to be rocket science to you, but when I tell people, they're like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. That's interesting. That was around before. And so the first, telemedicine. It wasn't invented during COVID. It was around before. And I won't do it today because it's Friday and you've all just eaten and you're all looking a little sleepy, but like normally I say show of hands who used telemedicine before COVID. And there's like one solitary person that wants to humor me by putting their hand up, but not many. And then I always ask who's used it after COVID, and like most hands are up because it's really convenient, right? Like for many things, it's great. And we know the brands and we trust it, and even delivery services for medication, etc. Really, really good now. And many practitioners and healthcare businesses have said, well, we can do a lot more than just GP services around this. We can even do kind of pre-operation screening using it. There's a whole bunch of things. And so that's here to stay afterwards. And I think we'll see a whole evolution around what that looks like still. Our friends, the video calls. Again, Zoom and others were around well before COVID, but in that moment of COVID for us, and I'm going to assume you're all sort of professional workers, that became like a Maslow's hierarchy of need tool, right? Like you couldn't function in the day without the video calls working. We all had one of those moments where the Wi-Fi got a bit flaky in the house, or the kids were on the tablet. They'd be like, no, my video call's frozen. Like, quick, people, DEFCON 1, I need to like fix this. It became like, you know, a critical tool to us. And the platforms, or that's a fancy term, the providers, whether it's Zoom or Teams or Google Meet, they improved immeasurably. They reduced the bandwidth we needed to make it more stable. They brought different features to us. They brought elements that made it a bit more human. They made it easier for us to use them. And now, fast forward to today, I'm not going to get into the debate around hybrid working and work from home, etc. I enjoyed the conversation earlier on that, thank you. But it's kind of still the default for many of us, and we use it all the time, and I suspect that will remain for a long period of time. My old friend, the QR code, like, this was from the 90s. And when I think about the QR code, this is a classic case of a technology that was looking for a use case. Like, it was dead. Nobody was using the QR code. And now, this resurgence. I think this is a brilliant reminder. I was teaching on this the other day. Not that the QR code itself is this magical invention, but sometimes it's okay to have a product that has a relatively dumb use case, a relatively simple use case, but it does it brilliantly. And so now we still see, I mean, today you see QR codes to show you the program and to get you into the Q&A polls. It's great. It does exactly what you need. And so sometimes we don't have to over-engineer these things to get to a brilliant service. It'd be remiss of me to talk about COVID and not talk about the wonderful human beings that lent into the healthcare solutions. Again, this is not about pro or anti-vaccine, but if we think about just the process, how it got accelerated, the research, the collaboration, the fast tracking of approvals, like unprecedented. And my challenge to one of the pharma execs I was with the other day was, like, this is what you've got to do now. Like, we don't want to go back to it taking a decade for us to get solutions. I'm not sure you felt very comfortable with that, by the way, but like, that's my challenge to them is, you know, maybe we don't need to be quite so aggressive, but how do we keep that kind of speed? And then last but not least, I'm not sure many of us have actually been sitting there doing yoga with virtual reality headsets on, but I bet every single one of you at some period during COVID rolled out a yoga mat at home or did some stretching or got the Peloton out or YouTube on the TV and did something at home. Pretty much all of that was available before, but somehow we did it and now we're continuing to do it at home. And so that behavioral change has been amazing. But here's the thing. I mean, that's a lot of this you could say, oh, it's an interesting reminder, but I kind of knew a lot of this stuff already. Here's the learning from this. It took a crisis of epic proportions for us to be at our best. And I'm just talking product and innovation now. I'm not talking philosophically about healthcare, etc. That's another thing. It took the absolute worst of scenarios for, in these examples, us to be at the top of our game, to move fast, to be bold, to just break through barriers. To me, that's not an acceptable answer. It can't be now that we kind of wait for the next equivalent of a pandemic before we're at that level again. And I guarantee there's nobody in this audience going, gee, I really want lockdown back because we were productive then. Like, nobody is saying that, right? That is not a thing. And so my question to you is, how can we have the best of ourselves without having the worst of those moments? And there's a professor that taught me at Harvard that always used this expression, like, never waste a good crisis. And obviously this wasn't a particularly good crisis, but like there's a moment there around driving change, driving behaviors. And so a lot of the time when my team is looking at helping customers with transformation, we'll look at how we can identify a crisis or even sometimes simulate or stimulate a crisis, because there's generally one there. And here's two practical examples. So I promised you that at the end of each story there'd be some real takeaways from this, something you can do practically. Not as dramatic as the picture, I promise. So on the left-hand side, I believe, and have been doing this for a number of years, that you can simulate a disaster. And we actually do this in some respects in our businesses. We do it in kind of IT disaster planning. Like if the data center goes down, you simulate it. We do it in business with like business continuity planning. And so for the longest time, I've been saying, even pre-COVID, but COVID was the moment where my suggestions hit hot on this. What if we were to simulate disasters? And so now what we do in Google, each of our big businesses, they're pretty big, like ads, cloud, pay, YouTube. Each year now, they have a session for an entire day with a group of people. It's not a huge group of people. And prior to that, me or somebody in my team will have worked with those leaders, and we will identify about 3, maximum 5, 3 is probably better, what I would call disasters. Now I've got to say, this is more art than science, because the leader of Google Cloud or Google Pay, the answers they'll give us, the things they're most worried about, they'll be quite sort of predictable. They'll be like, well, the other cloud companies are doing this, or maybe customer spend drops. You know, like they'll be kind of obvious. And so my job is to make them think about what the next equivalent of COVID is. Something that could really change the world for us, could really derail us, could kill the business in a year. So that's a bit of an art, but it's just around like, how do we brainstorm what those things are? And you can do some research, and it's not that complicated if you just get into the right mindset. That's a bit nebulous. And then what we do is we get a bunch of people in the room, typically about 5 per disaster, let's say, diverse groups, much better. And then we say to them, think through, you assign one disaster to the group, and you say to them, think through, first of all, what's the likelihood of this happening? And we'll never get that right, but some will be more likely than others. And then what's the impact if this happened fully? Which means you've got to unpack what the disaster is a bit more and imagine it and scenario plan around it. That's fairly standard. And then the value comes in, how might we mitigate this disaster? And so you see we've gone from like this nebulous, like imagining a scenario that hasn't even happened, to like a bit of a structure that's very doable for almost anybody in any market with the right mindset. Now there's 2 unintended consequences that I've seen come from these sessions, and now we've been doing it across many businesses for a couple of years. The first is, like, COVID hit us and none of us were prepared for it, like nobody. Not even the healthcare industry. They were told it was coming and nobody was ready. Companies were not ready, even big tech. And so by doing this exercise, we build and reinforce that muscle to be ready for the next disaster. Because there will be one. It may not be a pandemic, it could be something else, could be conflict, etc. Who knows? But there will be something somewhere. And so keeping this muscle around being able to react to it. Now, almost guaranteed, the disaster will not be something we plan for, and it won't be in our nice little list, and we'll have our plan ready, and we'll be like, I've got this. But if you've built the muscle and retained the muscle and keep honing that muscle, you're going to be calm, you're going to imagine how to build a plan, and probably some of the things you've done will be useful. The second unintended consequence was every time I've done this, and I typically don't run them now because it's my teams in various countries that run them, but I always see the output from it, what do we recommend, what's the mitigation. And many business leaders at the end of this, in fact, YouTube did it recently, they said, well, these are great ideas. we actually don't need to wait for a disaster to do some of these things. We should just do them. And so there's been some really great initiatives coming from it. Super simple to do that. The second takeaway here is around constraints. I'm really a lifelong innovation practitioner and new products, startup, new ventures. And constraints are like your best friend. I always remember Elon Musk saying, if you give somebody 6 months to do something, they'll take 6 months. But if you give them 6 days, they'll find a way to do something that's valuable in that period of time. And so, like, how do we put constraints in place? And the best example of this is startups. They have a ton of constraints. For the average startup, at first, they don't have enough money, never have enough money. They don't have enough love. Nobody wants their product, nobody knows their product, especially if it requires behavioral change. They don't have the resources, because that's the nature of being a startup. But yet, in spite of that, we've got these incredible firms that flourish, often because of the constraints make them lean and hungry and efficient. And so how can we simulate some of those constraints? And so in Google, especially in the innovation area I'm in, when we're looking at new product opportunities, we will artificially inject some constraints. It could be timing. It could be it's got to scale to 100 million customers within a year, or we just wouldn't bother doing it. Like those sorts of things that are valuable to us and focus the mind. Because especially in a company like Google, we have a lot of resources. Sometimes it could become analysis paralysis. And so sometimes adding in constraints takes away some of the, we could do anything with this. An example of this sort of in the real world, outside of business, I'm a sports fan, and specifically I like football or soccer, depending on where you're from. There's a famous French football player, retired now, called Thierry Henry, and he was known for being really fast. That was his sort of, I mean, he was obviously a good player, but like speed was the thing he attributed to being his unique value proposition. And he talked about the coaches he had over the years and how the ones that had the biggest impact transformed his mind, not his body. And he was talking about one coach in particular that said to him one day, Thierry, for the next 2 hours of training, you're not allowed to use your speed to win the ball and to win and score. And he's like, how do I turn off my speed? Like, this is my God-given genetics. This is why I got to being a good player. How is this possible? And the coach said, I'm going to fine you $10,000 for every time that you use your speed in this game. Nothing like some money to focus the mind. And sure enough, within 10 minutes, he started behaving in ways that he hadn't before. He would drop much further back to get the ball. He was communicating differently to how he had ever done before to get the ball. He was playing in positions that he had not previously. And he talks about those examples as developing him so much more as a player. And so think about how constraints can be seen as a real positive in terms of building great products and focusing the mind and coming to different solutions in the end. I promise you a selection of stories, so the next one's a little different. So I'm not from the automotive industry. I've done a bunch of things in recent years around innovation to do with it, but the industry has a lot of change going on. If you are somebody that's read up on this industry, examples, and I'm sure there's even more that I don't know, but examples, they're all moving to electric cars. It's a pretty big change. There's a move towards autonomous vehicles, and I don't mean kind of fully driverless. That may or may never happen, but even just if you get in a Tesla or even any modern new car today, it's got some level of autonomous kind of assist, let's say. And so there's that move going on, which is pretty big. And then there's this small thing around the connected car. Like the car now is like a mobile phone on wheels. And they've had their own challenges around business models, etc. So there's a lot going on in this space. Every industry has it, but maybe more so here than NA. And the story that I want to tell you is about a period during COVID and the beginning of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, and how there was a semiconductor shortage, the chips that drive many of these things. And what happened was, if you looked at the list of the top 10 automakers by market cap, so size roughly, numbers 3 through 10, so the bottom group, they on average reduced their car output by 70%, 70, because they couldn't get hold of these semiconductors. And even the lowest end of that list now has a lot of semiconductors in the car. Tesla has the most, but increasingly they're all becoming more intelligent, more connected, and so they will all end up with lots and lots of semiconductors in the cars for sensors and safety and entertainment, etc. So that group had like a massive shift, and you can imagine how much that impacted them. And in many cases, those firms are systemically important as employers in the countries where they are headquartered, so they needed government bailouts and other things to keep them going in some cases. The number 2 player in that list is Toyota. And they pride themselves, amongst other things, on having an incredible supply chain. Like, they're really proactive with how they nurture their relationships and how they plan for these kind of events and some stockpiling and other things. And so they did better than most in the industry. They dropped their output by 20%. So already they're outperforming almost everybody in the industry. Like, that was a real win to them, incredible. The number 1 player, you can imagine who it is, Tesla, by market cap. They increased their output by 70%. And so you've got this swing of firms decreasing output by 70% all the way to Tesla increasing by 70%. Now, I'm going to caveat this by saying the amount of cars they output is tiny compared to a Toyota and a Nissan and others, but regardless, that swing is incredible. So I had to do what I call a double click and understand what happened here, because it's just unthinkable when you've got the car that needs the most semiconductors that somehow can produce the most growth by a big margin. And what I discovered here, and by the way, the average Tesla uses about 70% more semiconductors than the number 2 player. So like, imagine how many they needed. And what I learned here was they looked at this problem and they didn't have Toyota's supply chain. Like, that's not the way they'd behaved. You know, they haven't been around for that period of time. They haven't invested enough in those relationships. And they couldn't afford to drop by 70% because they'd be out of business. And they're not the kind of firm that's going to be seen as systemically important. And so they probably wouldn't be saved by government bailouts, etc. And so they had to come up with a solution. And what Elon and the others leading the team said was, what if we can engineer ourselves out of this solution? That sounds like a very Elon Musk thing to say, right? Like, how can we use technology to get out of this predicament? And so what they did was they said, what if we can write some code called middleware? And if you aren't familiar with middleware, it's the code that makes a physical thing, like a car, work with some software. It's like the translator between them to make them work. We have it in all sorts of devices. So they said, what if we can write some middleware, because we're really good at engineering, that allowed us to be able to get semiconductors from, I'm going to say this tongue-in-cheek, anywhere. Like, we didn't need the very, very, very top spec semiconductor anymore, because we've done something clever with our code that means it's not like we need a rubbish semiconductor, but we can go and get one that's kind of, you know, middle of the road, more available. And they planned that out and said, would that work for us? And if they could do it, they realized there were a whole bunch of semiconductor providers that had capacity that would love to sell to them. You know, like Tesla's probably the dream customer for many. And so that's what they did. They engineered a solution out of it. Not only did they have the growth in this moment, they've taken some control back from being beholden to some of the semiconductor, well, specifically one semiconductor manufacturer at the time. Now they've got a broader supply chain. So this is a story around you engineer a solution from a crisis. There we go. So what's the takeaway here? There are some leaders, and I'm not just talking the CIO, the CTO, but CEOs that see technology as critical, like it's a core part of our business. We've got to be honest, there's many that just still see it as a necessary evil. It's a bit like, we have to have it, you know, like we have to have a good team, but, you know, it's, you know, we've got to keep up with the Joneses and have it, but I'd rather we just went back to the old days of delivering. Like, there's a lot of that still. And then there's a very small number that say, we are a technology firm first. You know, we're not a bank anymore, we're not a car company, we're a technology firm first. And so our response to a crisis or an opportunity is to say, how can we use technology to help us in this moment? But here's the thing, it's easy to say that. You need to have two things in place in my experience for this to be possible. You need to actually have a pretty good engineering team. You know, an average team isn't going to pull an Elon there and change the automotive industry. And they have to be kind of close to you, and I don't mean geographically close, but you know, if you outsource to the lowest vendor in the world and that's your normal engineering mode, that doesn't feel like a recipe to solve this problem. And by the way, you could use partners, don't get me wrong, you could absolutely use partners, but then you'd bring in really high talented partners close to you and allow them to advise you around technology properly. And then the second thing is, as a leader, the CEO, the board, you have to have a mindset that says, hey, tech advisors that are brilliant, what would you do in this scenario? Like, how might you solve this problem? Which so rarely gets asked. So that's story number 2. Number 3. So I've been out of my home country now, very specifically, for 20 years this month. And about 10 of that was in the Middle East, and the last 10 has been in Singapore. I consider this my home now. But I've got to be honest, when I first came to Asia and I looked around at the technology landscape, I was like, this is like the land that tech forgot. You know, like it was so far behind in many respects. And I don't mean that disrespectfully, because I'm very proud of where we are, and Singapore is truly my home. I'm more patriotic about Singapore than I am the UK now. But if I fast forward to today, it's changed hugely. Like, the pace of change is incredible. And so now if we look at the region, not just Singapore, we genuinely have world-leading technology and technology players and environments. Couple of examples, payments. India and China, like, undoubtedly leading the world in payments by a long way, like really leapfrogged. It's incredible. Asia, specifically Southeast Asia, a lot in China and perhaps Korea, the home of the super app. Who's done it more, done it better? Lots tried to follow it. And so it's incredible, the leaps that have been taken. But here's my challenge to that group, the ones that leaped really far ahead, and that's not everybody. You did it once to come from really behind to go really far ahead in your country, but the odds are it's hard to do that again. And so now is not the time to be in any way complacent or relaxed and say, we've arrived, like we've won, this is the moment in time, this is the pinnacle. Because nations love to copy, and I don't mean that in a bad way. Everybody's just going to look and say, well, what's great around the payments in India or Korea or China? And I'm going to do the same and try and do better. And so you have to not be complacent in this moment and keep using some of that urgency to drive forwards. How we think about that in Google is we've got kind of incremental innovation constantly in the products, and then we've got the area that I'm in that's trying to take the big leaps in the brand new things we didn't even know about. And so we have to make sure that we don't fall behind like that again, because I don't believe, like the law of averages says, you can't leapfrog again. And then there's this other group. I was with a CEO of a bank in Malaysia the other day, and he said to me, and I had to keep the straightest of faces, he said to me, we're at the starting line and we're really poised to start our first digital transformation. And I was like, you're poised? Like, you're about to start it? You know, like to me, somebody that lives and breathes these things, I'm like, aren't you like a few years late? You know, like, aren't you really worried about this? And so for that group, still, I think, and that's not picking on Malaysia, there's these firms in every single market, including Singapore. You know, we've got to, you know, kind of stop looking at this as technology or digital as a project, and you do it for 3 or 4 years and it's done. You're never done. Like, this is not going away, for better or worse. As a parent, there are times where I'm like, I wish it would go away, frankly. But this is the world we live in, and it's staying. And so my message to those firms is always, think about this as a really long-term initiative. Don't think about this as being 2 or 3 or 5 years and then you're done, which I think has been the failing for many transformations. Think, well, this is the new mode we need to work in, and how do we have some incremental indicators that we're winning along the way so that we can kind of ramp up. And I'm not a big fan of those 5-year digital transformations that distract the whole business, and along the way, suddenly results start to not be so good because we're completely distracted. And so, you know, if you think about it really long term, and, you know, I always love the Chinese mentality here, which is like, let's think super long term around these things. Then you have a very different viewpoint around what progress looks like. So what are the tips here? You've all seen this story before around the tree, right? We should have all done it 20 years ago. The next one is now. And it's the same message for these two groups, and anybody in between, by the way, because I've talked to two very specific groups, the ones that are, frankly, in my mind, a little bit late to kind of drive digital and about to start, and the pioneers and the great firms. But the reality is, now is the time. If you're the pioneers that have leapt ahead in India and China and other places, how do you put in place a set of mechanisms and a talent profile for the future and cultures and bravery so that you can keep innovating, so that you don't relax? Honestly, I feel like that's the biggest challenge in a company like Google. You know, we have 11 products that have more than 1 billion users every day. Could get really relaxed in that setting, right? Like, I want us to be super paranoid. I want us to be like, who's eating our lunch tomorrow? Because that's a much better place from an innovation standpoint. Also from a retaining your job standpoint, if we're being really honest, rather than like, hey, I'm so good, let me chill out. So how can we build that kind of mindset? And for the group that hasn't yet gone because you're still posturing, like, whilst I do fear for those firms, I also just think you can learn the lessons from those big transformations that have not been so successful. And there's been many of those, many of them, many failed transformations. And so what I would do is I'd say, I might be late. How can I laser in on the things that are going to have the biggest impact for me? I'm not going to do this broad change the whole organization. I'm going to find the things that can have huge impact, and I'm going to do them in a really smart, energetic way. I've done a lot of standing up new digital ventures, like on the side of a business. That can often be a very good way for firms that are a bit behind to do this, because then you're not burdened with trying to fix the main business that, for better or worse, has its ways of working and its processes and its talent profile. Then you can stand up a venture that can be quote unquote perfect and move pretty fast. But either way, you know, kind of use the opportunity of being behind to kind of move very fast as well. Next story is about high-performing teams. Formula One is a great example of this. There are other examples. Healthcare has a lot of the attributes, believe it or not, kind of the surgical teams, neurosurgery teams around high-performing teams where it's really life and death, and they have to do the right thing in the moment. I've been fortunate enough because if I go back a little bit, when I think about teaching on innovation and talking on it, people always say to me, like, what's the process in Google to innovate? Like, what are the steps? Like, I'm going to tell them something that's going to magically let them go and build a giant firm. And by the way, if I knew it, I'd tell you. It's just not the steps. For me, I'd say it's the stuff around the outside. And so when people ask me about the Google innovation process, I say, I'll send you a slide. I'd much rather talk to you about the culture and the behaviors and the talent and the courage and everything else. For me, that's the piece that's super critical. And I'm not saying we always get it right. And when you think about high-performing teams, I do this sometimes, and I won't do it today, but I'm like, who here wants to be in a high-performing team? Every single hand goes up, right? Because kind of peer pressure, and you sort of have to, and whether you really do or don't want to be in one, you put your hand up. But generally, most of us want to be in high-performing teams. But when I ask leaders, what are you doing to create high-performing teams? What does it mean to you? Like, what are you doing to reward and retain those high-performing teams and enhance them over time? There's not a lot going on in that space. Now, there's obviously general kind of, we're trying to look after the people, we're trying to measure people, we're trying to improve them. But if we're talking about high-performing teams, that can't be all of your org. Not all of Google is high-performing. This is like the elite groups, let's say, and I don't want to make it sound elitist, but this is your tiger team that's doing the most critical things or the most innovative things. You want to be really deliberate about that group. And when I think about truly high-performing teams, I've been fortunate enough to work with a couple of Formula One teams, and they now all have high-performance coaches that think about these topics. There's many ingredients to high-performing teams. Things like them being persistent teams. All too often in corporates, we bring together the 5 or 6 people that happen to be available and have a heartbeat, and they're on the bench, and we go like, you 5 work together and be high-performing. Like, the odds of that working is pretty low. And so these teams are generally kept together, whether it's in Google or other tech firms or even surgical teams and Formula One. Like, they know each other really well, and they work together time and time and time again. And there's the critical thing for me, I can't even say it now, psychological safety. Now, some people think of that as such a fluffy thing, but when you are doing something life and death, like a pit stop team for Formula One, and it is life and death, right? Like, if they get it wrong, the driver could have an impact, another driver, a spectator. It's literally life and death. Like, you need to know that you are safe to speak up if something is wrong. Same goes for the corporate world. I always say there is zero chance you can innovate if somebody's going to mock you or laugh at you in any way for you saying a potentially crazy idea, like an idea that might seem silly to others. Newsflash, if I had a Men in Black wand and I took us back 20 years and I pitched to you today the Netflix business model, you'd all be like, this is ridiculous. I love going to Blockbusters, and I love my set-top box from wherever I live. Like, you'd all think it was crazy, but most of the best things we use today started off looking ridiculous. And so we've got to have the safety to be able to say those things. And by the way, if you're working on an experiment or an initiative in your company, and you know the outcome of it, it's not innovation, that's a project. Like, I know where I want to go, and I'm going to get us there. If you say, I don't know how this is going to work out, but kind of directionally I want to get over there, that sounds like innovation. But with that comes bumps in the road and failures, etc. There is no chance you are doing that if you feel like you're going to get fired or penalized or punished for that. Like, it's not happening. So there's so much we can learn from this. But here's the thing. We have to fight for that, because it's very unusual that you get CEOs that come into the building and say, I now want 5 Tiger teams that are high performing. Now, they do want that. If you brought up the conversation with them, they want that. But I find you've got to be so deliberate about these things. And the easiest way that I say for enterprises and companies, doesn't matter if you're big, small, local, international, to try and tackle this, is the next time you look to stand up a project, or the next time you try to stand up a new product or a new venture, we've all done versions of that from time to time, you expand into another region, can you use that as your blank canvas moment to say, how could we be different around this? Now, what I find, I've done a lot of like standing up new bank ventures, et cetera, and telcos and other industries. What I find in those moments where we say, right, we're going to deliver a digital bank, or we're going to deliver a digital whatever, is we obsess over the product and making it work for the industry and selling it and building it. We talk so much about the tech, it's unbelievable. We love the tech, it makes us feel comfortable. But we spend almost no time on, like, how might we behave materially differently in this business to the business we've got over there? Like, almost no time. It's like an afterthought, which is so perverse, given that we often put firms like Spotify and others on a pedestal and say, wow, I want to operate like them. Well, it didn't happen by accident. They didn't accidentally have a pretty good culture. They've been really deliberate about it, and they've been fiercely protective of it. And by the way, they evolve over time, right? Google's culture now is not Google's culture from 20 years ago, and it's not perfect now, and so it will keep evolving, and the same for Spotify and Netflix and other firms, or they'll struggle. And so what I often do if I'm involved with these new ventures is I say, in the beginning, can we spend 50% of our time, 50, on what kind of behaviors would we want? What kind of, it's easy to say we're going to work agile, but more specifically, like, how are we going to build safety? Can we keep the team small? Because in my experience, the bigger the team gets, the harder it is to manage. I used to be in Amazon. We used to say if the team was too big, suddenly you started to need formal meetings, as where if it's a small Tiger team, you're like physically across the desk from each other or constantly on video calls, and so you don't need to like plan meetings in the diary because you're constantly chatting. So how do you keep that team small? How do you make sure it's super diverse? And I don't just mean gender, but I do very specifically mean gender as well. I'm so critical when I look at products and I say, well, you've got no women in your team. Like, that's half the population of the world, roughly, like more. But you're not represented in the team. Like, how do you know what a woman wants if you're a group of white males? Like, it's not a great starting point. And just as equally these days, like, so much of the world has neurodiversity kind of opportunities. I'm not going to say challenges. And so if we're delivering a product, especially in Google, we will think about this a lot. How do we make sure there's neurodiverse representation in the group? Because you can't deliver a product or a service to them if you don't understand and think about and represent them. Like, super important. Now, there's too many considerations to have in the team. It would be 24 people if you tried to consider everything. But just having a broad representation and a group of people that say, hey, is there anything we've missed? Is there a minority group we're not representing here? Just having that mindset is huge. And then thinking about the speed, how you can move in cycles of days and weeks, not years. I mean, years is very bad. But you've got to be so intentional about it. But the thing I found is if you say to most leaders, hey, aside from trying to roll out this new product, we want to try and roll out some new behaviors, and we're not going to spend 6 months just trying to roll out agile or trying to get good at design thinking. We're going to do it on the job while we're doing this. But good for this business is obviously a successful launch, but it's a successful test of some new behaviors and new way of working and a new culture. They're really going to say no to you. And so I really over-index on that at the beginning. Now, that's a scary prospect for most leaders, but I often say to them, trying to retrofit a good culture and good behaviors afterwards, I mean, let's be honest, it's not really working in most cases. And so, like, much better to capture it at the beginning. So that's why I say 50% focused on those things and 50% on what are we building and what's the product. And very quickly, after just months, I would say, you can start to ramp more to focusing on product because you've got the right foundations in terms of the right ways of thinking and you've empowered people and made them safe, etc. You can figure out how you scale it later on. I always remember this phrase from a guy called David Gledhill, and he was here for a long time as the CIO of DBS through the bulk of their transformations. And he talked about how they rolled out Agile. And he said, well, we figured if we couldn't get one team to do it well, we couldn't get many, many, many teams to do it well. And so we got one team, and we said to them, we want you to learn Agile kind of quote unquote perfect, you know, like perfect for us, and get really good at it, and it'll take a while. And then they celebrated these teams like you wouldn't believe, and told everybody how wonderful they were, and put them on a pedestal, probably a bit over the top. And he used this phrase, seductive inclusion. And I was like, how did you get the next group to do it? And he said, I made this so appealing. We gave them bonuses, we gave them promotions. There was a queue around the block for people saying, I want to do this next. It was like I had to stop them and say, like, no, we're keeping this kind of exclusive so that the next group did it, and they did it properly, and they did the same thing again. They celebrated the heck out of them. Seductive inclusion is a big thing. Now I've got a short video, but before we start this is from the F1 industry. I see a lot of people that really over-engineer the concept of high-performance teams and psychological safety. And like sometimes I hear my colleagues and I'm like, sorry, I just need to get out my psychiatrist dictionary to understand what you've said because it just sounded incredible. Like, I literally don't know what the words meant. Now, I generally do, but I know no normal person, like the majority of us, are going to understand that unless they live and breathe it. And so I want you to listen, aside to what they say, how simply they talk about what's important for this team to be really high-performing and the culture and the values. Super simple language that anybody can understand. So when you are thinking about communicating to your execs, resist the temptation to make this look like we're solving nuclear fusion. And let's try and use this language, if we can play the video.
Every year you need to stick to your values, you need to stick to what made you perform, you need to remind yourself what it is. And set the right objectives. And I think this is core. If you're able to align the objectives, then you will have the collective effort, the energy of the organization that will try to achieve the targets. Everybody has their own way of coping with the situation. But I think when you come into our hospitality in the paddock, there's a good mood. There's a team feeling. We have fun, even when it's difficult. And we had really mediocre sessions. You will see after that initial anger, you will see that we're still able to have a laugh. We're able to understand that what we're doing is sports. It is our life, it is what we're doing, but it's not gonna affect us beyond that. The camaraderie and the team spirit is something that keeps us going.
If you can sort of ignore the fact that you're all deeply disappointed by not being at the front of the grid, it is deeply, deeply interesting because you are learning in a way that is, it feels extremely invigorating compared with, let's say, launching a car that is just the quickest one out there and stays the quickest all year. This is tough, but extremely, extremely professionally satisfying as we move it forward. And provided that we do get ourselves back where we wish to be at the front of the grid, this will be a period of all the engineers in our teams that they will remember as formative and very important in their lives.
Doesn't that sound like the kind of behaviors and culture that we want. Really easy to explain. I don't see many CEOs saying we don't want this. And then it's just how we can try to get it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. I believe we have some time for Q&A now.
It is, Darren. Thank you, Darren, for that. Two questions that just came in. I'd like to draw your attention to the screen as we display and populate the questions, please.
I'm glad that my giant head has gone away now.
In future, what trends would you anticipate will continue to shape the digital transformation landscape, especially in Asia? And how can organizations best prepare for them?
Yeah, it's a great question. People, when they ask me this, they often want me to name a technology. I won't name a technology because technologies will come and go and there'll be some new ones. I think it's less about that. What I think actually for this question is in Asia, and bearing in mind this is my home, so it's not a criticism, compared to Western markets, we're more conservative. I think everybody would agree with that. And Asia's not one market, so there are markets like Japan that are more conservative than other places. But we're generally across the board more conservative. And so we're a little slower and want to follow typically. But here's the problem with that. Our consumers, the young people, but not just young people, the kind of working professionals, they are so tech savvy, like you wouldn't believe. Your children, your children at university, your colleagues that are in their 20s, 30s, they're so tech savvy, they want instant access to the latest and greatest, and they'll use it from somewhere else in the world. And so we've got to fight our kind of conservative nature. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. It's ingrained in who we are, with this need to service these kind of tech-hungry populations. And I worry that if we don't find a model to solve for that, then we can fall behind potentially. And I don't want us to play catch-up around it. I'm talking to a lot of Japanese firms at the moment around this because I feel like Japan's a classic example of being an innovation leader at points in time, and right now doesn't feel like it's necessarily an innovation leader. It's not terrible, but it's not at the pinnacle that it once was. And I think a lot of that comes down to the conservative nature of the leaders, who are wonderful people, by the way, but if we want to innovate, we need to risks. And so how do we balance those things up with some incredible firms in that market, right? But if we don't take the risks, somebody else is going to come in and eat our lunch. And so that's the kind of the societal thing I think we need to work through.
Thanks for sharing that, Darren. Highlight some key industries in Asia that have experienced the most significant digital transformation, and what were the outcomes that they've achieved as a result? Now, this could be pre or perhaps even post-pandemic as well.
Yeah, I would say an industry that I'll talk to, and I'm going to give it a thumbs up and I'm going to give it a thumbs down at the same time. An industry that's had a lot of transformation is banking, payments, financial services. It's moved a lot during the pandemic and just over the last few years in general, but it's got a lot further to go. Like, I often do a talk where I say, who here wakes up in the morning and says, gee, I want a better relationship with my bank? Nobody ever says that, right? Like, you just don't think that. Like, it's unthinkable. And so we have to think about, what does that mean for us if we're a bank? Like, how do we provide services? And we might not have to have a direct relationship with the customer. That might have to be behind a ride hailer or an e-commerce firm or whoever has the customer's eyes and trust. But there's a lot more to do there. And I look at markets like Hong Kong and Singapore, and we've launched some digital banks. I'm not convinced they're quite the solution yet. And when I look at the kind of digital solutions in Europe and the US, they still feel far superior to me. And so we've got to figure that out. And I think there's opportunity for some more disruption and some more improvements. But we're making big progress in that area. And then I would talk as well to kind of the e-commerce world, like incredible progress during that time. But now we've got a lot of e-commerce solutions, and there's going to be some consolidation and fighting each other for who services us best. And I think there was a point earlier by, I think it was the Capgemini gentleman talking about personalization. It's going to be huge when we start to think about the winners and the losers here. And so I think that's a space that's going to become very big. And there's some tension with that around kind of sustainability of the environment, because those e-commerce firms naturally want to sell you as much as they possibly can, but that leads to kind of rampant consumerism. It's not entirely great for our planet and our behaviors, and so there's this tension of how do they evolve their business models to still grow and thrive whilst doing the right thing by society.
Question that we have, top reasons why digital transformation is either not working or failing, or perhaps not even progressing.
I'm going to be controversial here and say most CEOs / the board, the top leaders above technology, don't really walk the talk when it comes to embarking upon these transformations. What they do a lot of the time, and I've been through loads of these, they say, yes, we've got to do one. I'm going to sign a check. I'm giving some money to the tech team or to the innovation team. Off you go. Me and the CXOs and the board, we're not going to really change too much because we're like 60. We're kind of tail end of our career. You know, we're not the ones close to digital. You do a lot of changing. I'm pretty good over here. And if you're the team working really hard to transform, it's kind of disrespectful. It's certainly not inspiring. It's certainly not making you feel like you're in the trenches together on this journey, because you've got this group that are really financially comfortable and feel comfortable in who they are and their status, and you're being told over here, we've got to change, like this is so important. By the way, do your day job when you're changing. Like it all sort of doesn't look very good. And so for me, and I've done a lot of surveys and research on this, the firms that are successful are the ones where the very top leaders say, I need to go on my own change journey. And a CEO, a CMO, a CFO, the board, at an individual level, I say to them, what might your change plan look like? And in very simple terms, that's not to say they're bad leaders, but if you were leading in a non-digital world, and now we have a big digital vision, surely that means some different behaviors and some different skills and some different ways of collaborating. Like, surely we can all accept that. And I literally hold them to account and say, show me your one-page personal development plan. And it should have in there some hard skills that they want to learn about. For example, how can the firm become agile, kind of work in sprints and all those sorts of things. And everybody beneath the CXOs does that. They get really, really good at it. And then they come up for some budget, and the CXOs scratch their head and go, what do you mean you want 3 months of funding? Like, we work on an annual funding cycle and come back to me in 9 months when we've got budget, because we're still working in the old way. But the team beneath wants to move really fast. Like, practically, those things happen all the time. You get teams that come to the CMO and say, like, here's a campaign we want to launch. And the CMO, if they're in the old school of thinking, will be like, well, look, we've got our marketing calendar. It's locked out. We're not changing anything for a fair period of time. Like, this is it. Because the CXOs haven't gone on that journey. And if they go on the journey together, you get like a 72 to 75% increase in the odds of a successful transformation if it's the whole team unified behind it, rather than a kind of us and them scenario. Great question.
A very quick one, if we could, Darren, just very quickly on from Claudius and how she advises SMBs on transformation, whom she often meets, mainly business owners who lack the fundamentals, for example, change management or data analysis. Your advice for a quick one?
Yeah, it's a good question. So if you had loads of money, you'd go and get consultants. I'm not sure that would necessarily be the right answer, but like, you could do that. I think the reality is, if it's an SMB, then It's going to feel a lot more like a family kind of setup or a small setup. Everybody knows everybody. I think it's every single person's job in that SMB to learn a bit about change management, like read a book, do a LinkedIn learning course, come to a talk, like get yourself in the headspace of what it might look like. You're not going to become an expert, but get every single person looking at it from that perspective. And then at the very least, you can spend a day together and go, wow, I learned a lot. What do you think our journey might need to look like based on this? Get everybody leaned in. Much easier to do in a small company than a giant enterprise. And I think that's half the battle.
Darren Tai, thank you very much once again. May we please invite President Richard to join us on stage to present a token of our appreciation to Darren. Thank you, sir. A big thank you to Darren Tai for being part of the Asia Economic Forum 2023. Thank you, Darren, and thank you, Richard. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, next will be the final panel discussion of the day titled Seize the Opportunities of Digitalization in Asia Competitiveness, Innovation and Transformation. A little bit about our distinguished moderator, Santanu Ghosh, who is the head of Digital Transformation for Asia, Pulp and Paper, which is part of the large Indonesia conglomerate, Sinar Mas Group. Santanu has more than 25 years of experience in consulting and system integration in Asia and Europe, and is a strong advocate of talent transformation that accelerates value realization for the client, for the organization, and partner ecosystem. It gives me great pleasure to invite, without further ado, our moderator for this session, Santanu Ghosh, Head of Digital Asia Pulp and Paper from Sinar Mas, along with Daniel Kuzmanto, Director, Digital HR and People Analytics, Global People Services ASM, and Tan Quan Chet, Lead Technical Consultancy 100 Experiments AI Singapore. Let's give them a big warm welcome, please. Well, before we hand the proceedings over to Santanu, as you know, your questions will be also something would be much appreciated. So do send them once again via the QR code. But for now, join me in giving our panel a big warm welcome, please. Santanu, it's over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. Okay, so we had a very inspiring speech from Darren. He's always fantastic from all the cloud and innovations. Let me do some introduction also our esteemed panelists, okay? So let me start with Daniel, okay? So Daniel is actually from semiconductor industry. We had been hearing about all the shortfall when Darren was talking about, right? So you can blame him. Jokes apart, Daniel actually is very passionate about the people and technology together, particularly all the digital initiatives, what to do with the data and people, that combination, that's what he had been doing it, and helping a lot of semiconductor clients, as well as banking, as we talked about all the innovations from Darren in the past 1 hour. I also like to introduce Tan Quan Chet. He's actually from AI Singapore. That's a very, very important organization, given we are talking about ChatGPT, generative AI, large language model, whatever those different technologies are coming. AI Singapore is actually in the central fulcrum, actually innovating and helping the connecting the enterprise together with the technologies, helping the workforce of Singapore and the surroundings ecosystem and SMBs and enterprise to actually get benefit of that. Quan Chet also comes from different public sector experience. Also RWS, he had worked over here. So it's a combination of public sector and private sector. But now he's actually a consultant helping the enterprise to connect and get the best out of AI. With that, let me start, unless you want to add anything on your introduction, Quan Chet or Daniel. Okay, let's go directly to the questions, okay? So the topic, I mean, we had been talking about all about unlocking opportunities, seize the opportunities, but the focus actually in this discussion will be more about what is the impact, positive if not negative anything, about the AI in the people in this region. So the first question, what we would like to have a discussion, and I really, really encourage the team to, the room to cheer up, ask questions, difficult questions if possible, so that we can think and thought-provoke to all of us, even if we may not be able to answer it. So let me start with a question probably to Daniel, okay? So this is the topic, is what are the new opportunities available in the region, particularly Asia, Southeast Asia if possible, in terms of improving the workforce through adoption of AI, artificial intelligence?
All right, thanks, Atanu. I would probably say, the impact will be kind of in three aspects. The first one would be relating to the workforce productivity. So I think this is one of the kind of option, or maybe the benefits of actually adopting AI, which is the automation part of it. I'm pretty sure in all our works, there definitely, maybe, I don't know, I'm just quoting some number here, but maybe 30% of that, pretty much something very repetitive, something very administrative, something that, you just have to do it, and you're probably doing it the same way every month or every week or every day. And that's actually what AI can really help you to tackle that, because, with the 80-20 rules, those probably not the best value that you can bring to the table when you need to do those works. So with AI, I believe that, they kind of give you that opportunity to get rid. I wouldn't say maybe get rid is a harsh word. To have AI to come in, to kind of partner and handle that portion of that and free up your time to really do something very value added, right? It seems like, for example, I'm just quoting an example from the HR, you always have HR business partner, but if HR business partner need to run down and start looking into requisitions and all these kind of things, well, that's probably not the best use of that. You're supposed to sit down with the business leaders and start thinking, not today, not about when that hire is coming in, but it's about what's your strategy actually months or even years to come. So I see that as one opportunity, how AI can bring into workforce. So the other part is the experience itself. So, for example, it's as simple of a HR chat service, right? You have some query, you have things, you probably want to find out where's your employee handbook, or as simple as you want to know what's your leave entitlement, or maybe, touch wood, but maybe you have some kind of accident or family emergency, and you want to know, hey, what's the company stand for that? And now you need to go to quite a trouble and submit a ticket and all these kind of things. But if you have AI, maybe there's a nice chatbot that's available there 24/7, even happening at night, and you can ask the questions. Of course, there's a certain degree of, of course you need to have a good AI, maybe something that's built by AI Singapore, but something that's good, and they can really give you the right answers, and they can traverse to the knowledge that they have, all the information they have within the company, and really give it to you in exactly what you're looking for. So that's experience. Or even like, for example, an AI that can really look into your job description and then start drilling down into the skills that, kind of skill inference, right? And trying to understand what skill they actually have. And they can recommend, hey, there's actually a lot of potential even within the company. We are talking about internal talent marketplace. And maybe there are jobs that actually you don't know is existing, actually is available. And maybe, hey, do you want to stretch yourself a little bit and then start applying for the job? Or even, hey, there's actually a learning opportunities for you that you can take, maybe for you to progress in your career. So that's, and of course, personalization as well. But, so that's the second part that I see, which is giving a difference or a heightened workforce experience. And the third part is actually opportunities itself. I know a lot of discussion about, hey, can AI, kind of remove certain job or something like that. Maybe it is. Maybe it's something like, the repetitive work and all these kind of things. But it will also create a lot of other opportunities, right? At the point of time, who actually look for AI developer? Like, bring it back 10 years ago, you flip the newspaper, nobody looking for that. So that's all the new stuff. And actually, frankly speaking, this, I would say those are more like the high-level job that we want to be embarked on, right? Because, really kind of tap into your expertise, tap into your passion, tap into your professional judgment, and not just doing something that's repetitive, that's probably not bring up your full potential. So that's, I see the other part of it, which is the opportunities. So those are the three, yeah.
Thank you, Daniel. Kwanchet, you want to add anything on top of what Daniel had mentioned?
Yes, I think there are three main angles that we can look at this topic itself, right? Where it comes to improving the workforce, you can see AI as a tool, right, that workforce or our employees can actually use. The other angle that I would like to also share is how do we actually train more people to become ready to use AI as well. And the last one is more about how do we actually partner with companies to provide training opportunities so that they actually plus skill their staff to do some of this work as well. So the first one would be more like using AI as a tool, right? You can't, it is important to understand that what AI can actually bring to the table, where I think Daniel has earlier mentioned, a lot of work that is repetitive. AI can come in to help to increase the productivity in terms of like, they can probably do some of this work, right? And the human can focus on the higher value work. So for example, AI Singapore actually partnered with Singapore Civil Defence Force, SCDF. So in a typical setting, it would be like somebody at the emergency location, they will call the call center, right? Then they will say, blah, 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 I have this situation, somebody met an accident. And what happened is that the call agent, or they call it the dispatcher, they will answer the call and they will ask a lot of questions. They want to know the severity of the situation, and then they will have to note down some of this detail so that their own SCDF staff can actually follow up with it. So with AI Singapore's collaboration, what we have done is to build an AI model that is speech to text. So with the model itself, what the call agents need to do now is just to focus on asking the right question, while the AI model transcribe everything that the caller actually say into text. And then this would then be used for following up purpose, right? So you can imagine that it actually helped to save the time in times of emergency, and it's very helpful. The second point that I've mentioned is how do we actually train more skilled AI talent in Singapore, right? It was really a problem. It was a practical problem that we faced back in 2018, because at that point in time, there wasn't enough local talent. And so what we did was we came up with this program called AI Apprenticeship, AIAP, that helps to train local to become an AI engineer within just 9 months. 2 months of deep skilling training, 7 months of real project work. And at the end of it, once they graduated, we actually hire them, right? So they become our engineer that help us to do more projects with real project with our partners, right? But you can see it as like we are also contributing at the national level, where there are now more AI local talents that is available for the industry to hire. The third point is also related to about training, and I thought it's important to mention that at AI Singapore, we believe that companies should provide training for their employees. Why? From the employee perspective, it might be for a better career growth, right? Upgrade the employee skill and so on. But from the employer perspective, it's still a big win, because a trained employee is also an additional competitive advantage for our companies. So that's why we have also come up with a new program called Large Language Model Application Developer Program. We call it LADP for short. What it does is the company just need to bring their problem statement, the employee that they want to train, and the data set. Through our program, we'll teach them how to develop and deploy the AI model. So at the end of 16 weeks, the company get up to 4 trained employees, and one fully functioning AI model deployed into the system. So I just want to round up my point that I make. So three points. One is AI can be a tool for our workforce productivity tool. Second is there are talents out there in Singapore that companies should actually hire them, right? And third is that we do have partnership opportunity for companies to provide training to their existing staff. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Kwanchit. So just to summarize what I learned from here from the esteemed panelists. So Asia, if you think of it, it's always, people used to think in most of the country as a where the repetitive work can be done, where the less brain was required. That was the story probably 10 years or 15 years, outsourcing, BPO, call centers, right? Daniel mentioned that, okay, of course, those things would be much more automated through AI, but what is important is to embrace the AI for a different kind of opportunity. So there's a shift of workforce would be helpful, and of course, various programs as Kwanchit mentioned, right? Particularly in Singapore, we can embrace and unlock to gain our own employees or the skills or the new talent pool available. So basically, we have to embrace this. So otherwise, things would be outdated. It cannot be competitive. With that, let me bring to the next question. Okay, probably I just broadened beyond AI, but still remains within the digital era. So we had seen the pandemic. We can say we learned to stay with that. Okay, COVID is still there. But how the pandemic has opened doors across the regions in terms of unlocking the human creativity, okay? Particularly in the areas of digital, together with the commerce and things like that. Kwanchit, you want to start with some examples, or you want to bring about?
I think maybe we should look at the context of this question more clearly. So you were talking about pandemic itself and how it has impact on our region. Definitely, there's impact on it. I think a bit of background context would be maybe in the last 2 to 3 years, right? When there was pandemic, some countries actually have social distancing restriction or even lockdown, right? So at that point of time, individuals were quite isolated from the rest of, or from one another in that case, right? And what turns out important is that at that point of time, people turn to digital means to carry on with their daily routine. So with this context, I think it's important to make 3 observations. One is the rise of more people actually turning to e-commerce. 2 is that there was surprising impact on the gaming industry, which I can explain later. Number 3 is the how companies at that point of time were eager to restart their operation while fulfilling the social distancing requirement. The first one would be e-commerce, right? The rise of e-commerce business is because it's natural, because people would now, because they couldn't leave their house, they had to order online and grocery get delivered to their home. What does this mean in terms of AI opportunity for the business then? Was e-commerce companies and similar or equivalent companies, they will have collected more customer interaction data, right? Customer interaction data is very useful for creating recommender system, right? You can match the consumer interest to the company products or promotion, and this represents like maybe a higher conversion rate for the companies out there. The second was gaming industry actually boomed. Why? Because people actually found a way to connect with their friends online, but through gaming. Sometimes people call it social gaming. So a lot of game companies, they don't just focus on, having that game, but what happens after the game is very important, because it's like maybe you have a highlight video, you want to create it to show your friend, this is how I do it, right? How I get to win the game and share with my friends. And we actually work with a company called Lightspeed Studios. They are a gaming company that provide mobile gaming, right? Some of you might heard of it, it's called PUBG Mobile. So what they wanted to do was to enhance their game experience. So we actually created a speech, the text-to-speech. So the model will ingest text that is in Bahasa Melayu, and then generate that into speech, right? In Bahasa Melayu, of course. Yeah. So this actually helped their gamer to quickly piece out their highlight video more quickly. The third point is we met companies at that point of time during the pandemic. Very early stages, it was around 2020 and 2021. Companies were very interested to know, how do I restart my factory operation? By the way, these are manufacturing companies, they were very interested how to do it. So we actually have one example to share, that is HP. They were very anxious, right? Because just a single day of no work done at the factory means a lot, because the orders is ready. They have already an order running and time is running out for them, right? So what we did was to create this computer vision model that's able to detect humans within the video feeds and detect and send alerts when the humans are too close to each other. So this helps them, because now they could actually continue their business operation, their factory operation, and while also fulfilling the social distancing requirements. So these are the three ways or three observations that I make how the pandemic actually have an impact on our region.
Thank you, Kwanche. Daniel, you want to add, given you run your company is also in the manufacturing area, right? How it was, some of the examples of the creativity and still running the operations in some way.
Sure, yeah. Indeed, it's a bit more tricky, because for manufacturing, you need to have people present on the fab for that. So of course, then the safe distancing and everything need to be put in place for the normal operations can resume. So that's always that tricky portion, I guess, during pandemic, and of course, with the country borders being closed and stuff, it's not making it easier. But that's more about kind of the difficulties that it create, of course, with pandemic. But I also want to touch on about the opportunities that actually, kind of being created as well from that angle. I think like what Chad mentioned, as well as what Darren mentioned, I think we have never been so immersed in technology as we ever been before the pandemic. It's technically, you can sit on your chair, facing a laptop, you can stay in your room the whole day, you can work, you can leave, you can order your groceries, you can order your food, you can do anything. It's just you and the laptop. So that's how immersed the technology is. And of course, it's not pandemic actually giving us that, but it's just like it kind of speed fast all these years of adoption that you are trying to convince the management, like, hey guys, actually we can do work everywhere. But now, yes, it's proven that that's how the work being done everywhere. And I think that's really bring up one big giant opportunity where we say, work is not really bound by time and space anymore now. At least not the space. Of course, we are all bounded by time. But again, hey, it also means that actually I can hire someone in the US working for this, and they are daytime while I'm sleeping. So you have that, you're kind of being, to borrow metrics, like free your mind, like you are out from your time and space. And I think that brings out a lot of opportunities, I would say, for a company. You can, now when we look for roles, we are not saying like the job will be based in Singapore. No. Well, the job will be based in Singapore, London, US, anywhere, as long as we find the right candidate. So I think that's really what pandemic really brings. And I just want to highlight that, because I think that's really broadened our horizon, and even for ourselves, right? Now, you know what, if I like to work in maybe somewhere in Malaysia while enjoying, why not? You can do it. Of course, there should be some taxation and things that need to come into play. But as long as your company is willing to do it, do it. So that's probably what I will add on.
Thank you, Daniel. I think this is what I would say is this is a very good thing. The constraints are no more the constraint, right? It's things are not much limitless, and we have all experienced things has moved faster, particularly during pandemic in a remote, or hybrid, whatever with the model compared to fully offline, face-to-face kind of model. All of us has experienced that. Okay, we had been touching a little bit close to the industry and manufacturing. Let me bring to a different kind of questions, and this is again important for Asia, given some of the countries like Vietnam, others are manufacturing hub, of course China is. So probably I request Kwanchet to tell us a little bit about this. How are the global manufacturers moving to smart manufacturing with intelligent networking and driving Industry 4.0 with IoT, particularly in our region and things beyond Singapore, right? We are talking manufacturing, but in our region.
I think first of all, I'd like to get a bit more clear about how Industry 4.0 actually mean to us. So it comes to like transformation in the factory, for example, for manufacturers. One of the first few things that I realized what people would do is first is to get sensors to be attached onto their machinery or equipment, right? To first collect the data, all this operation data that's very crucial to identify the health of the equipment, right? And then the next thing that people would do is to try to do data analytics on it, right? To see if whether there's any trend that this particular equipment will go down today or not. And if adventurous now, some companies actually try to use build machine learning model over it, like predictive maintenance or anomaly detection, right? So these are how people actually maneuver themselves towards digital transformation and Industry 4.0, right? Of course, there are reasons why they want to do it, right? Be it from developed countries or Asia countries, right? They have a same set of reasons they want to do it. Because first, it fosters innovation. Two, it helps to improve their workforce productivity. I'll give you one example, right? AI Singapore actually worked with a company that was specialized in oil rig maintenance, right? So the company business model was this. They will send drone equipped with cameras around the oil rigs and take photo of it. And then what happened was they will get their human analysts to analyze the photo to find out whether there is defect. And from there, they will write a report to say that, okay, maybe for this case, based on this defect identified, you have to undertake maintenance service A and B and so on. And when AI Singapore heard about this problem, we proposed to build a computer vision model. We say that this sounds like something that computer vision can do because you got image data and you just need to look for defects within the images. So the computer vision model was able to identify defects and then flag out to the human analyst. So what it means is that, and by the way, taking photo of the oil rig that's as big as 6-story building is very big, and you have to take photos around it. You can imagine for one building, it's like hundreds or thousands of photos out there. So if you want your human analyst to actually read all these photos, it will take a very long time. So with the computer vision model, you can do it at a much faster pace. And what the computer vision model can do is to act as a filter. Those photos that will come with the defects is the photos that will be used for writing the report. And the human analyst can actually just focus on determining what's the costing, what is the correct service to actually plan out for this particular oil rig, right? And then they can start to try to do the maintenance activity. And seeing this, I would like to highlight that it's very important to see technology, right? And our workforce is actually not one of conflicting nature, right? In fact, it's complementary, where now the human analyst can actually do more higher value work in this example. And computer vision model, is just helping to do all the mundane things or the repetitive tasks of identify defects in images. So I would say that in this way, this is one example how companies are going towards digital transformation and in Industry 4.0, right? Another example actually I have was Seagate, right? It's actually a global leader in mass data storage. Yeah, they are already very advanced in their machine learning, right? They have a lot of devices out there that collect a lot of telemetry log data, which just means health log of their devices, right? And they wanted to build a predictive maintenance model to identify which device will actually go down, right? Then they can send their maintenance team to the client place to fix the device. However, they couldn't do it for one reason. The data was too big. To even get the data from the various sources back to the central location to analyze it and then to build a machine learning model, it's just financially impractical to do so. So AI Singapore actually proposed this, and at that point in time, we completed the project, was to use federated learning technology. The federated learning technology allows them to build the model without actually transferring this large amount of raw data, and they can build the model across all their data, and that model can still help them to predict with a high level of accuracy. Yeah, so these are examples of how companies, global companies or global manufacturers out there, utilizing AI to help them to do more, to do their work more efficiently. Yeah.
Thank you, Kwanchit. Some of the lovely example. Maybe I ask Daniel to compliment over here. In your organization, in ASM, right? I'm sure you have initiatives about operational technologies, Industry 4. How are the people, maybe targeting blue collars, right? How are they adopting it or embracing it?
Right. You know, this is always interesting because, you know, as part of a transformation, you always have this process, you always have this system, you have the strategy, and of course, you have the people component. And frankly, to be told, people are always the hardest to be transformed. And it's kind of the same thing. I wouldn't say it's just about blue-collar workers, but it's actually more, you know, all of us as employees, or even for us, a businessman, something like that. It's just like, I like what Darren just mentioned as well, because I think that should be the first gate that actually you need to, I think you mentioned that as well, that you need to be open. I think everything starts with the mindset, which is basically really being open about it, that, hey, the technology is here, data is here, and they're going to stay. And it's not, again, like what Chad mentioned, it's not we versus them. It's about how we work together, how we can utilize, actually, what is available for us and making use of it for our advantage. I think that should be the first mindset that we need to have. And actually, there's also what we as a company, we're also trying to embed it to our employees, right? I mean, like, hey, we are going to transform, and for sure, the commitment to what Chet mentioned is like, we're going to do this together. So it's not just, hey, employees, this is what's going to happen, this is what's going to move, please pick up your pace and try to fit in, and I'm sorry, the seat's all taken, and we wish you good luck. So I guess not that kind of perspective, right? It's really about, hey, this is coming, and this is transforming our industry as we speak. And we'll be with you along the way. But again, we'll help you. We put learning in place. We put opportunities in place. We put places where they can try out the new stuff. We even have this our own room, like, for our onboarding, because usually in ASM, there is a clean room, and of course you need to wear the full suit of gown before you can go in. So now you can do it in a room where you can use the VR and start exploring and all these kind of things. Really nice for our onboarding. But that is actually how we want the employees to start using this and get themselves familiarized with all these kind of things. So at the end of the day, I guess, if you ask me about the workers, it's really a commitment from the company saying that, hey, we are in this together. providing the right avenue for them to move, providing that roadmap, and not leaving them alone. And of course, then we as the workers, it's our responsibility as well, that this is part of our continuous learning, and we want to always evolve and adapt. Yeah.
Thank you, Daniel. So basically, just to add, I mean, we'd heard about a lot of examples from Quanchit about Industry 4, but finally it comes back to the most difficult part, the human, right? The practical examples to adopt, and it's not for only employees. It starts with, as Darren said, right from the top, and holistic way to come along together. That brings me to my final questions before we go to the audience. And the final question for in this panel is, we talked about all the good stuff so far, right? But what are the challenges faced through the digitization across this region, especially in the trade and manufacturing? We talked about all the positives in the last 20 minutes, but what are the challenges we faced? Daniel, you want to start?
Sure, yeah. I guess again, coming back to that transformation about people, system, process, and stuff. Sometimes could be the leadership are not really buying to that. Sometimes could be that they are just looking, hey, you know what? Our competitors are doing it. Why don't we do something? I mean, it's quite common, right? That's how the best way you motivate your leaders to do something. Our competitors are doing it. And like, what are we doing?
Fear of missing out.
Yeah, exactly. And then when they embark on that, they don't go the full suite of transformation. They forget the process. The process is still being built for that manual work, for example. Then all these things is becoming not transforming. So I think that's always, I believe, the challenge sometimes from that angle. So sometimes it's not about everybody, but it's really about the leaders itself. When they embrace the technology, when they embrace the data, they are doing it only when, you know, not fully transforming. Like, for example, okay, I will trust the data as long as it's aligning with my thinking. If not, I think your data is wrong. So, you know, those kind of things. So that's one part of it. But the other part also that I see that sometimes make us a little bit hesitant, or maybe it can hamper the whole this adoption, is I think surrounding the governance part of it. You know, being the security part of it, being the regulation around it, right? I mean, I think recently we heard a case about some employee putting a ChatGPT about some company secret and stuff, and then it all got thrown out to the public. I mean, this kind of example that totally hampered the whole adoption. And I mean, from that news onwards, I'm pretty sure a lot of leaders will be thinking like, you know what? In our company, nobody is allowed to use ChatGPT. Let's ban it. So these kind of things really, I would say, kind of bounding in all those kind of things. Of course, there's another part of which is we are looking to have a bit more cultivation, right? Because I mean, of course we can pick up the AI, of course we can pick up all these things, but when you have a cultivation around it, you know, when the government put a focus around it, maybe like what Chad mentioned, oh, there's a program for this, let's embrace company, we put in the budget, we can do it. Or maybe start infusing it into the education of the people. I think that's also another part that really helps. Yeah.
I think in general what I could hear is some part of the ecosystem here is still apprehensive. Some examples of any negative news, people are actually probably broadcasting in a different way. And one of the excuse of course, not adopting it. Quanchit, I mean, on your role, right, in AI Singapore, you meet this kind of people on a daily basis, right? The enterprise to the SMBs and the individual people, right? What are your examples in the challenges you have seen in trade in this part of the world and manufacturing? Particularly trade, I would be requesting you to focus.
I guess the challenge faced could be lack of strategic roadmap, right? I mean, to be honest, there's reason why there's a lack of it. Imagine you have been running your companies for years, right? You already know what is the success formula to get things done the right way. But when it comes to adopting new technology, you tend to be a bit selective. You want to know that this technology can actually give me a certain return on investment. So maybe over time it can become skeptical towards new technology that's coming up. And then it's very hard, because it's very hard when you don't really understand much about technology, and how do you actually go about to form this strategic roadmap? So in AI Singapore, what we did was after talking to a few hundred companies, about 700 plus companies, we came up with this AI Readiness Index, ARI. So it's actually like a compass, right? Telling the company what you can do in order to get digital transformation or AI adoption in your company. It's a 10 to 15 minute, you can finish it's a self-assessment that can be done in 10 to 15 minutes. At the end of the assessment, the company will be classified into different groups. So if your company is under the category AI unaware, then the most logical things to do would be take up a foundational AI course, right, to improve literacy in the management, also in the employee. There's one course that we actually have, it's called AI for Everyone at AI Singapore. Now, if the company is AI-aware company, at this stage, the company can explore commercially available AI solution, right? Why do we actually ask company to do so? If the software is already available out there, the investment will be incremental. And that's where you can be a bit more experimental and say that, hey, let's spend a few $100 for software, and then we see whether it give me some returns or some kind of benefit, time saving or cost saving and so on, right, with the AI software, right? But if your company is AI ready or AI competent, this is the stage where your company probably will have the infrastructure to host the data and the machine learning infrastructure to host the model. And probably you already have AI engineer at your disposal to train the model, deploy the model. This company, we will say that, please go ahead and build more custom AI model. But there's also an opportunity to work with AI Singapore, which Daniel has earlier mentioned. It's called 100 Experiment, 100E, right? So in 7 months, we actually can deliver an AI model with our AI engineering team that can be deployed directly in the system. And we also do knowledge transfer to the company staff, right? So the staff walk away know how to take over the code and the model so that they can maintain the model on their own. Yeah. So I think this is the biggest challenge, is where do I find this compass to guide me in my journey of AI adoption and digital transformation? Yeah.
Thank you for giving the clarity, particularly in the point when it is unknown, right? How still you can navigate probably through this example of self-assessment and then finding the gaps and move forward. With that, I would like to open to the audience, right, for any questions to our esteemed panelists, and it was could be much more engaging discussion. Any questions from the audience? Okay, so there are a lot. Maybe I need to. Okay, let me just try and read it over here. So the first question is, do you think that the technological industry will be saturated with the talents in future? If so, how do we prepare the youths to stand out? Daniel, you want to take it?
Right. Well, do you think that the technology industry isn't saturated with talents in the future? Actually, if you look into, if you try to Google it, the main common keyword that comes out with talent is talent shortage. So, especially in the technology. Even Deloitte was predicting that there will be a 1 million talent shortage going to happen. I'm just talking about first semiconductor, but frankly speaking, technology is beyond that, and I'm pretty sure they also face the same talent shortage. So I don't think there's ever be saturated with talents. I think what needs to be done is how we can match this demand with the supply that we have. We know every year we have this throng of maybe every country will generate millions of STEM graduates, science, technology, engineering, mathematics. And the key question is how then we get them ready to then in the end fill up all this demand. I think that's the key questions. And that's why there's always a news about talent shortage. And then there's another news that you see like graduates finding hard to find jobs. So where's the missing link? This is the missing link. How do we can bring the two together? And I guess there's a lot of ways to be done. Company has responsibility for it. For example, maybe they should come up with better, kind of campus recruitment, bringing them as a batch, train them. So it's not just about buy and buy and buy. It's about building. It's also about contributing to community. So definitely the company has responsibility for that. Maybe the government can also step in, like Chad mentioned as well, coming up with a framework. I know Singapore is pretty great with that, with the skills future, with like transforming a certain industry, maybe coming up with certifications, a program. I think that's definitely one part. And the other part, I believe our educations also need to kind of embrace more, right? I mean, not just about education, but it's also about maybe they need to strike a bit more partnership with the company out there. I always like there's this a program saying, like, for example, maybe NTU, maybe partnering with Rolls-Royce, and then they're setting up this program and those kind of things. That's how you make it relevant. I mean, this is how you can close the gap. And I think more need to be done. I believe that's not enough. That's why we see all this contradicting news. So more can be done, and I guess all these three parties all need to come into play. And of course, we as the people, then we also need to be always open to continuously learning.
Thank you, Daniel. So I think the key message is you have to continuously, I mean, it's, yes, one part of the demand is going down, the traditional repetitive work, but there is another point of which is probably a bigger opportunity coming up, things like using the models, AI. I mean, think of e-commerce probably has impacted the physical retail channel, but then there is an ecosystem of affiliate marketing and many other things came up. So always youth need to look for that, what are the next right thing to go for it, and there should be a supporting system, as many of the Quanchet examples, that there is a program from the government, from the universities, probably from the industries to embrace those kind of people, talent, and everything there. So it's not really full saturation. That's what I can conclude. That brings to the next question. Quanchet, you want to take the second one? How can business in Asia best leverage AI to enhance their workforce and tap into new opportunities for growth and, of course, efficiency?
I think, first of all, I think it's, as businesses, we shouldn't look directly into technology too much first. You should appreciate the business problem you face, what kind of pain point that you actually have in your business first, right? And study the business operation, because that's the first thing that we find as consultants talking to our companies out there, helping them to adopt AI, right? So once we identify the pain point, we map it to a technical requirement, which then later on will form the scope of what kind of AI model that we can actually build, right? So I guess the important part is it's always come with business first, then the technology can somehow, meet the need of your requirement. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think the third question, more or less discussed, but again, feel free to have the panelists to, separately chat about them. There are tons of examples of Industry 4.0 Asia adoptions happening in the computer visions. Probably we are ahead, like the way digital payment. With that, I would like to thank the panelists, Quanchet Tan and Daniel Kusmanto, for their valuable time and sharing their expertise and the, all the insights, that bring to the table. And thank you for listening to us. Okay.
Thank you, Santanu Ghosh, Daniel Kusmanto, and Tan Quanchet. Gentlemen, may we please invite you to remain on stage for a brief moment in lieu of photo opportunities and a token of appreciation by President of Enterprise Asia, Richard Chang. To Santanu Ghosh, our moderator for this Asia Economic Forum, Daniel Kusmanto, and Tan Quanchet. Insights from our experts. Give them a big round of applause, please. Thank you very, very much. Thank you, Richard. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for making our event successful by joining us today. We hope it's been an informative and fruitful day. Before we go, may we take the opportunity to thank our partners for making this forum a great success, our official news release distribution partner, PR Newswire, and our supporting partners, Eurosham Singapore, International Chamber of Commerce the Philippines, Kuala Lumpur Malay Chamber of Commerce, Latin American Chamber of Commerce Singapore, Malaysian Alliance of Corporate Directors, Malaysian Investment Development Authority, Malaysia Entrepreneurs Development Association, Myanmar Business Executives Association, Singapore Chamber of E-Commerce, Singapore Exhibition and Convention Bureau, come to the end of this very successful event this year, and we'd like to thank all of our wonderful speakers today for their sharing and to all our delegates for attending. We hope you take with you today's discussion to share and further build on what you already have in your companies. Just a short announcement, the Asia Pacific Enterprise Award 2023 Regional Edition will be starting at 7 p.m. this evening in this very same ballroom. And just a reminder, for registration will begin from as early as 6:30 p.m. sharp. A big thank you once again for joining us, and we do hope that the forum has served a great opportunity and platform, providing actionable takeaways for each and everyone towards an inclusive and resilient future. My name is Harjit, wishing everyone a pleasant evening ahead, and we hope to see you soon. Thank you and goodbye.
you.